when you're going through it, you don't really take time to understand, I would say, the gravity of what's taking place. It's really more the off season, but I think what you have to do is you reflect, and you appreciate what you've been a part of and what you've been through, and also understand that you have to put together the team for the next year. So I think what it speaks to, I would say specifically in our situation, going back to New England, is the ability to just turn a page from one year to the next, and I think that starts at the top. And I think that was one of Bill's many strengths, was his ability to take inventory of where the team is and then focus on what's ahead. But by the same token, when you look back in the rearview mirror, I'd say you're going to be hard-pressed by Major League Baseball to find another team that goes on a stretch for that period of time. So I think we should all, as Houstonians and fans of sport and baseball, just appreciate what they've done. A credit to the players. A credit to Dusty, a credit to the front office. Like I said, I know they've had some change from James to Dana, and even going back to Jeff. But still, to be able to have a program over that extended period of time, it's unprecedented, and it's cool to see. And I'm sure for the people that have been a part of it or lived in Houston to be a part of it, you walk around with your head held high, and you should do that, even though, you ended up on the short end of the stick last night. But you're talking about, 7-game series, and I think what the Rangers have done, they've done a great job kind of building their program. And, we'll see what happens here at the end of the week, once the National League is determined with the Phillies and the Diamondbacks.
I think if you were to draw any parallels between the Astros and the Patriots over the last 20 years, it's these teams have an ability to figure out who they are as the season goes along, and you had just mentioned that. I was always amazed at the Patriots. There'd be some years where I'd look at the Patriots defense in week one and think, oh, this defensive line is just a mess. They're awful. And then I'd check back in 6 weeks later, and it looked like a completely different defensive line just because they'd been coached up. Like old school football coaching changed the composition of that team. Where are you right now with the Texans? After 6 weeks, is there any part of the team that maybe you think is different in a good way, more of a problem than you thought it might be at 6 weeks compared to week one?
No, it's a great point, Seth. I mean, every year is different, from where your team starts to where you end up. There's going to be a natural evolution that takes place. So you're more familiar with the players. They're more comfortable with the scheme. There might be some things that they do well relative to others. Not to speak on necessarily other teams. We'll talk about our team here in a minute, like you mentioned. But I would say even a team like Baltimore, from where they were week one, from when we played them, to where they are now, I mean, it looks like they've certainly made progress, and to go out there and do what they did against Detroit, who, is one of the better teams in the league, it looks like they've made progress, and they've had players come back, I'd say, that have been injured, that are now they're incorporating in. So I'd say specific to our situation, I'd say we certainly have made some progress, some areas relative to others. I think, CJ's performance from week 1 to week 6 has certainly improved from where he started defensively. We've been able to turn the ball over, which has been a point of emphasis from the get-go here, the importance of the football. Everybody talks about it, but then there has to be an application and execution actually behind it. So you want to see some carryover from what you're working on in practice to what you do in the games. There's teaching, there's fundamentals, there's techniques that are involved. And there's always areas that you can improve as a team, and that's where you have the bye where you can go back and maybe take a look at the inventory of, all right, we've done this a few more times. You know what, the return on this is maybe a little bit less than something else, so let's spend a little more time maybe focused on this area. So we have 11 more weeks in front of us. We're probably going to see some things that hopefully improve, some things that hopefully keep a strength to strength, some things that we may have to modify or change. We've talked about this on this show at different points as well. You kind of look at your season in sort of quarters, right? First quarter of the season, we're kind of in that middle second quarter-ish, if you will. So once we kind of get through these next few weeks, I mean, this run of the NFC South, then we kind of flip the page here and kind of come back to the AFC and start to get into some of the cross-divisional opponents, and then we'll end up back in the division at the end of the year. So I think each year, your team, there's an evolution that takes place. It's never linear. There's going to be some ups and downs, and that's a natural arc of the season, the arc of football. Hopefully you're just playing your best football later in the season, once you hopefully get into November, December, and you're playing some meaningful games, you want to be playing your better football at that time. So our next opportunity in front of us will be this Sunday against the Panthers, who are a good team. We're coming off a bye. I'm sure they're going to do some things a little bit differently relative to what they've done. They already made a change with the play caller. That's been declared last week. Coach Wright came out and said Thomas is going to call plays here this week. So there's going to be some adjustments and some things that we're probably going to have to deal with. But that's sort of the week-to-week nature of the NFL and what we deal with. And that's kind of where we are. So we're kind of not quite to the midpoint, but we're at 500. So I would say that's emblematic of we've done some things fairly well. We've done some things maybe not as well as we needed to. And we've kind of come up short in a few games. We've been close. We've been in basically every game, even going back to the Baltimore game, and it's 7-6 at halftime. And then in the second half, kind of a couple of things that took place. So I think the big thing for us is let's focus on Carolina. Let's get ready for a good opportunity this week, and hopefully we can go out there and just execute and play good football. And then once we get through Carolina, then focus on the next opportunity and opponent in front of us.
One of the big stories, like the more overarching stories about the NFL so far this season, has been that offense is down, scoring is down. And, we've seen these trends early on in seasons before, and it doesn't always pan out. But it feels like much more of a dink and dunk league right now. Is there any specific thing that you think might be the culprit there? If it is indeed a culprit, I think it's just fine if they don't score that many points.
Spoken like a true defensive lineman.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I think what it speaks to is the level of play. There's a lot of good defenses that, I'd say we see that are out there on a week-to-week basis. And specific to your question, I think sometimes there's a tendency to, it's kind of become a dink and dunk league. Well, the reality is each play you got about 2 seconds. So the design of the play, all right, how long the play extends. A lot of it is you need to get the ball out of your hands because the rush is bearing down on you, or you don't have as many opportunities to hold the ball as you'd like. There's a certain schematic element that's certainly going to be involved. But it seems like each week we go into whoever the opponent is and talk about how good they are on defense, how good the front is. So if you have a good front, it's very taxing for the offense and puts a lot of stress on the offense. So you probably can't go back there and hold a football for an extended period of time. Otherwise, it's going to lead to bad plays. So I would say even in our situation, like I said, from week 1 to week 6, CJ's done a good job of understanding the play, what we're trying to do on the play, getting the ball out of his hands, getting the ball out on time. I think the big thing, the passing game in this league is all about timing and precision. And D'Amico's talked about this. It's about precision, how we want to play. We want to play precise. We want to play on time, but that's playing football. That's playing quarterback. That's offense in the NFL. It's about timing. It's about precision. It's about putting the ball in an area where the defense can't get it, and sometimes the windows are going to be a little bit small. There's not very many plays you draw up where there's just going to be a cavernous hole in the defense. If there is, it's probably because, A, they did something wrong, or, the design of the play was so good. But the number of instances that happens, it's a few and far between. So offensive football is about execution, it's about timing, and it's specific to the passing game. Because the fronts, I would say a lot of teams, have a good front. They put a lot of stress and tax on the offense. So, here's your option. Get rid of the ball and try to put yourself in favorable down and distance situations, or try to hold the ball and hope you can block it. And if you don't, then it's going to be 2nd and 15 or 16. So,
yeah.
You have to be smart about how you attack the opponent.
Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, going back to draft night, where you draft CJ 2nd, you trade up to draft Will 3rd. Both have been voted captains. Things are, this obviously feels very different with you guys this year and the improvement and the mark that both of them have made on the team so far. I'm just curious, when you guys were pondering those moves and making those moves on draft night, how much did the it factor or the leadership qualities of both these guys, the ability to kind of recalibrate and move forward on both sides of the football, factor in to the discussions you guys were having?
Yeah, we've talked about this pretty extensively. Who we bring in the building is important, and it's certainly going to be top of mind. There's a component of here's what the player does on the field physically, there's certain skill that they possess, and then some of the other attributes and qualities that they bring to the table, and how you feel that's going to impact, I would say, your program. I'd say, generally speaking, it's probably unfair just the minute a player is drafted to sort of put that onus on them because they haven't been in the building. They haven't really helped you win many football games. The most important thing that they can do is when they show up is just be themselves, be who they are. And you have an idea of what you think or what you hope you're getting in that player. So any young player, you're typically going to be supplementing that with a group of veteran players who are more established, have a certain level of experience, have a certain level of leadership that they have attained over the course of their career. And when you look at the construction of the team from March through the draft, say we were very diligent and purposeful about bringing players in. I'd say that had a certain, experience with Coach Ryans and their system, B, a certain level of leadership and pedigree that goes along with it, and have been associated with winning programs. So you're trying to sort of piece all that together. Quite frankly, you're not really sure exactly how it's going to go. You're hopeful that it's going to work out a certain way, but I think the most important thing from a player's standpoint, any new player when they walk in the building, is don't do anything differently. Just be authentic, be real, be who you are, and just show up on a daily basis with the right attitude, with the right mindset, and it goes back to work. It's all about work. If you want to be good, if you want to be a good player, if you want your teammates to respect you, you're going to put the time in, you're going to put the effort in, and you're going to put the work in, and nobody else can do that for you other than yourself. So if you have that right thought process and the right mindset, you don't really have to do anything different. And, I mean, Seth knows this. He's been in the locker room. Players are smart. Like, players understand when somebody comes into the locker room, it sort of declares who they are, what they're about, their level of consistency, and what you can expect from that player on a day-to-day basis. Candidly, if there's questions on that player, the players are going to sniff it out before anybody else because players are very shrewd, they're very smart. They're around each other on a, hourly basis. They're, from 7 in the morning until 4 o'clock, however long they are here and they leave, they're with one another more than anybody else. And, they're with the coach, but when they're not with the coach, who are they with? They're with each other, with the players. So I think the big thing is, part of our responsibility and our job is to understand that when we do our background and we go through, the pre-draft evaluation, the pre-draft process, and even when we bring a free agent into the building, there's a good chance you're going to go back and say, all right, what did we have on this player coming out, and try to extract some information maybe from whoever was with them in that particular program. I'd say in our situation, we kind of had firsthand knowledge of what we thought we were going to get from those players. So I think the big thing is just be who you are. Just be true to yourself. Don't try to do anything differently. And actions sometimes speak a lot louder than words. And I would say in those two particular players' situation, that's sort of how it's manifests itself. Just them showing up, being their true self, expressing their personality, and not doing necessarily anything different. I think when you force it or try to do something different, players they pick up on that like instantly. There's no question about it.
Bobby Slowick in the past and this year too has talked about just in the development of quarterbacks in this system, for lack of a better word, but just, the stuff that he's doing that's similar to what Kyle Shanahan is doing and everybody else, that there's almost like a step-by-step progression that you're hoping your quarterbacks go through. It almost sounds like a syllabus the way he describes it. Is there the same thing for
class? Are you teaching a class now?
Almost, syllabus? Yeah. I'm trying to work out I'm trying to steal his notes for how to teach this. Does the same go for running backs? And I don't want to overly simplify and just call it a zone blocking scheme because obviously it's more diverse than that. But like with Dameon Pierce, are there bumps in the road to be expected with your running backs when you're installing something new than what you had last year?
There's always going to be adjustments when you, I would say, adjust systems or put in a new system. You have to understand sort of the core elements of, what you're being asked to do, what are you being coached to do. And then specific to the running game, you're kind of looking at it against multiple fronts. So is it an even space front, is it an odd space front? Where's the entry point? Where's the landmark? So there's always an adjustment period, I'd say, that players have to go through. Same thing defensively, even though there's some elements that I would say have carried over. But, it's a different defense, and there's certain, I would say, coaching points and emphasis points. So, I wouldn't say that there's a timetable on any of this. I think it takes time, it takes work, and it takes just continued practice and execution. I'd say collectively, the run game as a whole, we've had our moments. There's been some positive plays. There have been some positive runs. There's certainly plays that, we can do better. And I think sometimes you have to kind of tip your hat to what the defense does. If they have the right call, they match it up against a certain call, then, puts a certain level of stress and tax on the offense, what you're trying to do. So, I think our ability to run the football is going to be important. Ability to run the football, let's see, league-wide is certainly going to be important. Going back to kind of even earlier, we talked about the passing game, but in the end, everything starts with the running game. So your ability to run the football, you'll be able to stop the run, controlling the line of scrimmage, it all starts with the running game. So, hopefully we can continue to improve and build on some of the things that we've done well and the areas that we need to fix or improve. Hopefully we can make those adjustments and modifications here as we go.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on Sports Radio 610. People are texting in, when's the over-under on when you're going to ask Nick if he's okay on time? So I guess 7:53. I guess 7:53 is the over-under.
Do we have to do that anymore? We should just keep going. I know you have to do the ad read, but
at the end,
if your secret phone goes off, then just
no
go ahead
bad
and
phone.
leave.
No bad phone.
No bad phone. So I guess that's a yes. Nick Caserio joining us right now.
Very astute fans out there.
Big time.
They're on top of everything.
You know what? We'll take a million more of them, Nick. Absolutely, absolutely. Nick Caserio joining us on the show. Nick, for the second year in a row, Derek Stingley Jr. is dealing with some hamstring issues. I'm curious, big picture, just when you're looking at players, even just when you were looking at Derek, we know he had some injuries when he was at LSU. How do you factor in a player's medical history when you guys are going through the evaluation process?
Yeah, it's certainly a part of it. It's case by case. I think what you try to do, and I'm not a doctor. I'm not smart enough to be a doctor. It's never going to happen. But you just try to understand, okay, whatever the injury is, where are they? What's the projected recovery? When are they going to be available? And what are some of the things that you can do to help that player as he recovers or works his way back? So even going back to last year, when we drafted Derek, and kind of even when we started in May, we kind of started down one path, and then we said, all right, wait a minute, let's take another look. And we altered and adjusted some of the things that we did and got him ready for training camp. And, he was ready to go week one. And then he was out there pretty much every game. And then, I would say unfortunate circumstance going back to last year, whatever that was, week 8 or 9 in practice. It was kind of the last play of practice. And, unfortunately it happened. And I would say no two injuries are related. They're really not part of it. This year, I would say nobody had a better offseason than Derek. He's stronger. He was faster. He's more explosive. He was probably in the best condition that he'd been over the course of 2 years because he hadn't played football, he missed some spring, missed some training because of the different ailments that he had to deal with. But in the end, when you bring a player in, you're essentially saying we're comfortable with the information that we have, we're comfortable with this situation, and we think we have a pretty good plan in place. So I would say specific to this season, it's unfortunate. To play in practice, not a lot of people saw it, but I was there. He was actually having one of his best practices, and it's the way that the play happened. It's unfortunate that what took place. He's actually certainly making progress. We're hopeful that we'll see him here in the not too distant future. So it's a part of the evaluation, Sean. It goes into it. You don't necessarily make a decision just based on the injury, but I think it's just trying to understand the nature of it, and is it something that you feel is going to reoccur, or I'd say no two injuries are related, so I wouldn't say sometimes everybody tries to draw a line from point A to point B. Well, this happened. Well, that's automatically going to mean this. Well, that's not necessarily the case. I've been around players who basically didn't miss a game in college, and all of a sudden they get in the NFL and they can't stay on a field. Mm-hmm. So it works both ways. So you just sort of have to take the player, take the athlete. What do we need to do to help him? What are the resources that we can provide him? Get him on the right track. And like I said, specific to Derek, he probably, say one of the best off seasons of anybody that we had in the program in terms of his strength, in terms of his speed, in terms of his development, and he was improving. And, injuries are a part of football. It's unfortunate. So, all the player can do is do the best they can, have the right mindset, and go out there and try to get themselves back on the field, which we've seen some of our players do that already to this point. And we're hopeful that we'll see the same thing here over the next few weeks as we head towards the stretch here at the end.
Nick, I don't know if you saw this or not, but after the Dolphins lost to the Eagles the other night, Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Dolphins, in case you didn't know him, he put out a 9-tweet thread of various what he thought were officiating mistakes during the game or non-calls. The Eagles got 0 calls against them in that football game. Not that you would ever do this to the officials, but in general,
I can't come up with like a one-word sentence, let alone a 9-segment tweet or whatever that was.
Has anybody ever had to restrain you from like maybe making public comments? Certainly not about the officials, but something similar, perhaps before that maybe you thought better of it after somebody calmed you down?
I think you'll have to check the archives on that one. I've tried to keep my nose clean, so hopefully we can keep it that way.
He had some pretty bad. There were some pretty bad non-calls in that game. Is that is there a gamesmanship element to this? Like McDaniel knows he's going to get flagged, but he wants to be sure he calls attention to it.
I think the NFL will probably have something to say about it. I would say just the reality is officiating an NFL game is hard. It's difficult. I mean, the speed of which the game is played, it's a split-second nature. I think the big thing, and we've talked about this in some of the spring meetings, a couple different coaches have brought it up, is just the use of replay. What's the right use of replay? Because I think in the end, what you want to be able to do is just get the call right, like whatever it is. So there's been some changes that have been made relative to reviewing scoring plays or reviewing turnovers or fourth down plays. So could that potentially work its way into penalty review? Yes and no. But ultimately, I think as a fan, just wants to see the game as being hopefully officiated the right way, and it's understanding the rules is a big component of them. And the rule book is probably as big as NRG Stadium, so any official is not going to be able to understand every nook and cranny of every rule. It's very nuanced. So I think there's certain ones that are going to be relevant each week. But candidly, there's been a lot of turnover with the officials. You've had a lot of good officials that have moved on or retired. You have a lot of new officials and new crews that are put together. They're trying to learn how to work together. How do they call the game? Do we call this? Do I lean this way? So, I mean, this is a larger discussion, but then it's, well, do we provide more training for officials or more like spring school or not like a quarterback school like you used to have, but you just have to allocate time and resources. And, a lot of these officials have full-time jobs. They're doing other things. So there's probably not a direct way to fix it, but you have to be willing to commit some time and understanding that officiating, calling an NFL game is very difficult. Some crews have a little bit more experience than others. But in the end, you just want to try to get it more right than wrong. And I think certainly coaches are going to have a take about a call, about what happens. I mean, we submit plays to the league weekly just so we can understand the rule, so we can educate our players about how it's being called. And I would say there's a lot of times when they come back and say, yeah, well, we should have called this, we should have called that. And it goes both ways. So, again, I didn't see Mike's tweet, but
it might have been a parody account for all I know. So that's I probably
you can outsource the tweets to us, Nick. We'll handle your dirty business for you on social media. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast Sports Radio 610. By the way, you're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Nick, what's been the big difference with Nico Collins this year? He's statistically and aesthetically, when you watch the games, been one of the best receivers in football.
Yeah, Nico's worked really hard. Had a really good offseason. I think Coach McDaniels has done a really good job with that group. Kind of going back in the spring, there was a lot of questions about, I would say, that group, and kind of we were consistent, just relative. They all have different things that they sort of bring to the table and sort of complement one another. I think the biggest change in Nico's game that you've seen is just the ability with the ball in his hand after the catch. I mean, you're talking about a guy 6'4", 220 pounds. And, sometimes you have to have the right mindset to understand you're big, you're strong, and, you probably can force missed tackles. And I think this goes back to the spring and the way that Bobby and the offensive staff coach the run after catch or yards after the catch. I mean, there's certain techniques that we've implemented, and Nico is taken to those techniques fairly well. along with some other players. But Nico's had a really good attitude. He's a great kid. He works really hard. He cares about football. Doesn't really say much. He kind of goes out there and does his job. And I think he's been able to develop a certain rapport and confidence, A, in himself, and then B, the quarterbacks, CJ, having confidence in him that he believes in, his matchup or his ability to make a play with the ball in his hand. And we've seen multiple examples here, some at the end of the halves where, there's been some run after catch plays, some yards after catch to put the ball in field position. So, hopefully Nico can continue sort of his arc. There's certain things that he does well that complements, maybe what Tank does well, what Robert does well, and then, Noah had an opportunity to play here a couple weeks ago. So that group collectively, we've gotten decent production from that group to this point. Hopefully that continues here moving forward, and we're going to need everybody at some point to go out there. We're going to take 4 or 5 receivers to the game each week. There's a good chance not any one of them will be on the field for all 65, 70 plays, but when they're on the play or when they're on the field, are they doing positive things and they're impacting the game? And say Nico is certainly falling into that category of impacting the game in a positive way.
Last player-specific one, Nick. The version of Blake Cashman that you guys are getting this year, is this what you thought you were getting when you traded for him a couple years ago?
No, I'm not that smart. I think the big thing with Blake is just, and this has kind of been the history of his career, and knock on wood, but it's really about availability. I think Blake was a good football player at the University of Minnesota. He was productive. He was fast. He was tough. He was athletic. And his rookie season with the Jets, I think he played the first 3 or 4 games, and when he played, they used him really more on third down and kind of passing situations. So you were able to see him play in space, able to see him close space. And then he had a stretch there, frankly, where he didn't play football because he was injured. But I'd say since Blake has been here, he's had a good attitude. He's sort of taken to our sports performance group and kind of working with them. And I think they've been able to help him kind of be the best version of who he is on the field. And then when Blake has had his opportunities, he's gone out there and he's made plays. So a player only plays if he earns his opportunity, and in the end, it's a production-based business. And when Blake's been on the field, he's been productive, going back to the spring, going back to training camp. He had his hands on footballs, a lot of footballs in training camp. Then he missed a period of time there. I think it was like a 7 to 10 day period there. It may have even been a little bit long. Maybe it was a couple-week period there where he was out, which is unfortunate. And now, since he's been back, I think the thought process when we acquired him was he was going to play in a kicking game. We felt that he would be a 3 or 4 phase, probably impact player for us, but also had the ability to play on defense. You have some players who are special teams only that they don't really have a role offensively or defensively. Then you have some players that are combo type players. Chris Moore was that way. Blake was that. We thought Blake was that way. Going back to, kind of my time in New England, Brandon Bolden was that way. So you're going to need those certain body types and certain types of players. But, it's a credit to Blake. It's a credit to, Kiff and Ben, Coach Bowling, and the defensive staff. And when Blake's had the opportunity, he's gone out there and played good football. And, he was rewarded, with a good performance. Really, it's an individual award, but really it's about good team defense, and it's a good team win because if you lose, you're not going to beat a defensive player in a week. So, we played good on defense. We played, we had a number of red area stops. Blake had his share. He chipped in on that, and I'm sure he'll be the first to tell you it was a part of a collective defensive effort. But, it's nice to see Blake be rewarded for the work that he's put in, and hopefully he can continue to impact the game in a positive way when he's on the field for the duration of the year.
Yeah, we had him on the post-game show a couple weeks ago after the New Orleans game. I told him that he was the number 1 rated linebacker on Pro Football Focus, but he was not. He wasn't taking that cheese, Nick. He was not.
He was. Yeah. He very quickly brought up an instance where he had a good enough game, but he was like the worst graded football player in football because every time that he was in zone coverage and somebody caught something underneath, he got graded down for that.
Yeah.
There you go. Hopefully the coach from UTSA, speaking of cheese, looked like he did something to his finger. You guys could look that up. So I think they've had success. So he put a lot of mouse traps in the locker room. Apparently one of them snapped his fingers. So
no way.
He didn't take the cheese. Yeah.
He had like a chop and wood incident that Jacksonville had back in the day.
Exactly. So good of Blake not to take the cheese. There was no mouse trap involved.
No mouse trap.
No.
You never bring the metaphor to life. That's what we learned that from Keep Chopping Wood and Jackson.
Not with sharp objects involved.
No.
No.
Can't do that.
Do you have a plan for like exactly what's going to happen when Juice Scruggs, if and when Juice Scruggs comes back? Is he going to go back into center right away, or play some guard, or what?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think we'll see kind of where we are sort of, offensively with the line. We've had, hate to say this, a consistent group out there the last, 2 or 3 weeks. So when Juice comes back, the first step with any player when they return from injury will be practicing. So it'll be kind of, all right, practice them that week. All right, let's see where we are. Juice has played both center. He's played guard. So we'll figure out what's the best thing for the team. I think a player just doesn't automatically go back in there. I think it's kind of see where you are, figure out what's best for the team. And the player, you feel he can handle multiple roles, and you put him in that role. So I would say, JP's done a really good job here. He hadn't missed a snap. He's been out there pretty much every play, and he's provided a pretty good level of play. And Titus has gone in there and certainly helped us. And Josh, Jones, when he had to go in there and play for his few weeks, even though he's more of a tackle, he's able to go in there and give snaps at guard. So I think the big thing from an offensive line standpoint, we're starting to get, some reinforcements. Even when we had Kendrick was playing good football, and then he got hurt there, against the Steelers. So when Juice comes back, we'll kind of see where we are. We'll kind of see what he can handle, and then we'll just figure out, what's the best thing. We're going to take 8 linemen to the game each week. So what's the constitution of those players? That's TBD.
Yeah. There were 2 things that I was really, really wrong about so far this season. One was my pessimism over Kendrick Green at guard, and 2 was the authenticity of that Mike McDaniel Twitter account.
That was a parody?
That was totally 100% a parody account. I read an article that had gotten duped because the guy took down the parody part for a little bit and duped an actual journalist, and I read it, and then So thank you to our listeners who pointed that out to me. Don't go texting Mike McDaniel about this.
That's perfect. Yeah, we can't get that content back, but I'm sure whatever Mike says, it's very well thought out. So if it wasn't well thought out, then it was probably some lookalike Mike McDaniel.
Hey, there you go. Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, before we let you go, did you get to see CJ on College Game Day this weekend?
I did. I actually I caught a peek of it. He did a good job. So it sounds like Herb Street was pretty impressed with his knowledge and breadth of college football. But in all seriousness, CJ is kind of a football junkie. He's a football nerd in a good way.
Yeah.
And I think we see that on a day-to-day basis. And he was prepared like he is for a game. So I think that was, it's a great snapshot of, I'd say, of who CJ is, kind of what he's about. And, they always have fun with those sort of, when they pick the games there at the end. So, but it was good to see. He was certainly, he made the right call with his Buckeyes against Penn State.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what his win total was. I'm sure a listener has that, but, I think he picked the Miami win over Clemson. And I think he had he had a number of other astute observations and assessments. But I think in a nutshell, that's who CJ is. You talk about being who you are, being authentic, being real, being consistent. I think you saw that there. So kudos to him. So he's probably a lot better at it than I would be.
It was funny when I saw CJ was going to be the guy doing it. Like the week before, they had Joel McHale, and he's painted up like head to toe in Washington colors and picking based on foods and things like that. I'm like, I think they're going to get a different kind of picker this week. With CJ probably still has scouting reports on a lot of these guys.
Well, he did yell like on Utah.
Going to be the guest pickers. When are you guys going to get that invitation?
I think Seth, when game day goes to Cornell.
What
century is that going to take place?
23rd. Yep.
I've been blackballed for multiple legitimate reasons from lots of national broadcasts. I don't even complain about it. It's
you
just
keep it to the radio now.
Yeah.
That's it. Texans Executive Vice President.
Viral too many times.
GM Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, we always appreciate the time, and safe travels to Charlotte, and go get it up this weekend.
Thanks. Always good to visit with you, fellas.
Yeah,
Take care.
You too. Appreciate you, Nick. Thanks. Nick Caserio joining us on the show. No 8 at 8 today because it's 8:11 right now. Tough time squeezing in the 8 top stories of the day.
I'm so disgusted with myself over that Mike McDaniel
Dude, I
thing.
was okay. I don't want to say this while we had Nick on, but I was googling like while he was answering one of the questions. I'm like, every article about these tweets have been taken down.
Yeah, but they did like it's those damn blue check marks. It was one of those things like like on Monday mornings usually I'm up at like 3 a.m. trying to catch up on everything, and I checked the Twitter account. I was like, holy crap, this is actual Mike McDaniel, and I'm reading it. I'm reading it on a report on Bleacher Report or something. So I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna be part of the problem. Is what I'm going to do because I believe I'm not being defrauded. Yeah,
and ask a GM about it. That's my favorite part.
The best part would have been if it had led to like Nick actually getting fined for something he says about officiating.
Oh yeah, that would have been awesome.
Based on that fake Twitter account of Mike McDaniel. Is Mike McDaniel not the guy though that you would see doing that? Like because he said multiple times in the thread, this isn't an excuse. This isn't why we lost. But here's a bunch of examples of the bad officiating in that game.
I'll tell you something about Mike McDaniel. As you know, I was one of Mike McDaniel's harshest critics, just from a personality standpoint, when he first got that job, because every press conference he was trying to be like Night at the Improv, and it's like, man, like win a few games before you try to be funny at all these press conferences. I've done a 180 on him. One, I do find him funnier than I used to. Maybe it's because he is winning football games. Two, he did a sit-down interview with somebody this weekend, and I can't remember who it was, but he told the story about how his mom met his stepdad, and it was the coolest story. Like, he told it so well. Like, this stepdad...
How'd she meet him? Like, stripping?
No,
or what?
No, that's not.
That's what you do when you're a Dolphins. You're asking the Dolphins about personnel things.
That's not how they met. That's not how. So he lived in Denver as a kid, as I think most people know, and he was one of these kids that would go before he became a ball boy. He was one of these kids that would show up at all the practices and training camp and things like that, trying to get as many autographs as he could. Yeah. And he was trying to he went and got autographs in the morning. He was wearing a Charlotte Hornets ball cap. He went back in the afternoon to get the same set of players' autographs, but put the hat down so they wouldn't recognize him. And the hat went missing, and it was his favorite hat. He's like 8 years old or something like that.
Yeah.
And he went and asked one of the people that worked in the building there, like this guy who worked in the building, like, hey, have you found – I lost my Charlotte Hornets hat. He's like, no, we haven't found it. 2 days later, he meets up with that same guy. The guy has a Charlotte Hornets hat, a brand new one for him. He said, here, this is for you. His mom was with him.
Oh.
And they end up talking, and they end up getting married. That ended up being his stepfather. Yeah. It's a cool story.
I wonder if he had seen his mom before and knew she was hot.
I have no idea, Seth, of those details of how good or, how good looking she is or was at the time.
This is Mike McDaniel. To go off on a tangent and talk about actual football for a moment.
Yeah.
The Dolphins, the Dolphins are going to go through this perpetual cycle of the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, people acting like there's no stopping them and nobody will ever do anything to ever stop the Dolphins because, my God, look at how incredible they are. And then, you look at it now and when the Bills weren't so banged up, and then when they play the Eagles on Sunday night, this offense and slash apart some mediocre defenses.
Yes.
But when it runs up against some actual physicality and some studs, it might be a little bit of a papier-mâché offense.
That's been a big talking point coming out of this weekend. Are the Dolphins are they a bully? Are they, they bully the crappy teams, and then when the actual physical specimens come up against them, they slap them around a little bit and put the bully in their place.
Like a pre-Super Bowl victory Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Back when they were just kind of like they were a great regular season team, but not a good playoff team.
I like that. Yes. That's exactly who they are. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to catch up with Nick Cassari. Boy, it's got to be so much nicer for Nick to talk about a team that's doing actual good things on the field this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you've pointed out multiple times, boy, what a difference it makes just in general perception about any general manager.
Yeah.
Because there are still negative things on this team. There is still that 2022 draft class,
Mm-hmm.
like they're the first rounders at least, that are huge issues and that are big question marks. You feel a lot better thinking, man, wow, okay, so Derek Stingley and Kendrick Green could be big bonuses. It'll almost feel like found money at this point if just one of those guys stays healthy and viable. But as noted luminary Colin Cowherd pointed out last week, so everybody loves Colin Cowherd. Mm-hmm. Sean, I don't know if you're going to try to follow along on this, but Colin Cowherd made this very astute point. See if it's not too complex for you.
Okay.
If you have a really good coach and a really good quarterback, a lot of other things fall into place.
Boy, I had a weird feeling watching football these last several decades. I had a weird feeling. God, there is something about these teams that are good.
He does a really good job, though. Colin Cowherd does the thing. He'll talk for 3 minutes, and it feels like he's making a really salient point, and then at the end of it, you're like, oh, wait a second. Oh, okay, you just said that if you have a really good coach and quarterback, then your team could be in pretty good shape. Okay, yeah.
But he makes it sound like he's discovering plutonium or something. This guy's making a lot of sense right here.
Every Malcolm Gladwell book. Oh, wait a second.
Yes.
Maybe it's a combination of talent and hard work.
Yes.
Interesting. People who are really good at what they do seem to practice a lot.
That's right.
10,000 hours, bestseller, boom.
Yeah, which is a totally arbitrary number. You know what I mean?
They don't roll out of bed already an NBA All-Star.
Yeah,
Strange.
Weird.
Strange.
You know how many hours they need? He spins a wheel like 10,000. That's how many.
Ignore the various people who have spent 10,000 hours doing it and are still mediocre. Ignore them.
Just the great ones. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Big thanks to Nick Caserio for joining us on the show. All right, let's and we'll have some of what Nick had to say a little later on in the program, and I'm sure you'll hear throughout the day. Here on Sports Radio 610. Let's circle back to Dusty. Big question coming out of last night is, have we watched Dusty Baker manage his last game as a Houston Astros manager? Dusty addressed it in the postgame following the Astros loss in Game 7 of the ALCS, and we'll have that for you.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros lose last night 11-4 to the Texas Rangers. The Rangers are on to their first World Series in 12 years. The Astros will have to regroup this offseason. And, Seth, it would appear as though if they are going to regroup, according to an article, The Athletic, from Chandler Rome and Brittany Garoli, headline, Dusty Baker tells multiple people that 2023 is his final season as Astros manager. The first paragraph reads, Dusty Baker has expressed to multiple people inside and outside of the Astros organization that 2023 will be his final season as manager. Sources briefed on the matter told The Athletic over the past week. Here was Dusty Baker last night following the Astros' loss in Game 7 of the ALCS regarding his future as the team's manager.
I don't know. I haven't had time to evaluate or think about my future because, I'm down the list as far as, like I'm not that kind of dude. I don't want to steal a spotlight or anything from these guys. You got to savor what we did. You got to think about how we can get better. And then I'll evaluate my situation in my life. And so, we'll see. I talked to my daughter. I got 2 grandsons, a year and a half. I've really sort of cheated them for my quest for another ring. I got 2 dogs, hunting dogs, a year old. They wouldn't even know me when I walk in the house because I haven't been home since February the 10th.
I feel worse about the hunting dogs. Is it weird?
And the child. When I was skimming over that this morning, I kind of thought he was talking about his grandchildren that didn't recognize him. But no, the hunting dogs.
Hunting dogs. I feel awful for these dogs.
Dusty, the hunting dogs will remember a scent for a lifetime. They know who you are, Dusty.
Yeah.
It's just they act. Your grandchildren are the ones that you need to get reacquainted with as quickly as possible. You need to imprint them before So just quickly become a full-time granddad.
Yes. He's done, right? Like that's.
I don't know. Is Chandler Rome going to get any Adam Schefter style heat for breaking this news instead of the athlete or coach announcing it himself. Remember when Schefter announced that Tom Brady was retiring? People got all up in arms like he had somehow disrespected Tom Brady or something. I don't, which was weird to me. It was okay. Tom Brady said it to somebody who leaked it to Schefter, so whatever. But I don't think that Chandler Rome's going to get the same kind of scrutiny.
No, I don't think so. I think the betting favorite before any of these reports became public was that I thought win or lose in the playoffs. I thought Dusty would be done after this year. So I don't think so. This is one more excerpt from Chandler, Seth, and then we can react to this here. Multiple sources not authorized to speak publicly told The Athletic they think Baker wants to remain in the game in some capacity. So why would Baker not make it more public that he's ready to turn in his permanent perch in the dugout for another role in baseball? And Chandler goes on to mention the exact reasons that Dusty mentioned in that cut there. He doesn't want the big thing. He doesn't want to take away the spotlight from his players.
Well, but he also mentioned that there might just be a matter of just being sure you keep some wiggle room just before you make that definitive decision.
Yeah.
If you're tired, the worst time to make a decision on something is when you're tired and stressed out and under pressure and everything. It always feels like, I'm going to quit this job, or I'm going to sign a multi-year contract with ESPN instead of running my own deal, whatever it might be. That's what Pat McAfee did. Mm-hmm. Pat McAfee was he was running his own business, all stressed out and everything. He's like, no, I need somebody to take this pressure off of me. So I'm just going to sell out to the man. Dusty would be doing the opposite. He'd be saying, all right, I've had enough of the man. I'm going to go live my peaceful life with my roses, my hunting dogs, and my grandchildren.
And probably pulling a salary to be some sort of ambassador for Major League Baseball. Just keep his toe in the water a little bit.
That's what they said, that he doesn't want to leave baseball at all, and he does bridge a whole lot of generations and philosophies. I mean, he is one of the older guys that adapted relatively well to analytics. Obviously there's times where it feels like he's not following them, but there are other times where he accepts it a lot more than a lot of other older guys who have fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, like batting John Singleton for Jeremy Pena in game 6 of the ALCS.
He's gone from a guy who he seems the most bipolar when it comes to analytics is he's not the same guy who used to beat pitchers to death by overuse that he was in the early 2000s, but at times it feels like he's gone the other way, and now he's just so gung-ho about load management that it's infuriating. Sometimes he seems overly patient as opposed to overly brutal, but whatever it might be, he is open to it, unlike a lot of other people from bygone eras.
I don't have the hot list of managerial candidates in front of me here. My guess is, especially given that the constitution of this team is going to be largely the same as it's been the last couple of years, they've got a few guys, Seth and I went through them earlier, they've got a few guys that are going to be free agents, a few of whom may be back, but this is going to be, they're largely running it back next year. My guess is, I don't look at this team and go, okay, well, Dusty was this type of manager, so now they need this type of manager. It's a veteran group. They self-police very well. They made it to Game 7 of the ALCS. Their pitching needs to be better. I feel like there's things they need to be better at baseball-wise, but I don't there's nothing culturally about this team where I feel like, okay, they need a manager to do this. They need a manager, in my opinion, they need a manager to make a few better tweaks and decisions here and there. Maybe not be so married to some of the veteran guys at the expense of younger players. But I don't think this is not something where managerially there needs to be a total overhaul. My guess is Joe Espada's in the building already. That would seem to be a betting favorite.
Joe Espada, who went from when Joe Espada makes the decision to pinch hit John Singleton, it's the most brilliant thing that's ever happened. When Dusty Baker makes the exact same decision, it's all of a sudden the dumbest thing that anybody's ever done. That's not my opinion. That's just kind of the emotional hot point that people are at right now. But you do have either Espada in the building or whomever else Dana Brown might have an actual relationship with. This is always the danger whenever you hire a GM and a coach and it's not all part of the same platform moving forward. There's going to be schisms, and it certainly seemed or felt at times this year. It felt like Dana Brown at times was saying and doing the polite thing, but might not be wholeheartedly endorsing some of some of Dusty's decisions, and I'm not trying to report that there was this or was that or anything. It just it had all the hallmarks of a GM and a head coach that didn't necessarily choose each other.
Right. Well, Ian, Dana said some things that things he disagreed with maybe Dusty was doing, but then always caveated it with, but he's the manager, and these are that's his area, is making the on-field decisions. So I thought Dana Brown did a good job of not stepping on toes or anything like that.
It was a little bit like somebody saying, answering a question like, how's your marriage? And being like, well, I married her and I'm devout Catholic. So, yep, she's my wife.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think Dana probably could see the writing on the wall, kind of knowing, like, look, I'm going to get a chance to pick a manager here imminently. Then the players really like Dusty, too. So I thought Dana Brown handled himself really well this year when it comes to that. I'll say this, Seth, just in thinking about this team, I don't think the window's closed. I think they're going to be one of the best teams in baseball next year. I think there's areas they can certainly improve upon that will maybe get them back closer to 100 wins than the 90 wins that they got this year. I will say this, that it does – this is going to be a new kind of offseason for this team. There have been off seasons before where they haven't won the World Series, where they haven't gone to the World Series. It's been a long time since they haven't made the ALCS, but they've had unsuccessful endings to the season before by their standards. But every single time, they were the favorite to win the AL West again next year. They were the favorite to win the American League again next year. They're not going to be the favorite to win either of those things, I don't think, barring some big move that they make. Who knows? So we got a whole offseason to see how this plays out. If I had to guess, especially if they go on to actually win the World Series, the Rangers are going to be the favorite to win the division next year. The Rangers will probably be above the Astros on the odds board. I look at the Rangers in this 7-game series, and I look at them, I go, they were the better baseball team. They were the better team than the Astros. They were down 3-2, went into the Astros' house, and destroyed the Astros in the final 2 games. And there's no holes in that lineup right now. They've got 9 guys from top to bottom who can hurt you in that lineup. So that's what's going to feel very different, I think, this offseason. Is just the Astros are going to be a few rungs down the ladder than they're used to be.
Well, this is the only issue I have with that, is that one thing that was different as the season wore on than we expected in the preseason, and what a lot of people expected in the preseason, obviously, was starting pitching. So if we went into this season thinking, well, the pitching will be just like last year, and isn't that awesome? Because our biggest problem is we've got too many starting pitchers. That was a mistake, obviously. I think it would equally be a mistake to think, well, starting pitching is going to be just as much of an issue in 2024 as it was 2023. Look, Verlander's old. There's no getting around that. But Framber was adjusting to the new rules as a ground ball pitcher with no shift now and with a pitch clock. I'm curious to see exactly what that looks like next year. Javier, I think maybe they start to fall into a happy medium about just what he is necessarily and how much you should use him and how. But then beyond that, Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers and exactly how they deal with that. I can see starting pitching / gosh, Javier and Lance should just be permanent piggyback starters. Just have them alternate. Lance goes 4, Javier goes 3, then next 5 days do the same with them.
I think the biggest X factor, I think starting pitching is a great topic. I think I agree with everything that you just said. The one name that we didn't mention in this that I think is a huge X factor, and he pitched pretty well in this ALCS when he was brought in relief, is Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown might have the best stuff out of any of these guys that we're talking about here. So is he able to harness that? Is he able to wrap his brain around the mental part of pitching to where he's not giving up home runs all the time?
That's the biggest thing. Honestly, I'm not as interested in who ends up getting hired as manager as long as he's a guy that seems competent. I like the pitching coach, and I'm not talking about just Josh Miller, the pitching coaching staff in general and their player development system. It just certainly seems like maybe last year was the final influence of Brent Strom leaving the building, and now you're a different organization moving forward. So exactly how does Dana Brown feel about the pitching coaching and everything and or just the entire system? Because with the pitchers with the Astros, it's from single A on up through. It's a whole methodology that they use across the system. He might feel like that's what needs tweaking more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. There's a trade in the NFL yesterday. Is this trade a sign that weeks 15 and 17 are about to get a whole lot easier for the Houston Texans? That is next. But first, I want to tell you about Berkeley Eye Center. is a really good player. Byard is one of the Titans' best players. He's been a fixture on that team through the last however many years. He's a veteran guy. Is this a sign that the Titans are tearing this thing down prior to the trade deadline next Tuesday? If they are, they got a lot of work to do because the trade deadline is a week from today. But, Seth, I'm enthusiastic because this could mean that we are on the cusp of weeks 15 and 17 for the Texans becoming much easier football games if they decide to, trade guys like Derrick Henry and others.
Yeah, unless they go on some, magical Cinderella stretch with all of their young guys. If one of their two afterthought quarterback draft picks comes along all of a sudden and is a revelation. But, yeah, I don't know what the pipeline is between the Titans and the Eagles, but they just keep sending Pro Bowl and All-Pro caliber players up there.
Yeah, something's up.
Yeah, something's up. Investigate, Florio. What are you even doing anyway? You're so obsessed with the situation in Arizona that nobody else is with tampering with the head coach. You've completely neglected. Why the hell is there some kind of illicit black market trade route between Nashville and Philadelphia?
Philadelphia, very unlikely. I wouldn't have seen that coming.
You damn sure know meth is involved somehow.
Gotta be.
If it involves Nashville.
Gotta be.
Yeah, I think they're you got to think too. The Titans are 2-11 in their last 13 regular season games. There has not been a whole lot of winning going on at all. The DeAndre Hopkins signing remains curious, just in that it maybe was just a way to feel like you're doing something to make the team better and find out about your young receivers without having to spend a ton of money. They probably thought they got a relative bargain because of age and all of that. Or to find out something about your young quarterbacks.
Yep.
So maybe that's what it becomes, not like a complete teardown or anything, but they're going to just try to prime the pump to see what they have in their quarterbacks and then move on in the offseason.
I think Hopkins could be gone by next Tuesday. I think that was part of the calculus for them in signing him. Okay, it's the ultimate kind of straddle the fence move. All right, well, let's get our quarterback, in this case, Ryan Tannehill. Let's get him a weapon. But if it's not working out, DeAndre Hopkins on what is a relatively inexpensive deal. DeAndre's still catching a lot of footballs this year. It's just the Titans stink, so nobody's really paying much attention to it. But I could see them flipping DeAndre by next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry's the interesting one because Derrick Henry's had performances where he should be going down as one of the greatest players in the history of their franchise, and yet that happens with a lot of guys who are the greatest player in the history. They get moved eventually.
And the other thing too is that if you want to look at trends right now in the NFL and perhaps why scoring is down, a lot of people have put out there as one of multiple theories that, hey, defenses are so geared towards stopping the pass right now that they've gotten effective at that, but teams have neglected their own rushing offenses and they can't really take advantage of it the way they previously could have. Derrick Henry might be just the guy for a lot of teams that, hey, the Dolphins don't seem to measure up well with physical defenses. They can take the top off of a mediocre defense, but can they actually win the physical part of the game? Derrick Henry covers up a lot of blemishes on your football team.
From a physicality standpoint, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the exact team I was thinking of when we started talking about this. All right, which team would Derrick Henry show up on? And people would be like, oh, man, this is bad news for everybody.
Man, I don't want to trade for a veteran at all right now. I certainly don't want to invest a lot in a running back right this moment. And, yeah, there's a part of me that thinks, man, who's really good at running the old outside zone stretch play is Derrick Henry. And there would be no well, let's see if he fits in this scheme or not, or oh gosh, what are we gonna do? We rotate him with Devin Singletary? But I don't think the Titans, who are so loath to even share or give back a uniform, would give us their Derrick Henry to brutalize us.
There's no chance they want to trade Derrick Henry to a team that they see twice between now and the end of the year.
To the Titans, trading Derrick Henry to the Texans would be like loaning the burglar your baseball bat. Oh, here you go. There you go.
Bash in those windows.
I didn't see you there.
Bash in those windows. No, not that one, that one. And now bash in my face so you can get in there unimpeded, yes. Hey, who were you rooting for this weekend in the game between the Colts and the Browns? Because if the Colts lose, then the Texans get a leg up in the division. But if the Browns lose, it means probably 5 or 6 slots in the draft.
There's the other part of it, too, was that you might have wanted the Browns to win after Deshaun Watson had gotten a soft
For
suspension.
sure.
He goes to the medical tent and just happens to not be healthy enough to play after starting out 1 for 5 with an interception in the game. So I was pulling for the Browns. The thing I felt worst about in that game was how much I love those Indianapolis Colts uniforms.
With the black helmets,
the black helmets and the deep blue, those are some badass uniforms. But ultimately they were the Colts, and they are responsible for a lot of America's ills right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I was happy to see the Browns win. I'm trying not to worry about that draft pick too much. Whatever it might be, Sean. A lot of people wrung their hands over the Texans draft status before the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, and that's just sometimes you got to leave some things to fate. Free will is a myth.
We've got a promo that's been running on the station over the last, I'm guessing over the last few days. I've heard it twice this morning with Lopez talking about this exact thing, the Browns draft pick, and I agree with John 100%, where he's saying, I'm not that wrapped up in where the Browns pick is, because now that the Texans have a quarterback and it looks like they've assembled some nice young pieces, it's not. I don't feel like it's imperative that pick has to be in the top 5 or anything like that. So I'm less wrapped up in it. I'm more wrapped up in wanting to get to the postseason, and the Browns beating the Colts did the Texans a favor from that standpoint this weekend.
I'm it's fun to be in the conversation. Or I'd like to have the be in the conversation surrounding the Texans. And as of right now, the Colts, who are you more? I guess I'm more nervous about Gardner Minshew than I am about any of the quarterbacks on the current Titans roster.
No, the Titans are way down the list.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Tannehill is Ryan Tannehill in similar circumstances, I think, is still the better quarterback than Gardner Minshew. It's just that his circumstances are not ideal right now.
This may feel cocky. I'm more concerned that Jacksonville's actually figured it out at this point, and it's going to get tougher to hit the top of the division than I am the muck that is the Colts and the Titans. I'm past the muck, Seth. The Texans have won 3 out of 4, and they've got a very favorable schedule coming up. I'm looking up at the Jaguars going, that's who we got. We've beaten them once already. That's who we got to catch. And, boy, if the Texans are able to – they got Carolina, they've got Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, then Arizona. They've got 4 games between now and the Jaguars game at NRG Stadium Thanksgiving weekend. They're 3-3 right now. If they're 6-4 going into that Jags game in Week 12, I would imagine the atmosphere in that stadium is going to be very, very hyped up for that game.
Yeah, it'll be different than the last couple years.
Actual important games in Thanksgiving weekend. This is.
There have been some emotional swings already this year with the home crowd. I think that Colts game took a lot of wind out of some people's sails that had to be. Those sails had to be filled up very quickly, and the Texans managed to do it.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Power rankings are out. We'll circle back to the Astros, too, in the next segment. We got a lot of Astros stuff to get to. But power rankings are out for the NFL. We do it every Tuesday at 9 o'clock. Power rank the power rankings. Who are saying the best things and the best thoughts about your Houston Texans? That is next. Yellow Rose Distilling.
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We'll circle back to the Astros a little later on this hour. Season over for the Stros. It's going to be weird not planning any baseball stuff the last week of October into November, Seth. I feel naked without some baseball to talk about and watch, revel in, all those things.
When was the actual, do you happen to remember the dates of the 2020 World Series?
Funny you should bring that
or
up.
the ALCS, or more specifically? I guess that's October 23rd. Okay, so they managed to keep the timeline relatively.
Yeah.
It wasn't as out of whack as a lot of the other sports. So that was just from the timeline of 2020 being so screwed up to then 2021 and 2022 going as late as in the year as you did going to the World Series. Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Sean. I'm going to enjoy having a little bit of my late October and early November, a bit simplified.
Back to yourself.
As much as it's kind of like when somebody, like if somebody at work retires or something. They're like, oh, okay, I'm going to miss them, but I'm not going to have to file those reports anymore.
Right,
so, okay.
right. This is 15 minutes I get back to myself instead of getting stopped in the hallway to talk about whatever Hal wants to talk about. Let's just use that as a hypothetical name,
Frankly, I pity the Rangers, Sean. I pity the Rangers and all of the stress that they'll feel over the course of the next week. The sleep that they'll miss out on.
Dude.
Brandy was already operating on fumes. She wasn't going to be able to. My wife was not going to physically be able to withstand another World Series.
That's a good point. Yeah,
I'll thank the Astros for caring about their fans, unlike the Rangers.
Big time. Yeah, God, they're going to be so busy these next few days. That would suck. Being busy.
Do the Rangers even understand how hard it is to win a World Series when your city is in the middle of recovering from a hurricane? No, they don't, because they didn't help out at all. So they don't have a clue about actual difficulty, actual challenges.
I could have stopped you after you said, do they know how hard it is to win World Series? I would have hit pause right after that and say,
That's
no,
true.
they don't.
Yeah.
They don't, because they've never won one. Nor two, for that matter. Yeah.
Who would you like to see them lose in the World Series? Lose to in the World Series more, the Phillies or the Diamondbacks?
Well, I'd like to see them lose to the Diamondbacks. I just don't think the Diamondbacks are as well equipped to get into an arms race, not an arms race, like a slugfest with them as the Phillies are. The Phillies have a good lineup. I think the Phillies are a more talented baseball team than the Diamondbacks. I give credit to the Diamondbacks for getting this far into the postseason. That's a big win yesterday on the road. Game 6 in Philly. That's a tough environment to play in. That's a young team in Arizona. So I just don't want the Rangers to win. That's my big thing. So I don't care who they lose to. I'd rather they lose to the Diamondbacks because Arizona sports fans are kind of off on this island and they don't really bother us very much, whereas Philly and Dallas both bother me greatly.
I feel like baseball would love the prospect of a Bryce Harper and everybody's newest favorite psycho killer darling,
Adolis Garcia.
Chapman. Or Garcia,
Yeah.
Between the Araldises and the Adolises on that team, I get dyslexic.
It's tricky.
I feel like Garcia. I think I don't know if Garcia is going to be beloved or despised. I think at some point he'll end up being despised if the Rangers stick around long enough as a relevant baseball team. But right now, I think people look at a lot of the stuff that we probably despise. People are going to look at that as like, well, yeah, that's the enthusiasm we're looking for in baseball. That's what we need.
I agree with that. I think Adolis Garcia is a favorite nationwide right now because what did he just do? He just beat the Astros. The Astros are still not
Are people not fans of the Astros?
I don't know if you've heard, Seth, but the rest of the country hates us. I don't know if you saw like one of those Twitter maps that they made, like the infographic maps they made before the ALCS started. The entire country was Ranger blue except for one tiny orange dot right along the Gulf Coast.
That was from a fake Mike McDaniel Twitter account. I'm not buying that one bit. I'm not buying that one bit.
Gotcha.
I think America looks at the Astros as a lovable underdog who's tried to have their reputation smeared by ne'er-do-wells, and yet we persevere. That's how the rest of America looks at the Astros.
If you choose to believe that, it must be true. Yes. All right, let's power rank the power rankings here. 5 power rankings that we blend here and we look at and we subscribe to that tell us where the Houston Texans are in the tapestry of the NFL right now. 5 of them. Ranked 5th, the bottom of our list, Seth, The Athletic.
Oh, snobs. Oh, those snobby intellectual wannabes.
New York Times and their fancy fonts. And I was told there would be no ads, Athletic.
We have editors. Yeah.
They rate the Houston Texans 19th of the 32 teams right now. Here's what they say.
What's their excuse?
Their one question they have one question for each team. That's their theme this week on The Athletic. Is this a playoff team? That's the question. Mm-hmm. Here's what they say. The Texans are 1 game back in the AFC South with a win against Jacksonville and have the 30th toughest remaining schedule according to Tankathon. Houston's 500 record is not smoke and mirrors. The Texans are 11th in offensive EPA, that's expected points added, and 21st in defensive EPA according to True Media. And rookie QB C.J. Stroud looks the part. He's 4th in the league in passing yards per game and has the 10th best passer rating, which is notable because passer rating really penalizes bad completion percentages, and CJ has taken much more to throwing the ball away as opposed to taking sacks, and yet he's still the 10th rated passer in the NFL, even with throwing all those incomplete passes.
Yeah, if you throw away a lot of the there's some conventional stats that you can point to with CJ and claim that he's not actually playing all that well, like completion percentage is one of them, that ignore a lot of the other variables that go into that. But yeah, like most of the more advanced stuff, he's definitively in the top half and in a lot of respects, like right around that top third, right at the borderline of that top third of quarterbacks. So he's doing some really, really good things. I guess, is this going to hurt the Texans moving forward now in the power rankings, Sean, that they have a very weak schedule, at least the way it looks right now?
Maybe. They may not get as much credit for beating certain teams as they normally would.
Meanwhile, the Dolphins have only beat up on bad teams, yet they can get their butts beat by any number of good teams, and it still seems, or at least whatever the Bills were at that point. Was that when the Bills were still a good team that they beat the Dolphins? I don't know what the Bills are anymore.
I don't either.
So, but they've generally just gotten their heads beat in by teams that can play good defense, and yet there they are.
Here they are. Yep. All right, fourth on the power rankings. We power rank the power rankings. ESPN.com. Sorry, DJ Bieneme. Good story about C.J. Stroud last week, but your employer is trash at rating the Texans in their power rankings. 17th. The question they have, Seth, or the category they have for each of the 32 teams is young rising star. And for the Texans, it is Nico Collins. Collins is having a breakout season in year 3. He ranks 10th in receiving yards and is one of the biggest reasons C.J. Stroud is having a standout rookie season. Collins has been a reliable go-to option for the Texans through the air so far.
I just wanted to check to be sure how much I can trust this power rankings. I'm going to check the Carolina Panthers, currently 0-6, ranked 32nd, and their young riser is one Bryce Young. So apparently Bryce Young is more of a young riser than C.J. Stroud. Just keep on with your narrative, ESPN, with your S2 cognition. Your big cognition, and I know it. You funded Big Cognition.
Big Cognition.
Everybody knows it.
Big Cognition.
Young riser, Bryce Young.
A little foreshadowing for later this week when we do 5 Reasons I Hate You for the Carolina Panthers. I'm very excited to replay the clip of the play-by-play guy for the Panthers describing Bryce Young taking the field for the first time.
Yeah.
A Seraphin's glow. Eyes as wide as the Sphinx.
That AI-generated preamble to the show.
Dude, that's an insult to AI. There's no way AI would generate something that schmaltzy.
Hey, you know what I've kind of enjoyed now that we get some of these Fox games?
Yeah.
Is Robert, the old running back from the Vikings, Robert Smith. Robert Smith. He's kind of low-key pop culture reference guy, but it's all from our era. He brings up songs from the 80s and 90s in a way that he just kind of slides it in. He does it really smooth, not conspicuous like the way Sanchez does it. So, yeah, Robert Smith will, every now and then, he'll make like a Talking Heads reference or something.
I like it.
Yeah, he's one of us. All right, Robert Smith.
Yeah, he's from about... Yeah, he's like an early 90s guy, like back in college that day. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit older. He's probably 50. Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing who's got the game this week, and the game is on Fox. Oh, we got a shot, Seth. We got a shot at a Robert Smith broadcast.
One day we'll grow our way out of the the Robert Smith caliber stuff and everything.
Yeah.
I think he should be higher, but I know he's probably their D crew.
Maybe we'll bring him with us as the Texans rise among the ranks of the NFL. We'll go like, you know what voice is synonymous with awesome Texans football? Robert Smith. That's who. All right, third in the power rankings. We power rank the power rankings. Third, SI.com. They have the Texans smack dab in the middle, 16th. 3 of the next 4 opponents for the Texans, Cardinals, Bucks, and Panthers. The Texans are coming out of the bye at 500. C.J. Stroud is one of the most turnover-averse quarterbacks in the NFL, and I would argue he still hasn't hit that rookie in-season boost where the game starts to make more sense. He's definitely better than a 59.6% completion percentage. The ceiling for this offense in 2023 alone is quite high. Do you feel like the Texans are still? I mean, they run. They're not good at running the football. I agree with that.
Right.
Like, there's still a lot of room to improve for this team.
Do I still think what?
Do you think that do you agree with what this writer is saying, that the ceiling for this offense is quite high in 2023?
In 2023, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I don't know if the running game is going to necessarily get a lot better. I am intrigued. The thing that was shocking to me, if you were to ask me at the beginning of the season, hey, Dameon Pierce is going to be more involved in the passing attack, but it'll be so heavily so that Devin Singletary has barely been targeted, I would have said no. I thought for sure that Devin Singletary would have been used more in the passing attack, which would also mean that he might end up having as many carries as Dameon Pierce too, because when you want him out of the field, you want to have some balance there. So I think that Singletary getting more involved, it might make a bit of a difference in the running game, but hopefully maybe also makes more of a difference in the passing game too as he gets involved as a receiver.
CBSSports.com is number 2 as we power rank the power rankings. That's Pete Prisco. He, too, has the Texans at 16th. I put him second because he's generally had them higher this year than others have. So Pete Prisco is number 2 as we power rank the power rankings. He says this about the Texans. They come off their bye at 3-3, one of the surprise teams of the league so far. This week, it's C.J. Stroud against Bryce Young. So far, Stroud has been the better of the 2 rookie quarterbacks. All right, Pete, thanks. I knew that already. Thanks for nothing, Pete. Good analysis.
Thanks for the update on at least he didn't give us a, hey, don't panic, everything's going to be fine with Bryce Young. That's not in Pete. Pete's not going to just pander to the public that way.
This is what he says about the Panthers at 32 in the power rankings. They come off their bye with a change in play calling duties, with Coach Frank Reich giving them up. It's a way to try and jumpstart the offense, but that unit has problems bigger than that. That's what he says about the Carolina Panthers, so there you go.
Yeah. They've, like Bryce Young, I guess the thing I'd say with Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud is that in a lot of ways, I think the worst parts of Bryce Young's scouting report have certainly shown up. I don't think the worst parts of C.J. Stroud's scouting report have necessarily shown up. Questions about whether or not he can perform under pressure, like when being pressured. There's either some evidence that he's not, like that he's worse than expected in that regard, except that you can offset that in a lot of other ways, and he has made some really nice plays under duress. It's just really hard to judge when the offensive line's been as banged up as they were, and now we'll start to get a better feel for that. With Bryce Young, some of the curious things, and I guess the scary things about Bryce Young is that he's doing bad stuff that wasn't on his scouting report. Mm-hmm. Like he's supposed to be the super smart, can see everything before it happens, guys, and he's making like high school level mistakes, throwing into cover 2, like at various times. So that's the part that I'd be a little bit nervous about. I'd be slapping on the adult undergarments for if I were a Panthers fan. It's like, wait, why is he doing badly at all the stuff he was supposed to be good at?
Yeah, my hope is that Bryce Young sucking so far will at least put to bed these analysts that try to sound super smart by comparing quarterbacks across sports, like all the Steph Curry comparisons for Bryce Young. Like, stop trying to overthink this. He's like Steph Curry. He's a distributor. He sees the field a certain way, just like Steph Curry. Like, shut the hell up. Compare him to football players, okay? Number 1, as we power rank the power rankings, Mike Florio, Seth. He retains his number 1 spot in the Payne and Pendergast power ranking of power rankings. He's got the Texans. Have you heard the good news? 14th. 14th.
Oh, top half.
14th.
Yeah. There we go.
That's what he says. Okay. Florio has even less analysis than Prisco. With 6 games of film, it'll be interesting to see how defenses approach C.J. Stroud. Period. That's his analysis. But I don't care. He's got him 14th. 14th. Last I checked, how many teams make the playoffs? Oh, 14, you say? Well, all right then.
I don't even pay attention anymore. Playoff formats and all these sports have just gone to not like when I was a kid, Sean. There are only 2 teams that make the playoffs every 3rd year, and you had to be a war veteran to qualify.
That's right.
You had to have served in either Korea or Nam.
Yep.
And but now they'll let anybody into the playoffs.
Everybody's making them now. Yeah. So Texans.
The week schedule. I hate calling it a week schedule because it's obvious. Like the Texans are not at the point now where they can look at any team like, well, we got an easy part of the schedule coming up here. I think that they're very much going to have to slug it out a bunch. I think that C.J. Stroud is going to continue to look good. And I'm not even worried about the old, teams will catch up to or anything like that. Yes, part of that will be true because it happens to every rookie quarterback. I just think overall, the overall talent level on defense is the biggest concern, and the inability to run defensively, and then the biggest concern offensively for me is just the inability to run right now.
For sure.
So but I'm cool. I just want them to, if they can continue to win football games, I don't care. As we get closer to the playoffs, I'll start to worry about it then. I'm just. At the danger of just being too complacent, it feels good that they actually seem to be on the right trajectory these days.
Dude, Florio has the Jags 3rd in the power rankings. He's got Chiefs 1, Eagles 2, Jags 3. Damn, man. Jags 3. Right now, the best team in Florida plays in Duval County, except when they play in London, he said. Damn. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Let's circle back to the Astros. Players that have a little soul-searching to do this offseason, but I've got a few things I'm actually looking ahead to 2024 now that the postseason is over that I'm very excited about for 2024. That is next.
If you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Astros lose last night 11-4. The window is still open for the Astros. I do think at this point, 7 straight ALCSs. I was thinking about this morning, Seth, as the Astros, for the second time, get knocked out of a series in which they had home field advantage by losing all 4 games at home. 2019 World Series, and then this ALCS. And look, do I really care what people outside of Houston think of the Astros? Maybe not. I don't know. But look, outside of Houston, like the legacy of this team that has made 7 straight ALCSs and they won 2 World Series. Ultimately, the 2 things they might be most remembered for around baseball, maybe not just in Houston, but around baseball, is the sign-stealing scandal and losing 2 7-game series in which they had home field by going 0-4 at home.
Yeah, that's the strangest and weirdest thing, especially for a team that had people convinced that nothing should be legitimate because of their advantage that they had at home. Maybe that's like the brutal irony of it all. It's not as funny to us, perhaps, as it is to others, but also maybe proof that, like, you're all full of crap. The one thing with the Nationals World Series was that you couldn't have forecasted it or expected it based on regular season results. This is something different, where all of a sudden it seems like there's a hex on your stadium. It seems like it's somehow other teams aren't having a hard time hitting at Minute Maid Park. The Rangers certainly aren't having a hard time hitting at Minute Maid Park, but your guys are flailing around like the bad version of Adolis Garcia every time they get to the plate. It's I don't know what to make of it.
7-22 in their last 29 games there. That's, in the grand scheme of life, that's a small sample size. In the grand scheme of a Major League Baseball season, that's like 2 months worth of home games. Like that's a lot of home games. To have that degree of failure, it's a huge amount. And think about who some of the teams were that they played in those 29 games, Seth. Those weren't all playoff games. Those weren't all just Minnesota Twins and Texas Rangers and good teams. There were some Oakland A's games in there. There were Kansas City Royals games in there. There were teams that had no business beating, like in important games too, beating you in your stadium. Yeah, I choose to think that just gets flushed and you start anew next year. Maybe it's something that was in their heads this year. I have no idea. It certainly looked like it could have been these last couple games. My thing going into next year, Seth, just looking at the concerns, there were 4 guys that I think were viewed as key pieces to keeping this window open for a long time, who either had very uneven seasons, very poor postseasons, or both. And those players are Framber Valdez, very inconsistent, Christian Javier, very inconsistent, Kyle Tucker, abysmal in the postseason, Jeremy Pena, just basically looking like he had one good month in October last year. Like, he wasn't great in the regular season last year. He wasn't great in the regular season this year. I think he's a really good defensive player. I think he'll always have that. He hasn't hit a home run since July 5th. So that's my concern is, like, okay, if you're going to get back to being a 100-win baseball team, like, some of these guys are going to have to start performing like they looked in 2022, either during the season, during the postseason that year, or both. I don't know. And the one I'm most concerned about is Pena, just because I think he's going to be, I think he's not going anywhere. He's a popular player. He does some things well. I think they have depth in pitching where I'm not super concerned about Framber and Javier necessarily. I think one of the two, if not both, will improve next year.
I think the other part of it, though, too, is that with managers, this is what you have to hope. Like, whether you love or hate Dusty Baker, you have to hope that the things that aren't so easy to quantify, like the managerial decisions, it's always easy to second guess. It's always easy to feel like something is being mismanaged. Whereas, like, the part that's harder to point to with analytics or anything else is just simply like who do players respond to? Is this guy able to push buttons in the right manner or way? And I think a lot of times there are a lot of baseball managers who are just kind of along for the ride and don't necessarily motivate or even manage all that much. So it's tempting to think that the manager doesn't make that much of a difference. But I think there clearly are ones where it does make a difference. So, like, when it comes to Pena, when it comes to Tucker, when it comes to anybody else, whether it's riding through a slump or especially if they're just young players like Pena who are still very much in the upward swing part of their development, like, what can the manager do to make those situations better? And it might be as simple as that, as just getting young blood, fresh blood, a different voice in there might be all you need for guys like that.
Things I'm excited about in 2024, like those are the things I'm concerned about. Okay, people are not going to believe me when I say this because I was so hard on Jose Abreu during the season this year, but I mean this when I say it. I am excited to root for Jose Abreu, assuming that he is what he was after he came off the IL in September. You know, when he revealed that he'd been playing with a back ailment for the season, maybe that was a reason why he had an OPS. It was like hovering around Maldonado territory. He came back from that in September, and he was really good, and he was good again in the postseason. He had a ton of big hits, big home runs. I think he had 4 home runs in the postseason. 3 of them might have been 3 of the biggest hits this team had in the entire postseason, with the home run he hit against Sonny Gray in the Minnesota game. He hit the home run in Game 4, I think it was. It took it from 3-3 to, it was a close game, and it made it 7-3 at the time. He hit the winning home run in Game 4 of the ALDS against Minnesota. Like, I am excited. It looks like Jose Abreu, looks like age was not the issue. Maybe it was a back problem. He's not circling the drain. So I'm excited to root for Jose Abreu.
Also, right, between a back issue and then just whatever adjustments that it takes as an older guy going to a new place, that certainly seems to be, like bygones are bygones for sure. And he still does have he's going to have to combat the fact that he's an aging player for the next 2 years.
For sure.
At some point, everybody does drop off but it looks like for him, it might very much be that slower decline, the gradual one, instead of the guy that just falls straight off a cliff.
I'm excited to see how this catcher situation plays out over the next several months. And I mean, like, starting in the offseason. I don't mean like when we get to spring training and see if Yainer Diaz is the same hitter next year that he was this year as a rookie. I expect that to be the case. But people are making points on the text page here. You and I were saying we don't think Maldonado is going to be here next year. But there were a lot of people saying, I don't know. Justin Verlander really likes him, and boy, you still need a backup catcher, for cheap.
Verlander likes him, but it's not like Verlander demanded that Maldonado be signed by the Yankees, the Mets. Garrett Cole, Maldonado was his personal catcher that year, and he found himself a new personal catcher. Yeah. So I don't know if that's I don't think Verlander swings it that much if Dana Brown. Like, in this instance, Verlander doesn't trump Dana Brown. Verlander doesn't. This is one thing about Justin Verlander. You're not paying him the money you're paying him so that he needs to have a personal catcher who's not good for the rest of the team. Like, that's just, sorry. I'm not paying that kind of money to a dude so he can be fragile enough that he needs his personal catcher. Hell no. If anything, Verlander should be part of bringing Yainer Diaz along. And if we don't know that Verlander insists upon having Maldonado or anything to that degree. I'm just saying that, it shouldn't even enter the equation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Verlander would be a great guy to work with for a young Yainer Diaz to really learn how to be a major league catcher. That'd be great.
I think if Maldonado's up for it, I don't have a problem with him being on the team. I have a problem with him catching 2/3 of the games when you've got Yainer Diaz sitting on the bench and that bat sitting on the bench. That's my issue.
Yeah, it's got to be more of a platooning. Yeah, and does Maldonado want to play as many games as he ended up playing this
I don't
year?
know, man. I've talked about this with some people yesterday who are like, you know what? I don't even blame Maldonado for, people that are mad at Maldonado, they were saying, I'm more mad at Dusty for putting Maldonado in this situation where he's being asked to play over his head a little bit. And I said, man, I don't know. I remember Maldi got a little testy on social media last year when they were kicking tires on Wilson Contreras in the offseason, and they were looking for potentially replacing Maldonado. Seth, remember how many times people with the Astros listed catcher as a position they felt like they needed to improve?
But that's different, though. That's different when you're bringing in somebody to be the bona fide, like, oh, yeah, we're bringing in this veteran guy to be the starter, and you're being demoted, versus bringing along the younger guy. If it's planned in advance and he's actually genuinely cool with it, I could see that being the case. It's a matter of how it's all done.
Yeah.
What is his relationship with Dana Brown?
I'm looking forward to getting Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers back. And once again, having a wealth of plethora of riches in the starting rotation.
Do you want to go back to complaining about having too many good starting pitchers?
Yes, I enjoyed that in 2022. I liked complaining about that.
Is this year, though, and this might be something where maybe with a different manager, something more unconventional in how you handle the pitching staff. And it's not like Dusty was, opposed to doing some of the more unconventional stuff. But this is a franchise that we've seen, use their pitchers very unconventionally at times to great success. But with Javier and Lance, you have two guys who seemingly need to have their innings limited in some respect. And whether it's long relief, piggybacking, however it might be, is this the year that Lance decides, all right, you know what, I'm not going to keep bashing my head against this starter wall and insist that I'm going to be pitching 220 innings or anything like that. What can we do to keep both those guys healthy and fresh the entire season?
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We will let's stick with the Astros. There were a couple things trending last night during the Astros game. Not a big surprise that these two guys were trending during the game. And also, when did this former Texan become the dirtiest player in the NFL? I want to know. That is
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, when did Kareem Jackson become Jack Tatum or Chuck Cecil, like the dirtiest guy in the NFL? When did that happen?
Steve Atwater.
Steve Atwater.
Yeah, like out there just wrecking shop for the Broncos. A lot of Texans fans remember when he hit DeAndre Hopkins over the middle in a jarring fashion. It was
2019,
he stuck him hard. Yep. And that was a clean and legal hit, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Kareem was player of the week after that game. Remember?
Now he's getting suspended for illegal hits. Four games this time.
4 games for repeated violations of unnecessary roughness rules. Jackson is appealing his suspension. A source told ESPN's Jeremy Fowler he would forfeit. See, this is where I get sideways. He would forfeit $558,000 in salary if the 4-game suspension stands after appeal.
Why do you get sideways?
Because that's a lot of money.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know. Yeah, it wasn't clear whether you meant like that's shocking or you feel like that's not enough or what. Okay.
No. I'm just thinking as a regular guy. You know, like as a regular person. I'm like, so how much do you lose from hitting all these people illegally? $558,000. Oh. Okay.
You do get the nice little glow of the money goes to charity. You donate the money. You get to fill out a form to designate where your money goes to, which feels like it's a weird feeling. It's a really weird feeling because you feel, at least I did. I got fined just like twice in my career for just random little stuff, but I always felt weird feeling like, okay, I'm going to get credit for donating a lot of money to this charity, even though I'm doing it with my arm twisted behind my back.
Dude.
And then also, can I even be allowed to be upset at getting this fine because the money is going to charity? I'd like to have more choice in the matter. It's a weird thing.
That's really interesting. So you do a form after you get fined and you fill it out to say, this is what I want the money to go to?
That's how they used to do it. I'm sure it's changed since then. But there was like a list of approved charities. They're all like big mainstream charities.
Yeah.
One of them was probably like Roger Goodell's kids' college fund or something. But whatever.
Trust fund. Yeah. So the hit that Kareem Jackson got ejected from Sunday's game against Green Bay on, Green Bay fans thought it was a dirty hit. You know, Broncos people thought like, no, he was going in with his shoulder pad. John Runyon, who is the president of football operations for the NFL, former offensive lineman, said this in his letter to Kareem. On the play in question, you delivered a forceful blow to the head and neck area of a defenseless receiver when you had the time and space to avoid such contact. You could have made contact with your opponent within the rules, yet you chose not to.
I do think, you don't hear as much of anymore. You don't hear people saying, how is a defensive back supposed to control where he hits an opponent? It's too fast. It's bang, bang. Like, you don't hear that anymore because a lot of guys have adjusted to it. Guys have gotten pretty impressively good, actually, at hitting defenseless receivers. The thing about the defenseless receivers is that you can judge where they're going. You can anticipate exactly where you're going to hit, even though it's really, really fast. So with Kareem, what I would say is that these 2 hits from this year, I would say they weren't dirty, but they were illegal. And it wasn't like targeting helmet to helmet, but it was incidental helmet to helmet and with a shoulder to the head and neck area. So like, most guys are getting pretty good at avoiding that stuff. Kareem, who is old school now, like Kareem his career spans when they started to crack down on this, mostly because of the Pittsburgh Steelers and like around 2011 or so. Mm-hmm. When they started to crack down on this, that was when Kareem was in the league, and like now it's a completely different standard. So he's a bit of a dinosaur, I guess, in that regard.
Yeah, it's just weird because Kareem's
a pioneer. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. It's just weird because he's the sweetest guy. Like, Kareem's a great dude, and you see all these articles and all these highlights on Twitter of him just murdering people.
Oh, yeah. No. And like I said, like, they're not dirty hits. He's not, like, diving at guys' knees or anything. Yeah. I think he is genuinely trying to give as hard of a clean and legal blow as possible, but it's either he misjudges it or they've made the standard that much higher now. I mean, it feels like a lot of the time, if the guy's in any kind of a defenseless situation as a defensive back, you've got to be completely upright when you make it. But then the problem is if you're completely upright, then usually your shoulder is right around defensive receiver's head and neck.
Yeah.
Like it's just it's hard. It's hard, but guys are doing it.
Yeah, that's tough. That was a tough part of reading that letter from Runyon. Like basically you blah 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 blah, and you chose not to. Like, dude, try making that decision within like a split second.
Yeah. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, yeah. Here was Dusty Baker last night post game after the Astros 11-4 loss to the Texas Rangers in Game 7 of the ALCS.
It's not easy to accept or say, but we got beat. We've been spoiled around here as far as just winning. And, heck, I've been here 4 years, and we've been to 2 World Series and 2 championship series. We have nothing to be ashamed of or nothing to hold our head down about. We're down, but we're not out. And every team damn near in baseball would trade, to have the last 4 years that we've had.
You know what? I'm guessing this question must have been asked a bunch of times last night because the answers were coming back. Like Pena and various others were saying, no, I don't consider this season a success unless you win a championship. I wish people would stop asking that question. Like, you ask an athlete after a tough loss, do you consider this season a failure? Do you consider this season a success? Like, all right, can we admit that it's a much more nuanced thing than like if you're not first, you're last? Okay, like they want these guys to go Ricky Bobby afterwards, and it annoys the hell out of me.
Well, remember Giannis got asked that and gave a great answer to it. I don't know if you...
Right. Well, but he had to give a great answer to it because they try to get you with it's almost like a gotcha where, God forbid, a player, try to focus on something positive or something. It's not a yes or no question. There's multiple successes and multiple failures in almost everything you do in life.
For sure.
But like as far as what Dusty is saying there, I do think there's always room for fresh blood or youth or an injection of energy into a situation. Like, in Jim Crane, obviously, subscribes to that philosophy, like to fire a GM right after you win a World Series.
Yes.
I guess I hope that when Dusty was speaking there, it almost sounds like it would seem like, man, he's not even going to really enjoy the memory of this because of all the criticism he faced. Where it's obviously not. He'll be fine afterwards. I just think it's that's modern sports. Like, nobody's, and I think it's how sports have always been. There's never unanimous 100% approval all the time, including just because if you win a championship or go to a bunch of league championship games. It's not. There's always going to be criticism. I think there's more opportunity to hear it or see it now as a manager than maybe there was 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Him laying it out the way he did just then in that cut really does illustrate we are spoiled. Dusty was here for 4 seasons, and the 2 seasons, there were 2 seasons you didn't make the World Series. What happened? You lost in Game 7 of the ALCS in both of those seasons. Then the 2 seasons you did make the World Series, you won one of those, you lost one of those. That he's right. And then we add the 3 years before that where they made 2 other World Series, that first one in 2017. The regular season, by and large, they've been a dominant baseball team. This is the first year, putting the COVID year aside again, this is the first year during this run where they haven't been a dominant regular season team. I think in 21 they won 95 games. Every other year they've been over 100 wins. Until this year they win 90, and they had to scrape their way into the playoffs. I texted this to you last night, Seth. The ticket prices on last night's game, I think, might be indicative of the spoiledness that we are experiencing as a fan base here. You could have gotten into last night's game via the secondary market, and you could have sat in the lower bowl, like you could have sat midway down the 100s along the first base line for about what a Yankees game cost during the regular season here.
Yeah.
You could have gotten into the building and sat in the upper level, the mezzanine, the 400s, easily for under $100 last night for Game 7 of the ALCS against the Texas Rangers.
We're spoiled. Yeah, I'll admit it. We're spoiled. So I guess, how much of that was because of the Minute Maid Park issues? the Astros having issues
some of it for sure.
At Minute Maid Park.
That they've been losing so much. That's the first thing that popped into my. The first thing that popped into my head wasn't we're spoiled. It's that, man, these people are tired of going to that ballpark and watching them lose all the time.
This is what I always try to remember. This article that I had bookmarked from The Ringer very much a wannabe smart guy magazine, digital magazine. November 13th, 2020. You'll recall the Astros had gone to the ALCS in that truncated 2020 COVID season.
Yes.
So, but after a rough regular season, but still looked very much part. The Astros' juggernaut window might be closing sooner than expected, with key players injured or hitting free agency and little help coming from the minor leagues. Houston's 2020 underperformance may not be a blip. So, they've been dealing with the closing window talk for some time. 2020, there were more legitimate reasons to question them given the regular season and coming fresh off the heels of the being better than everybody else scandal. Who knows what exactly, might have been a factor there. I think the criticism that was unwarranted for a long time that's slowly becoming more and more true is just anything about the pipeline. I think for a long time, the pipeline was vastly underestimated. Guys like Framber and Javier and Luis Garcia and whomever else had just been undervalued, and they came in and they overperformed. But it's still been it's been depletion now for some time, and that does seem like the bills have come due finally.
Maybe. The trending topics last night, I think Yiner was trending. About that time that Dusty chose to not pinch hit with him with two guys on and the Astros down by whatever they were down by at the time. But that was big. And then he pinch hits with Yiner 2 innings later. So that was something. Mattress Mac was the number one trending topic during the 5th inning last night.
Oh, yeah.
Number one trending topic. Well, his Astro wagers are his Astro wagers are obviously those tickets will not get cashed. Now, there's a lot of people that are going to be paying for their furniture now that were planning on maybe getting free furniture thanks to the Astros.
Yeah, that's right.
But here's why he was trending, I think. Somebody, maybe John Lopez might know because he's been part of the inner workings with Mac before some of these things. Somebody had a camera on Mac last night throughout the game as he was sitting in that outfield box that he likes to sit in out there in center field. And they did these split screens of what was happening in the game. And on the underneath the split of what was happening with the game, they had the camera purely focused on Mac. And so, when Adolis Garcia is hitting a bomb, Mac's like leaning back in his seat, exasperated. Bregman hits a home run, and Mac's going crazy and whatnot. But he was trending because there are several happy sports books today. Right, John Lopez?
That is correct. And Mattress Mac is an enormous, as you know, Astros fan. The reality, though, is he probably made off better by selling the furniture because he got such good odds early. I probably shouldn't say too much of this, but let's just say I think he got good odds early.
Okay.
When the Astros were struggling.
Okay.
And so he laid out less.
I got you.
Yeah, because
he had him at like 15 to 1.
12 to 1, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard.
Yeah.
He had him at 12 to 1 at one
I'm
point.
told.
And I think he got him at 9 to 1 on another one.
Okay.
So he had to lay out more last year, but he still made bunch of money.
Yeah.
But he didn't. His layout wasn't as much this year.
Well, he was trending last night.
Until late.
People were thinking about him last night as the Astros, in a game that was lost, pretty much 4 pitches in. Hey, Landry.
What's up?
How you feeling, man?
I feel good, man.
Still repping the Stros. I like to see it.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel I don't know, kind of relieved, man. That was not that wasn't as enjoyable as the last few.
The postseason. You mean the postseason as a whole?
Yeah, I feel it seemed like there was a little bit of relief with Bregman and some of them. It's just kind of, I don't know. It was I think they gave it everything they had. They gave it everything they had.
That I agree with.
I think that's probably it's a weird feel like when you get that release at the end of a pressure-filled situation, even though it's because you lost, there's a little bit of maybe an ability to inhale and breathe a little bit. And I think Landry. It feels like, yes, this is a team that needs an injection of energy somehow. All lineup decisions aside or what have you, like just somebody a little bit younger, a little bit more energetic, a little bit fresher as a manager might be time.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. You are listening to, that was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies.
Antibodies. And big thanks to Nick Caserio joining us on the show earlier today. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start Ow.
I know that there's going to be a lot of disappointment, J-Lo. And I know that we're used to going to World Series here, and we're used to, championships with the Astros. We've seen a couple of them. I just don't, after seeing that, they easily could have gotten to a World Series. But based on what we watched from Game 1 to 162, I don't feel like they left some meat on the bone or something like that. I did not feel like I was watching a World Series team. Now, should they have won that series? Maybe. Are there reasons why we get into those? But I just don't feel. I don't feel like ashamed.
You know what's weird about it? I felt like the Astros overachieved. That's weird. A team.
I mean, they low-key did.
Yeah,
because a lot of people didn't have them going to the playoffs.
I feel like they overachieved, and like the college football team that just puts it all together. They're overmatched here and there. They don't have the talent of the Ohio States. It was kind of like that. They have the talent. They have the superstars. Don't get me wrong, but the breadth of it, the wholeness of it.
Yeah,
I felt like they overachieved.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched really, really good teams. This just didn't feel like one of those. Now, there was familiar faces, and there were good memories, and there was still opportunity because, quite frankly, I don't think the rest of the AL was really ready to really dethrone them. But we're going to get into some of the reasons why they didn't win last night and why they aren't in the World Series. I think it's really simple, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really simple, and quite frankly, it's. I think it just comes down to Framber Valdez not being an ace. Because I think if Framber Valdez, and we were talking about, should Framber Valdez start in the All-Star game? What should Framber do? And we'll get into Dusty. We'll get into the rest of the stuff. But the one thing you thought that was a reality, and the one thing that you thought was true midway through this season, maybe at the end of last season, was Framber Valdez is transitioning into being an ace. He wasn't.
We asked this the second week of the season.
And
is he an ace?
We asked it throughout. And he fell apart, and if Framber Valdez in what you realistically thought he could be, we would be talking about the Astros watching Game 7 of the NLCS tonight between the Diamondbacks and the Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be talking about it. I think it's as simple. There's other things, but even with those other things, if Framber Valdez pitched like an ace, we're talking about the Houston Astros in the World Series.
Especially after they got Verlander. Because after they got Verlander, you had that guy, and you knew he would produce at some point. So you needed that second ace. And then you had the Urquidis and the Javiers, and boy, we'll get to Urquidy at some point today too. We'll get to that. But you need the two aces. You know what? For all the Adolis,
you're gonna piss me off and change my whole mood with that.
Adolis Garcia played the role of Yordan in this series. They had their clutch hits from Seager, who was, I guess, their Altuve, whatever. They had all the things that the Astros at their best have had, but they also had the two pitchers. I didn't think, between Montgomery and Eovaldi, and really you could probably lump a little bit of Scherzer in there yesterday. They had their two guys, and that was the difference. That was the difference in the game.
Now, as far as the Urquidy thing goes.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that he was available yesterday and they decided, you know what, we need to go with Hunter Brown and JP France instead?
In a 4-2 game.
Like
a
weird-ass time for Dusty to not go with the been there, done that philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
What a weird-ass time for that to happen. I mean, I saw Urquidy coming out there. I was like, man, I didn't know he was available.
Well, he only pitched into the third inning in his last start.
Yeah, and some will say, well, he got roughed up last time. Well, Christian Javier didn't.
Yeah.
All bets are off in a Game 7. It doesn't matter what he did or didn't do. But we talked about it yesterday, and my whole thing was, man, if Hunter Brown and JP France are going in there early, like, are you I don't want to call it arrogance, but that just seems a little bit crazy because on one end,
mm-hmm.
Let's just look at this because getting outmanaged by Bruce Bochy, there's no shame in it. So, I mean, he's one of the best in-game managers of our lifetime. So, he's won 3 World Series for a reason. He hasn't ever lost a Game 7 for a reason. Dusty Baker's never won a Game 7 for a reason. So, there's that. But on one hand, you have Bruce Bochy with the Rangers, and he has his top dog who pitched against Justin Verlander pretty much on standby, ready to go immediately when they have a lead. Dusty Baker, after Javier's rough start, it seems like outside of bringing Maton in, and I might have even left Maton in for another inning, you're trying to steal innings. And this is not the situation where you steal innings. Like, that's just arrogant, because you kept looking at this game and you kept going, okay, the Rangers have 4. That's not going to be enough. They have 5. That's not going to be enough. Yeah. Eventually, I mean,
then they broke
eventually it was. Yeah. But on one hand, you had a guy that was just, he wasn't trying to steal innings. he was putting his top dogs out there and trying to get it done. And you had the other guy basically, hey, JP France, go out there. Yeah. Hey, Hunter Brown, go out there.
It's like he was looking out in the bullpen and said, okay, who's out there? Let's see, who do I want? Because Urquidy, you say he got roughed up. It was 3 runs in 2 1/3 innings. They ended up tying the game.
I'm saying people that might be critical of not. And by the way, I mean,
it was 3-3 by the time Stanek got out.
Let me ask you this.
Remember Stanek threw 1 pitch?
Let me ask you this. Yeah. So if this were an 8-game series and there were a game 8 tonight, who's starting? Urquidy. Not Brown and not JP France.
Urquidy.
So why would you not after this happens go right to the guy that you're going to need the most, that's been there the most?
In a still doable game, a game that was still within reach. But that's look, the Rangers were going to mash last night. I mean, that was a given from the first pitch. It looked very much like an old Astros team. Go to the road and just start mashing right out, starting at the very first pitch. But yeah, I mean, that was a head scratcher of many head scratchers. If you want to know what this game was about, and I have a silver lining, by the way, but if you want to know what did it for the Astros, as much as I feel like they overachieved over the course of the entirety of the year, they got out-managed big time yesterday, like from the get-go. You just touched on the pitching. I mean, the lineup changes. I mean, the way the lineup produced, the way that they stepped up. No one more so than.
But I don't know the lineup stepping up as a managed thing, though.
Well, I mean, it's coaching, it's managing, it's adjusting, because Javier had that high fastball was dialed in.
This is what's hilarious about it, because I watched the post game. I put myself through pain at the post game. By the way, the Rangers really weren't obnoxious.
No, they were very, very.
I mean, Garcia went up there. I was waiting for him to be WWE heel, and he's like the classiest guy in the world. Like, I'm just like, man, give me something to hate. Please give me something.
But you see what I mean? Like everything, all the adjustments, all the decisions.
Here's where I'm going.
Yeah,
because we talked about the Fromber meltdown, and that was on the watch of the guy who's supposed to just be the greatest catcher of all time, that just knows how to manage and call games and all that type of stuff. I was listening to the Rangers, and I listened to Evaldi go up there, and A-Rod was saying how Evaldi in his second time around wasn't using the cutter as much. And he's like, I talked to so-and-so and we adjusted, and it wasn't, the splitter wasn't quite where it was before, and yada, yada, yada. And then Seager goes up there, and they're asking Seager about Javier and how he got to him, and he goes, oh, yeah, he did the exact same thing last time. That's exactly what we were looking for. That's Maldi.
Yeah, well, it's Maldi, too, but I mean,
that's
they
Maldi.
were adjusting.
If he's doing the exact same thing, that's the catcher.
Yeah.
And Seager's going up there. He's not even talking crap. He's like a quiet dude. He's literally saying, oh, yeah, we were looking for that because that's exactly what he did last time. That's Maldi.
Yeah, it is Maldi. But, again, credit to them for knowing what to, how to adjust to, whether those foam balls they were hitting in bad practice or whatever. No, they were outmanaged from the very, very start. They were not as prepared. They were outplayed from the very, very start. For the life of me, I'll go to my grave wondering what the hell happened to Kyle Tucker, because that was the most bizarre. He missed another one yesterday right through the glove, man. I mean, he was just a basket case in every sense of the word. But there is a silver lining.
Okay.
There is a silver lining. The economy took a big boost.
Oh, my God.
The economy, the Houston economy, especially around downtown.
This one hurt me.
Is thriving.
I did not.
LeBron effect.
I did not want to hear this from Dusty. This was
wild.
713-572-4610.
You may be mad, but hey, what did Bill Clinton say? It's about the economy, stupid.
Here is Dusty Baker talking about the season and something that we didn't know that we may have to thank him for.
We overcame a lot of stuff. I overcame a lot of stuff. We overcame a lot of stuff. People wondering why we weren't where we were. It doesn't matter who we were suiting up. It didn't matter, who we had injured. Personally, got a whole bunch of undue criticism for whatever. You wear it, you hold your head up high, and you think about what you've accomplished versus what you've lost. This city is proud of this team. We made, over the last 4 years since I've been here, and the 3 before I got here, we brought a lot of enjoyment, created a lot of fans that weren't fans. Not to mention, every time I go down the street, the hotels are full, the bars are full, the restaurants are full. We've helped this place out economically big time, but sometimes goes unnoticed because, these streets would have been empty in the last 2 weeks. Instead, I saw a whole bunch of people out, having a good time.
So there's that. Dude. We should all be thanking Dusty.
Dude.
It's about the economy, man. Got a jolt. Got a boost. I take it you weren't altogether down with that.
What in the hell was that?
I don't know. I don't know what that was.
I know that the Astros have been good for the economy, but that's what you're hanging your hat on?
Mm-hmm.
That was going on before you, sir.
It was. It absolutely was.
What in the hell is that?
Mm-hmm. That hotel motel stuff is big. Old Biggio's and all those other places down there, they were bustling with people.
What in the hell was that?
It was wild. On a serious note, Dusty deserved a lot of criticism. He said it was undue. It was due. Undeserved, whatever he said. It was. You have to tip your hat to Dusty Baker. He's out of here. Chandler Roma's reporting that he's already been telling people that this is his last season, etc. But you have to tip your cap to this guy. I always qualify the criticism of Dusty with, we like him. He's a really good guy. He righted the ship. He what he's done the last 4 years, you really have to say that was a big ask. If we go back to 2019, that was a huge ask for someone to come in and right this ship.
No, there's no doubt about it, but I do think you can separate this season from the previous 3.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that's how you can evaluate players. Like, some players have bad years, some have. Dusty did not have a great managerial year. He had an okay year.
Yeah.
The Maldonado thing was a beating. Mm-hmm. Like, it was a beating, and he was almost able to overcome it. They were almost able to overcome it, but it didn't happen. But yeah, I don't think it's an either or. Mm-hmm. They won despite Dusty or anything like that. I think there's a balance there. But yeah, you absolutely, especially with where they were in 2019, you absolutely have to tip your cap to Dusty.
Yeah.
A legend, baseball lifer.
He should retire. It's being reported that he will, but it really touched me, man, when he was talking about, I've got 2 dogs. I got a hunting dog that won't even remember me because I haven't seen him since February. I got grandkids, the one that's 1.5 years old. I'm like, dude, just walk away, man. Just go. Live your life. Make your wine.
I think he's fine with walking away at this point.
Yeah,
he got his World Series.
I think he's good.
No, I think he's good, but if he's thinking about it at all, don't.
He's not. Well, I don't think it's his choice.
Well, I don't think it will be his choice, but if it were, and he's thinking about trying to come back, or just no, man.
I want to go outside of the organization to get a manager too.
I think they will.
I don't want this let's
Joe Espada.
No, thank you. I'm good on him.
Well,
I know I'm just good on him.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right. And Adam Spillane had a very good.
What about AJ Hinch?
Adam Spillane had a very good point last night, saying that's also not in character for Jim Crane to just kind of hire from within. He's always got his eye on other things and other people and what can take him to the next level. I don't think it'll be. It might, but I don't think it'll be Espada. Dusty, thank you very much. Tip of the cap. You'd had a bad year, but that's okay. We still love you. Go pet your dogs. Go kiss your grandbabies. Go hunting and go work on your wine. That's enough. It's done. But it also...
Jeez, you got this whole schedule for him. You're talking about kicking someone out. Lopez has his itinerary.
Yeah.
I would.
Good Lord.
I would do that exact same thing. With no doubt if I were Dusty. But it also leads to this. The times they are changing. A new manager is going to be an altogether different dynamic, kind of a little bit of a starting over, and then we'll get into all the players that are probably not going to be here in the next couple of years. So, yeah, it's a changing time.
713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Shout out to all the people on Twitch and on YouTube. The 936, I'm not going to sit around and cry about the loss. Our pitching has been up and down all season. Got to get some decent pitchers next year. Congratulations to you, Hardo. 281, when Dusty told Verducci he was going to do his World Series speech, I knew it was done after this, win or lose. Speaking of him, Tom Verducci. And I want to preface this by saying...
He did a Babe Ruth. He called this shot.
He called it, man.
I want to preface this by saying that Tom Verducci covered the World Series as good as anyone could possibly cover the World Series. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like, as far as the on-field reporting, the features, the interviews, the questions, all that, he did as good of a job as he could possibly do. With that said, how in the hell, when it's 11-3 in the 8th inning, is Tom Verducci going to do a run-in and mention that he told a few guys that this was going to be a blowout for the Rangers?
Yeah.
What was the score in the world was that?
What was the score when
it was
he
11-3.
Oh, okay.
And there was no evidence or whispers of this happening. And he just, as you're having to sit there and watch the Astros just get thumped around, Verducci chimes in and says, yeah, I was talking to some buddies and I told them, hey, this is going to be a blowout. 11-3.
I was like,
you sure that was him or LeBron?
Yeah, it was LeBron. I was like, wait, what? Did
I told you he's going to go for 81.
Man. And the thing is, he had a chance to say that before the game. Guys, I really think the Rangers are locked in. I'm thinking that this might be.
Why would he though? Like at all? Like in any situation, why would he do this?
And why would he clout chase? He's a stud.
That was so awkward. I did not know what was going on. That's like when someone will call in, like to a sports station, they'll be like, "Yeah, I was telling my buddy," and it's like, okay,
or call here. I told you guys that blah 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 blah.
I do not remember that.
You did?
Yeah, I had no idea. Thank you. Yeah, that's usually something that'll happen there. I didn't know that Tom Verducci, the effing best baseball reporter that there is going to go on there and have to get his flowers for like some prediction that he made that nobody heard about. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but goodness gracious, if that wasn't a kick to the junk as you're watching the Astros,
I told you guys,
just get completely whooped up on.
Should have listened to me.
Coming up, where there is misery for the Astros, there's an opportunity for the Texans, who have all of the eyes in H-Town. John Lopez has 5 ways in which the Texans can capitalize on that opportunity next.
Payne and Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Houston Texans, the stage is yours, I guess. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The Texans, they're resuming this week. Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud. Texans 3-3, just outside of the playoff picture. They're sitting with the 8th best record in the AFC. Buffalo and Pittsburgh above them slightly. 5 things the Texans can do to be the next team to steal the heart of this city. We know the Astros have had the heart of this city for a long time. They still do. They're still the best team in town. It's still the best run that we'll perhaps most likely ever see when it comes to major sports in the city. But there are 5 things. Lopez has a list of 5 things the Texans can do to be the next team in town to steal the people's hearts.
You know that old saying about when one door closes, another one opens? That's what that's where the Texans are right now. They have to seize this opportunity because it's uncanny with the relationship that the Houston Astros built organically, largely, and obviously because they had a great team with this city. Like it was heartwarming. It was impressive. It was unlike anything we've seen. Double it, triple it, quadruple it, whatever you want to do. If the Texans can ever get to anything like that, but the question becomes, how do you get there? How do you get there from here? I think this is an opportunity for the Texans. I really do. Nothing against the Astros. Hopefully they'll keep their run going. But I think a lot of people are saying, okay, well, maybe this door is closing a little bit. So the 5th thing I'm going to say is I feel the most important thing. Okay. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not kidding. It is the most important thing.
Okay.
Let's go through it. Number 1.
I have not looked at this list, people. I'm hearing it as you're hearing it.
They have to take full. Some of these are okay, sure, of course, duh. But there's kind of nuance to it.
More points.
There's kind of nuance to it. You have to take full advantage of C.J. Stroud on his rookie contract. You have to, because I think the Texans can get to a division quicker than anybody expected. Maybe even this year. It's going to be built through the draft. This team, just like the Astros were built with their farm system.
You're gonna have some money though on that rookie deal.
Yes, and so you have money to spend. We heard Nick Caserio today. This is really a Nick Caserio joint, as the kids like to say. When it comes to the acquisitions that are going to be made, they can accelerate their drive to becoming a playoff and a playoff team and a contender beyond that. That's number 1. It's kind of a no duh, but it's important when you have that rookie contract that you make the most of it.
100%.
That's number 1.
100%.
Number 2 is a little bit more organic and hard to make happen, but I think you can do things to kind of get it in that direction. This team has to become more relatable with fans, man. It has to be more relatable with fans. It's cool. People are all about, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico is probably the one that's closest to being like beloved and like the thing about the Astros.
About CJ.
CJ too, but I mean he's great to listen to, but is he really going to be the guy? He's got to do more on the field. He's got to win those big games, and then he's going to be Altuve, But like the guys that people just love and relate to.
I think that's overrated.
I don't.
I think that's really overrated.
I think when you're relatable, people associate with you and they kind of feel that connection.
Yeah, but I think people relate to good times. Like I think there's a lot of like this Astros team. I think, yeah, we could say they're relatable, but a lot of it's just because we've had so many good times with them. So, and watching them, and they've had success. I don't like sit there and say, oh damn, Alex Bregman, I really want to hang out with him. I like him a little bit more.
But you never really hang out with him, but you just feel like a connection to him.
Yeah, but isn't that based on what you do on the field?
A lot of it, but not all of it.
Yeah,
not all of it.
Look at Lance McCullers.
McCullers is a great example. That's a great example.
Why?
People feel
Look
like
what he done on the
H-Town
field.
till I die, bury me in the H, all that stuff. It's just
Yeah, but I would say
If he never said that, he would probably be gone.
I mean,
That's
don't.
probably-
He
could
was
be
kind of under contract, Figgy. But I would say, that him being on the mound and throwing the 25 or whatever consecutive curveballs has as much to do with saying "bury me in the H." He said "bury me in the H" after they won a World Series.
No,
it's not
But people love him because he said that.
Well, they love him because he won a World Series. If he'd never won a World Series and gone out there and did what he did against when they won the World Series, then he could say "bury me in the H" and it wouldn't mean as much.
Trust me, it has to happen on the field. But it elevates it to an altogether different place. And we know it from the Astros. People are just like, Jose, they call these guys by their first names, and that's just a relationship that you get. Now, they're doing some stuff with the H-Town connection and all that, but I think it has to be players that do it. Number 3.
Número 3.
You cannot miss on more first-round picks. You just can't do it. And your first-round picks have to be on the field. They have to be great. Derek Stingley might be great, but they have to be on the field and they have to show greatness. Ken Green you cannot miss on any first.
What if they already have?
And you can't miss on any more.
Okay,
You can't miss on any more.
I was going to say.
You got 5 picks next year.
Yeah.
Two fourth-round picks and then the first through third. That first-round pick has to be a stud, has to be a relatable, has to be get on the field, because that's how you build that squad that you're talking about, what happens on the field, The first-round pick, you cannot miss on that. But Derek Stingley right now, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Kenyon Green, probably not at this point. You can't do that. Number 4.
Número 4.
You have to get lucky, in a sense, and find a dynamic player. Like the ones that popped into mind are like a Tyreek Hill, a next-level superstar.
So find the next freakish athlete that punched his girlfriend in the stomach.
Miles Garrett. Miles Garrett. Why are you doing that, man? Miles Garrett. A Travis Kelce.
That wasn't luck. Miles Garrett's not luck. That's number 1 pick.
Yeah, but I'm saying you have to get a guy that is not just, he's really good. You have to get a guy that is going to be your Don. You have to. The Texans don't have that right now.
So you saying you basically just got to find value in the mid
and that
rounds.
ties
like Travis Kelce.
You have to find a guy that is next level, that surpasses all expectations, that is dynamic, that breaks games open, that is because name every great team that there is. There's always a guy.
The Patriots found Gronk in day 2 of the draft.
Right, those guys.
The Chiefs, I guess. Yeah, the Kelce thing for them. Tyreek Hill before that. Yeah,
you have to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find,
because the Texans have good players, impressive players that you can relate with, and obviously CJ's in a different category. But you got to find that dude. And then there's number 5.
Number 5.
And this is a big one. I'm dead serious. Dusty's not wrong about one thing with the economy in downtown. People love going down there, even if they don't have a ticket to the game. Even if they don't ever have any intention of going to the game. Yeah. Downtown is popping.
Yeah.
It's popping on an Astro.
Where is this going?
Regular season game.
Where is this going?
You know where it's going.
Tear the Astrodome
where
down.
It's going. You have to make NRG Park a destination point. Blow up the Astrodome. Get something going. Cash in your favors. I'm dead serious here.
How does this make your list, man?
I'm dead serious.
You will not let this Astrodome thing go.
No. It's not even about the Astrodome itself.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
It's not even about the Astrodome itself. It's about creating a place that is like right now when you go to a Texan game, it's a blast. Tailgating is fun. But if you don't have a ticket, what the hell are you going to do down there? What are you going to do?
Ain't nobody trying to kick it around that area.
Exactly.
Though.
Yeah, most places have somewhere to go.
But if you
let's go have a drink.
Imagine
let's go to Carrington's.
Imagine if, and this is just spitballing, but imagine if you had a place where the Astrodome was, where there's restaurants and bands playing and different clubs and maybe a water feature, like a little pond.
Let's go to Swagger.
A boardwalk. People would go, hey, let's go to NRG, man. Well, we don't have tickets to the game. Who gives a bleep? Let's go. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be popping. That's a huge, huge area. That's basically like what they did at the Woodlands, the waterway.
Yeah.
If you could lift that Woodlands waterway and plop it where the Astrodome is.
Where the hell's that going to fit?
It'll absolutely fit. It'll have room to spare. You realize how big the Astrodome footprint is? It'll be bigger, but like the Woodlands Waterway, boom, plop it where the Astrodome is right now. People will say, "Let's go, let's be a part of this." I want to. The Astros, the Texans are in the playoffs. I want to pop around and walk around and wear my gear, and we can watch the game at this bar or that restaurant or this place, or you know what? Let's just hang out on the boardwalk or whatever it is. I'm just, these are just ideas that are in my head. If you could make NRG is not a destination point. It's not. Figgy, you're there more than
I live over there.
You live over there.
People don't want to hang out at Wingstop?
Exactly. You want to go to
Let's go to Quiznos. Watch the game.
Quiznos over on Kirby or something. No, man. Make it a place, a poppin' place. That's what the Astros have on everybody. That's what the Astros have on everybody right there.
Coming up, the biggest reason the Astros are done, and how done are they? John McClain took it pretty dang far. We'll cuss and discuss.
This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, I'm going to read you a couple of quotes after the Astros lost yesterday. This is courtesy of John McClain, who's going to join us in 15-ish minutes here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Quote number 1. Astros dynasty included 7 consecutive trips to the ALCS, 4 World Series, and 2 titles. It was a hell of a run and deserves lots of praise. They ran into the Rangers at the wrong time. Close quote. Next quote. I hope the fans give the Astros a standing ovation, not for the last 2 games, but for the last 7 seasons. What a ride it was. Are they done? 7 straight ALCSs. Like, they didn't fail to make the playoffs. They didn't fail to make the ALCS. They were in Game 7 of the ALCS. It's over. So, is McClain putting the dynasty to bed?
It sounds like McClain did.
And do you think that's appropriate?
I think it's ending. It's not over.
It's
not over. It's ending. I mean, just do the math. I mean, is math the right word even?
Yeah, what math? Give me the problem.
Yeah, maybe it's a word problem. Like, all these guys that are ending the final year of their contract, obviously, Brantley, Maldonado, Stanek.
That's addition by subtraction.
Well, but I'm saying these players, Brantley, Maldonado, Stanek, Maton, Neris.
Okay.
I mean, you can say what you want about them, but they have been key cogs.
I'm cool. Okay. I'm not panicking with any of those.
Well, you're asking if it's over or ending, and I say it's ending. Those 5 guys they're free agents.
They stink. They're good.
Could they be replaced though? You think the Astros can bring somebody in to replace them?
But whether
Brantley doesn't stink, he's just got a bad shoulder.
Whether you think they stink or have value, or whether they can
easily
be
replaceable,
replaced, like he said,
you can replace them and still be in the same.
They are free agents. They can be replaced. Will they be replaced by players that brought the value that they did over the last few years? I'm not talking necessarily just about this year.
Yes, I mean that you can replace those guys.
Okay,
with you already have someone better than Maldonado on your roster. Stanek and Maton, you find those guys anywhere.
Entering the final year of their contract.
Okay.
Bregman, Altuve.
Okay.
Who am I missing here? There's another couple. Age. Altuve's 34. Verlander's 40. Abreu's 36. Brantley, for what it's worth, is 36, I believe. Even Ryan Presley is 34. So between the players that are gone, entering their final year of the contract, age, there's going to be a new manager.
Yeah.
You know, that too. The farm system is considered mediocre at best, unlike what it was when they built this thing. And the division is going to be tougher. Is it over? No. Is it ending? Yes, in my view.
My thing is this, and I think you just touched on it at the end. The days of 90 wins winning the division, I think they're going away very, very, very smoothly.
Yes.
And I think you can say this about the Patriots. I think you can say this about a lot of dynasties.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you benefit. It doesn't take away from how good of a team you are, but you benefit from being in a division where you can get stagnant.
Yeah.
The AFC East was trash for years for the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Trash.
Yeah.
And they were able to kind of at times sleepwalk and then flip the switch.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to be able to do this 90 wins get you in thing into the season. Will they make it? Will they not? I don't think this Rangers team's going anywhere. I think the arrow is pointing up. I don't know where I don't think the arrow is pointing up with the Astros. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But I mean, would it be the most shocking thing next year if we're talking about the Astros in the ALCS? The answer to that is hell no for me.
No.
Hell no.
No. But again, when you put all these things together, if they do it, let's say they do get to the ALCS next year, they're going to do it with a brand new manager. They're going to do it with players that
is that a bad thing?
Maybe.
Don't you think they need more of an in-game manager?
Maybe they'll get one. Maybe they won't. If they get to the ALCS, they'll have to do it with a new manager, however he is. They'll have to do it with those players that I mentioned that you said aren't good anymore. And I'm not saying I'm arguing with you. I'm saying, but they were key cogs for a long time. Those guys will have to step up and play those roles, whomever that is. They're going to have to do it with Altuve being 35, Verlander being 41, Abreu being 37. You know, they're going to have to do it with some young players from a farm system that's mediocre. They're going to have to do it in a division where, as you just mentioned, 90 wins isn't going to get it done. So would it surprise me? No, but they're going to have to do it against a lot of taller odds. I think. So it's not over. I think it's ending.
The loss comes down to one thing. Like, not being in the World Series comes down to one thing. And there's a lot of things that we can nitpick. We can talk about, Kyle Tucker struggling. We can talk about, some of these guys, the bats disappearing. I don't think that I feel like we've watched enough playoff baseball to know that happens.
Yeah.
Like, guys did.
Altuve didn't have a good.
Last year, he was awful.
Yeah.
So, Kyle Tucker didn't show up. Sometimes it happens. I thought Derek Jeter said it very well yesterday. Derek Jeter said, you struggle in the playoffs and all of a sudden everyone acts like you're struggling. Well, you have a bad week pretty much every month in baseball. Like, that kind of happens. So, I can't point to Kyle Tucker and say, you know what, you're the reason. That's why they lost. To me, it's as simple as Framber Valdez is not an ace. And what sucks about that is I think you can create a lot of unrealistic expectations when it comes to what you expect these players to do. You want this guy to do that. You want that guy to do that. Jose Urquidy, Christian. We thought that if anything in this world was true, we thought, and rightfully so, I'm not saying it's foolish, we thought the last 2 years the Astros had developed an ace. That's what we thought. We thought that Framber Valdez was an ace pitcher. He completely melted down at the end of the season. And I don't know if that's an indictment on maybe something upstairs. I don't know if maybe he's getting a little bit worn out. I don't know if maybe the catcher doesn't really do as good a job of controlling mannerisms as he gets credit for. But if Framber Valdez, with all this stuff that we complain about, Martin Maldonado being one of the worst everyday players in baseball, Kyle Tucker sucking in the postseason, Garcia getting hurt, McCullers getting hurt, like all that stuff, like those are bad breaks. The fact that we're sitting here and Framber Valdez lost both of his appearances in the ALCS and Framber Valdez was sweating like Patrick Ewing before he even threw a pitch and just looks completely mentally fried, that's really what this opportunity comes down to. And I think it's also going to be, if we're going to be talking about ALCS next year, I don't think your quote, ace pitcher is going to be able to be in the fetal position for a month and a half, 2 months, and us even be talking about the playoffs at that point.
Well, he has to be reliable.
It has to happen.
It has to be reliable.
It's a realistic expectation. It's not like he took the step and then he took it back.
Yeah.
How many times have we been looking at an athlete, whether it's a baseball, football, basketball player, and we're like, man, he's just got to take that next step. He's just got to take that next step. And you're saying it. It never happens.
Yeah.
He took it, and then it went away. and that is why we're talking about this. Like, Dusty's managing, Kyle Tucker, bats. That stuff happens. And you've been to the World Series with Dusty Baker. You've been to the World Series with bats disappearing. You didn't even have Jose Altuve really last year in the playoffs. He was awful.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez not being an ace is why the Astros are not in the World Series.
I agree, because the one thing you have to be able to rely on is, I'm giving the ball to this guy and I know what I'm going to get. You gave the ball to Framber and you really never knew what you were going to get. Dude threw a no-hitter this year and also had like a 7 ERA for a month. I mean, think about that. He threw a no-hitter and for a month we had like a 7.8, almost an 8 ERA.
Dude, he was in the All-Star game, and they're like, is he going to start? Is he going to start?
We were talking in April. Okay, this series here, this game here, Framber's got to prove, is he an ace? Then we did it again in July. Then we're doing it again in the postseason. He's not an ace. We thought he was, but he's not. You have to have that reliable guy. I totally agree with you. You know.
Because I'm trying to be realistic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I expect Jose Altuve to go back to being an beginning to end MVP. I don't expect Alex Bregman to do what he did in 2019. Like, I think Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker are still going to be two of the best players in baseball. So I don't want to, I don't expect Abreu to go out there and just, but of all the things that you think you can have,
give me the
Framber Valdez.
Give me the ball.
That's it. You don't have it.
You know, I got you. Give me the ball. And then the other thing, as much as you're right about all the other places, the Kyle Tucker thing is really one that just baffles me, because it wasn't just a struggle.
No,
it was
there's something wrong with him.
It was a complete meltdown.
There's something wrong with him.
The ball went through his glove in the outfield yesterday. I know it's going to be a relatively tough catch, but it's one that he makes a lot.
There's something wrong with him.
It was a complete, even his hit that he got yesterday, the bat shattered in his hand. I mean, it went into like 12 pieces. I mean, he is just mentally, he was in this series and at the end of the year, mentally broken. And that wasn't a slump, man. That was something else. Huh?
By the way.
What's that?
We're 54 minutes into this, and we haven't addressed this.
Uh-oh.
How in the hell, of all the places,
Figgy, he's standing up.
Do you get hit right here of all places, not even your front knee, right here by a 104-mile-an-hour fastball, and then get up and walk to the base? Chas McCormick, brother, that was one of the most admirable things I've ever seen. And quite frankly, in a game in which everyone was getting their ass, the Astros were getting their ass whooped, the fact that he got hit on the inside,
the inner thigh,
of 104 miles per hour and got up and walked to first base with all the dirt on his jersey, salute to you, my friend.
The meatiest part of your inner thigh.
Dude.
I would have gone to the hospital.
Dude, and that, oh my God.
I got hit with a 50-mile-an-hour ball, and I damn near cried.
Remember when people would give you, we used to call them frogs, like they give you that little knuckle in the arm?
Yeah.
Can you imagine 100-mile-an-hour or whatever it was?
104
fastball on the immediate part of your inner thigh.
104.
Still could have used him to break on the ball a little earlier in the first inning. Dude.
Let's talk to John McClain. Angry-ass John McClain. He has pronounced the Astros dynasty dead. Let's have him explain himself. Let's talk a little Texans as well.
You guys not playing worth a damn.
In the loop.
I'm not even that obsessed with where the Browns draft this year. If it's a top
Odyssey app.
Oh man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up, everybody. Stand up straight, make sure you fit your hat, fix your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come.
John, is the Astros dynasty over?
No,
it seemed like, well,
absolutely
the
not.
way you were talking, it kind of felt like you were putting it to bed.
I hadn't been on the radio since then.
Nah, I saw you yesterday on Twitter, and I was like, man.
I said it was good while it lasted. That was the season, not the dynasty. Mm-hmm. I got tweets this morning all about they're going to add an 8th season next year onto their dynasty, and why.
Okay.
I think it's ending. I don't think it's over.
Oh, I don't think it's over. I think they're going to be good again next year. It'll be them and the Rangers, maybe the Mariners. Can't wait to see what happens with Dusty, but they still got a lot of talent.
Okay.
Wonder when Garcia is going to be able to come back.
What can you count on?
Middle of the season? Yeah. Is he going to miss all of next season?
What was the most frustrating thing for you?
Hitting in runners in scoring position at home. They were pathetic with a capital P and just awful. And guys like Tucker, Pena, what in the world happened to Jeremy Pena?
Ate that cheese.
What a humongous disappointment.
Rat poison like
he
a
was.
Yeah.
Tucker at least was disappointment in the playoffs, not in regular season. But Pena, last home run July 5th. And then Maldi, I know people love Maldi. Dusty loves Maldi.
Not here.
I'll be so glad next year when Yainer Diaz, unless I can't imagine they're going to bring Maldi back, maybe as a coach. But I would love to see Yainer. Can't wait. They've never had, and I don't count Biggio because he caught for 2 years. Mm-hmm. Going back to the first catcher in franchise history, they've never had a catcher who could hit consistently and hit home runs. And when I think about what Diaz did this season in minimal playing time at catcher, what he's going to be capable of next season, and you wonder, can Chas McCormick continue to build on what he did this season? Can Pena be better, at the plate? So. You hope so, because he couldn't be much worse. And so they got a lot to look forward to. I can't wait to see Spencer Arguetti, their top minor league pitcher and triple, when he comes up. So, yeah, I think they'll add another season onto their dynasty.
Okay, there you go.
Who's going to be pitching? What's the rotation going to be? I know there's a long way to go.
Will McCullers ever pitch again for them?
I don't think you can count on it.
Oh, no. Well, Verlander's under contract for 2 more years. Yeah. He'll be back.
Fromber is, who knows?
Fromber, boy, he was terrible since no-hitter, awful in the playoffs.
Hunter Brown, who knows?
Was there a bigger shock this season than the way Javier stunk it up last night?
Yeah, I would say Fromber folding and falling apart is the biggest shock to me. I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see Javier lasting 1 out in this inning. I didn't expect him to last more than 5, but man, oh man, it's amazing they got where they did, the way you couldn't count on Framber Valdez. You couldn't count on Javier most of the season, and yet they still won, 90 games, 92 games? 90 games. And it's amazing to think what Alvarez could do if he ever played like Bregman and Tucker, almost a full season, missed 49 games, had almost 100 RBIs. No telling what he'd be capable of if he could stay healthy.
But there's no way that's
happening. He hasn't been able to do it.
Yeah, there's no way that's happening. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
When you look at this roster, though, outside of the guys that you mentioned, I mean, there are a lot of aging players, too. And then that's why I say it's ending. I think aging players.
You think the dynasty's ending?
Yes.
I sure hope you're wrong.
I sure hope
Landry,
I'm wrong.
What do you think?
I think the days of being able to win 90, I think the division's going to get better, so I don't think you can kind of like back into it. But I mean, the reality is, would I be shocked if we're talking about an ALCS next year? I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked either.
I wouldn't be shocked, but I would say that the Rangers, I don't think this is like a Washington.
It's not fly by night. It's not the Marlins.
They're spending bread. They're spending bread. They got young guys. Yeah. They seem to have holes that they're going to address even in the offseason. Like it doesn't seem like the Rangers are a team that's like going away anytime soon.
No, the Rangers are built to last their lineup. You look at how bad the Astros were at the bottom of the order compared to how good the Rangers were at the bottom of the order. Rangers will still have pitching issues, but man, oh man, I think it's going to be a two-team race. 2 years ago, the Rangers lost 100 games, then they spent $569 million, and now they're going to the World Series against Arizona or Philly. Can you imagine if Arizona wins 2 games in Philly, the way the Phillies will be eviscerated by the media up there? Just eviscerated.
And you know a telltale sign for me that the Astros kind of knew they were playing with house money is like for all the venom and the rivalry, they were just like, man, we got beat. I mean, man, you know.
They got stomped.
We got beat.
They got stomped these last 2 games.
It wasn't like pissed off.
Minute Maid Park. Humiliated these last 2 games at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, that was what was confusing to me is there just seemed to be kind of, we're defeated. You know,
Dusty, the players, they were all like, we're
worn out.
Yeah, that's it. That's the way.
Kind of exhausted.
They were better than us.
Kind of exhausted. And the most surprising thing to me was I was anticipating that being the most disrespectful
stage
on both sides / locker room, all that. The Rangers really weren't that obnoxious. Like, of course, there's a few like, hey, McTaggart, can we pop bottles now, like type of thing, which comes with the territory. But Garcia gets on the mic and he's classy, and then they're out there. I don't. The most awkward thing for me, and this I'm kind of all over the place here, but I thought it was a weird champagne celebration by the Rangers. I don't think I saw 3 sips of alcohol in about the 20-minute celebration. It was a lot of spraying. Weird. Yeah, they were spraying beers and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't watch their celebration. I turned it off. I didn't want to listen to the post game.
I got sleepy, man, but I had to watch
anything.
Did they go to Chick-fil-A?
They need to re-sign Neris and Bill Matani. I don't think Stanek will be back. It's one other pitcher. I don't look for him to be back. But the way Neris is being used all the time, and when he hit that incentive that gave him the option over the club option, I'm guessing at his age he's not going to get a lot of money from somewhere else. But, man, they paid Montero. He didn't earn it. They paid Javier. He didn't earn it. You know, before last season, Dana Brown's talking about signing Fromber and Alton Bregman to extensions.
That's chill.
Tucker's going to be back in arbitration again. I'm hoping he doesn't go in. Well, no, at spring training, he was upset. He sat in on the arbitration. So he listened to their negativity. Well, this year, you know, they'll talk about the playoffs. I don't know if a player should do that, although he had a good season. So if it helped him have a good season, you know, he's the one I'm most confident in bouncing back. But Framber Valdez and Christian Javier, I can't say I'm confident in them after the way they pitched all season.
Man, I didn't sleep worth a damn yesterday, and it wasn't even because I was like overly like disappointed. I was actually, you know, I felt kind of like relieved that the stress was over. But I watched that post game show. Man, close up of Max Scherzer, that'll give you damn nightmares. Those 2 different colored eyes. I'm not kidding. I really couldn't sleep. I felt like.
Have you ever known someone that had?
I have. Hell no, not like that.
It's wild.
I felt like I was watching a horror movie, and I couldn't sleep. I woke up probably about 13 times last night because I was looking at Max Scherzer's crazy ass.
So be glad you didn't have to look at Garcia's crazy ass after the way he owned him.
So I want to get your thought on this. I was texting with a buddy during the game, and he asked me a very simple question. Have you ever seen a great player or even a good player with as big of a complete meltdown as Kyle Tucker? And the name that I texted him was Matt Schaub.
Yeah, after his peaks.
Because it was a mental thing.
After his pick 6 against Seattle, he was never the same.
It was a complete mental breakdown, meltdown, whatever you want to call it. Because his fielding was awful. It's one thing if you you're slumping at the plate, but his field, it affected everything.
I can't say right off the top of my head. I'm sure there have been. You talking about local players?
Yeah, I was thinking locally. Matt Schaub. That was a Matt Schaub.
Well, that would have jumped out at me right away, but I can't remember another one.
Altuve last year. Like the thing is,
that was just a slump. I'm talking about the complete offense,
just the package, the way
meltdown, the body language, the throw, the shrugging shoulders and all that. Like he was lost. I've never seen anything like
Well,
it
I believe
since Matt
Tucker
Shaw.
will bounce back.
Yeah.
Well, he's one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Some people were saying, hey, how about him for an MVP during the year?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was like, what?
I mean, he was the best player on the team.
Yeah.
No doubt. But yeah, that was a toughie. John McClain with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
But we got the Texans.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do.
And speaking of which, the Texans, C.J. Stroud making all the national rounds. He was a college game day picker. He's on Bussin' with the Boys. He's doing a lot of stuff. How are we feeling about the Texans? Is this an opportunity for the Texans to maybe, I don't want to say steal the hearts of the city. I think the Astros still have that. But is this an opportunity for the Texans to maybe capitalize, build some momentum of their own?
Absolutely. They need to beat a team. They're favored on the road for probably the first time since 2019. They need to beat Carolina. Carolina's winless. They need to figure out how to win games like they lost at Atlanta. If you think about how they played since the first two games, with the only loss being at Atlanta on the field goal with no time left, they've had a dramatic turnaround. They should beat the Panthers, and they should come back here and beat the Bucs. The Bucs
5-3.
just lost to Atlanta. Then the Bucs are playing a tough game this week. Who do they play? Buffalo?
I don't remember.
They might play Buffalo. And so there's a good chance they're going to come off another loss. And they're nothing special. That'll be the last of the 4 games against the NFC South. And I think there's a really good chance the Texans are going to be 5-3. People love D'Amico. People are fired up. He's getting a lot of love around the league. But last week, he was number 3 for Coach of the Year behind Dan Campbell and Mike McDaniel, both of whom got stomped.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they win this game, of course, he's playing an easier schedule. Does that catapult him ahead of Campbell and Mike McDaniel?
If they go 5-3?
I mean, if the Texans make the playoffs,
Hell
you got to
yes.
put him in the discussion,
Yeah,
right?
Oh, I think if they make the playoffs, he's Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
You got to put him in the discussion.
How many guys have been a Rookie of the Year and then a Coach of the Year in their first season of doing
Probably
both?
0.
Yeah.
I'm guessing 0 too.
Well, it has to be your first season to be Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, but
there is that.
But I'm talking about the Coach of the Year in your first year.
I don't know.
What an accomplishment that would be.
What an accomplishment it is, just the fact that we're even having this discussion.
Yeah.
That's the impressive.
When's the last time we've been able to say, well, we got the Texans?
At least we have the Texans now.
Yep.
It's been a while.
Everybody's fired up about them, the way they played on both sides of the ball.
CJ.
Special teams. CJ's getting a lot of well-earned rate point. He's going to have a bad game, but based on how we've seen him recover from mistakes, I think he'll continue to play that way. I can't wait to watch him and Bryce Young in their first game probably.
Well, it's funny you say that. They're going to be back on the field tomorrow, and they're going to downplay this whole Bryce Young.
Oh,
versus
yeah.
CJ
I'm not
thing.
on the field the same time as him.
No, I'm saying they're going to downplay this whole
Of
CJ.
course, but we're not.
But it's huge for them, isn't it? I mean, from the management down.
Of course, and it's huge for him. Remember when they hired Frank Reich, he hired Jim Caldwell, he hired a bunch of veteran coaches, and he hired the guy who came close to being the Texans head coach, Josh McCown, as the quarterback coach.
Yeah.
So McCown will never say this, but he wants to stick it to the Texans because he thought he was going to be the head coach. And so the Texans took an exact opposite approach. They hired a young guy, D'Amico. They didn't hire a former head coach as the play caller. They talked to Cliff Kingsbury one time, and Bobby Sloak was always going to be the offensive coordinator. And it's working out so much better here than it is Carolina. I'll guarantee you, and we'll never know for sure, Frank Reich giving up play calling, David Tepper, everybody thinks Tepper has made him do it. Give it to Thomas Brown, an offensive coordinator for the first time, calling plays for the first time. So we're going to have 2 guys, coordinators for the first time and first-time play callers, going against each other on offense. There's just no way everybody says that knows Frank Reich that he would give it up with 0-6 without being made to.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, world-famous McClain leg hiking next.
All right, guys, Low T Center right now when it comes to your health. There are numbers that every
John McClain saying, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McClain leg hiking. Concept very simple. Tuesday at 11:20, we throw takes at John McClain, not necessarily our own. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Start it off, Lopez.
Joe Espada will be the next Astros manager.
I get Figgy. I think
agree.
Dana Brown, anytime a guy becomes a GM for the first time in any sport, they have a guy or two or three who they want to hire. Dana Brown was the new GM who watched and learned this season, and you know he's got somebody on his list. Now, Joe Espada, who I remember when I was at spring training how much everybody liked him, respected him, players, media. You know, he made those moves the other night. He pinch hit Yiner for Pena. He got a single, and he put in Singleton for Maldi, and he walked. And there's a lot of people would like to see him get it. Don't know what Crane thinks. You know, Crane's going to sign off. You know he's got to prove everything. So I don't know Espada. Met him one time. But he's interviewed multiple times for other jobs and has not gotten them. And because he's got a good personality, he doesn't seem to have any quirks. What is keeping him, what is holding him back?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing if Dana Brown has his say, it'll be somebody from outside the organization.
Jose Urquidy should have been the first guy out of the pen yesterday.
Absolutely, he should have been.
God, I can't believe that.
He's been in World Series. He's been in ALCSs. I would have brought him in before I would have brought in Hunter Brown and J.P. France.
The Titans are beginning a rebuild.
Yes, I agree. Although Kevin Byerter's safety didn't play real well last season, and the new GM, Rand Cawthorn, asked him to take a pay cut. He didn't want to do it, but he did it. And then he didn't play well. And so I'm sure he feels like he was mistreated, and I don't blame him. So he hadn't played very well. Now he should be revitalized, rejuvenated, going to the Eagles and having a chance to have a really good players in front of him. I bet we see him make the kind of plays he made for most of his career with the Titans.
The regression of Jeremy Pena is one of the most surprising things that has happened in recent Houston sports history.
Absolutely. MVP of the LCS, MVP of the World Series. Hit 20 home runs or 21. I thought, okay, he might hit like 25. He didn't have one since July 5th. Played well in the field, but, man, as sophomore,
it's got that leather.
Sophomore Jakes, I guess. So they need him to bounce back big time.
The fool does have some leather,
He does do that.
He does have some leather, though.
Bobby Slowick will be a head coach next season in the NFL.
I get Biggie. I think it'll be the next season. I don't see him getting a head coaching job after one season.
C.J. Stroud is going to be the biggest star in town by the time the season concludes.
Ooh.
I get Biggie. I don't think he'll be bigger than Jordan Alvarez or Jose Altuve.
P.J. Walker will start more games the rest of the year than Deshaun Watson.
I get Biggie. I think they'll force Watson out there to get the money.
What's his deal?
Worth. They say he just got a shoulder injury and that he probably needs to sit until he's 100%.
It's the head above the
but
shoulders.
he told him he was okay, and
it's the head above the shoulder.
Yeah, that head. And so he, I think they're going to keep running him out there, and I think P.J. Walker hadn't played well. They played great defense, and their defense got hammered by the Colts, but they pulled it out. And the fans, you know how the fans love an underdog. They love a backup. They love him. Some P.J. Walker.
Texans should trade for Chase Young.
I get Figgy. I wouldn't give up my draft choice for a guy that's been hurt most of his career. Never lived up to what he was supposed to be when he was coming out of college.
He's 24, man.
That's true.
Talking about him like he's dead.
He has been based on where he was picked.
Jeez.
Justin Verlander will never win more than 18 games again.
Oh, I think absolutely. I don't think he might not win more than 12 or 13 the way they shuffle relievers in and out.
Well, there is that.
What did he end up with this year? Do we know?
Combined?
Yeah.
Well, he had a kind of a up and down.
Mets.
Yeah.
Started out slow.
Yeah.
Not great.
Well, he pitched well for the Astros, and it's amazing. If he's throwing 95 at 40, he can throw 94 at 41. I'm glad he's coming back.
The Texas Rangers winning the World Series would be the worst result for the Astros possible.
Hi, Kid Figgy. I think it'd be the best result because the team that beat you won the championship. And I'm pulling for the Rangers over the Phillies.
Oh, here we go. That was going to be my next one.
I'm pulling for the Rangers. They're a lot of fun to watch. What they did, choked the last game of the season. And what they accomplished under Bruce Bochy is amazing, and they got my respect.
I was just going to ask you that. Lamar Jackson will be the NFL MVP.
Hi, Kid Figgy. He's had one really good game. He's going to have more than that.
Man, I can't believe
it's not going to be Brock Purdy. I thought 2 weeks ago after the Cowboy game, Brock Purdy going to be the MVP.
I cannot believe you want the Rangers to win.
I do.
John McClain is pumped up to see the Oiler uniforms this weekend.
Oh, I forgot. Hi, Kid Figgy. I forgot they were even wearing them this weekend. It's when they have their annual reunion. Unless they're on TV here, I won't be watching them because I don't have the whatever it's called, the NFL package. So I'll have to wait to see them when they wear those uniforms against the Texans.
Framber Valdez will never win more than 15 games as an Astro starter.
Come on.
Never more than 15. How many pitchers win more than 15 games
It's a high number these days.
It is?
It is a high number these days.
Well, I'll say yes. I don't think he'll win more than 15 games.
What is going on right now?
How many did he win last year?
I'd have to
in
look.
Regular season. Did he win more than 15?
I'd have to look.
I'm guessing he didn't.
All are just.
I don't think he can win.
You're the one he's not an ace.
Hey, he can win 15. I'm just saying you said more than 15.
Yes, exactly.
6 pitchers this year won more than 15.
That's all. 6
Garrett Cole
pitchers.
won
He won 17
all of Major League Baseball.
in 2022. He won 17.
Okay, won 17
That's his highest
in regular
ever.
season. You said more than 15. I'll say, no more than 15.
Jeremy Pena should be kicked off HEB commercials.
I agree with that one. Boy, let him go back and worry about hitting for a change instead of doing commercials. Who could they put in there in his place without Tuve and Bregman? Alvarez?
Alvarez,
yes,
he could be a foil. Alvarez can speak English. Most of the players can speak
good enough
English
for a
in the
commercial.
locker room. Of course, he could do it in Spanish. He could insult them in Spanish and them act like
they'll figure it out.
Altuve would know it. I think it'd be great to have Alvarez in there.
Yeah. The Texans are going to be playing for a wild card, not the division.
I'll say, okay, I agree with that. I think that based on their schedule, Sean Pendergast and our Utopia Football Podcast went back over the schedule and had them with 9 or 10 wins.
Nick Caserio is the most entertaining man in town.
Hike it, Figgy.
What?
Where'd you come up with that one?
What do you mean?
The most entertaining man in town.
Yeah. You don't think so?
No. Do you? Of course you don't.
Oh, I got one more.
You asked him a question the other day.
Yeah, well, he answered. He just
Nick Caserio,
it's not
Texans GM,
exactly
joining us on the show. Nick,
entertaining.
you okay on time right now?
Tom Verducci on the button predicted what would happen last night before the game.
Oh, he predicted it after the game, didn't he?
Did you catch that? Was that the most... That is
It was
a
11-3.
That
it
is
was
a slime off.
11-3, and he goes, you know, I was telling some
I told
friends.
some buddies.
Yeah. That was unbelievable.
That was, I cannot believe that he did that. I was just like, what
I
is...
was if the Astros had won 3-2, well, I was telling some
Yeah,
friends.
it's going to be a close game, boys. This is going to be down to the finish.
Now, Jeter and A-Rod got it right. They picked the Rangers. David Ortiz went all in. And, Chris Rousseau from Mad Dog Radio would retire if the D-backs win tonight.
Oh, wow.
He said he would retire.
Well, it's been
if
real.
Arizona 1-2 in Philly.
It's been real. The best thing the Astros did for the city this year was help the economy.
Well, that's true. They did.
Is it?
Dusty said that he saw the bars and the hotels and everything were full for the last 2 weeks.
This is all you got? This is all you got, Dusty? Let me tell
Now
you
we'll
about
have
the
to wait till
economy.
April.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said that.
Can't either.
He also said, what was it about the criticism of him?
I took my share.
It wasn't valid.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't valid.
It wasn't valid.
Well, he did
took
it on
for
Maldi.
whatever.
He certainly deserved it on Maldi.
Well, Maldi, man, what if he's back?
I heard he wants a 1-year contract to mentor
Diaz.
Yiner.
That's fine. Hey, Maldi as a backup, cool. If you want to
Yeah,
be
but what if Verlander says, well, I want Maldi?
Yeah.
What if Frommer says, I want Maldi?
Then
What if Diaz has a slow start?
I don't care what they say. I've seen Justin Verlander pitch well without Maldi many a times.
Yes.
I think Maldi, everybody thinks, will be a really good coach and a manager.
Well, go to
to Vegas.
Let him
Yes,
go
the
into
Las
the
Vegas A's.
Astros minor league
Give him an
system
interview
and
with the
work his way up.
Astros.
Oh,
manager.
could you imagine? Maldonado gets an interview to be manager.
Yeah, what if they just go with Maldi straight off the?
Oh my God, it might be good actually, but
Yeah,
well, as long as he's not playing.
Yeah, if he's being a manager and not having to
Jeez,
play, I
could
might
that
take it.
happen?
Even at this point,
Why not?
they love him some Maldi.
Yeah, go out there and do your thing. I hear about all
They
these game
love him
plans.
some Maldi, or does Dusty love him some
Well,
Maldi?
more Dusty.
Well, Dusty loves him more than anybody.
Yeah, he can't quit him.
Yeah, at all.
Yeah.
John McClain, we can't quit you. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys very much. As always, I've got Astros columns, and I'll be on SportsRadio610.com, and I'll have a Stroud versus Bryce Young column on Wednesday on SportsRadio610.com. Thank you.
Looking forward to that. That's John McClain here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Headline showdown coming up at 1. Internet going nuts as well at 1:20. Astros fall to the Rangers. Let's hear from some of the members of the Houston Astros as well as some stats that will blow your mind. Let's also look at the state of the Texans following the bye week. The hits are lit. Sports are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You know why we're here.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
13 teams in the NFL above 500, 4 teams below are 500. One of those is the Texans, and you have 15 teams below. So the Texans are right there in the middle. Stuff kind of starting to shape up, and we'll see how it goes. As far as the division, the Titans, they traded one of their leaders in Kevin Byard. There's talks that they might maybe open for business. A lot of people talking about Derrick Henry potentially being traded. There's been talks about other guys on the squad. Could DeAndre Hopkins find a team? But it appears the Titans, they're at least doing a conservative teardown of where they're at. Jags, they've won 4 straight since losing to the Texans. They're atop the division. And the Colts, despite the loss to the Browns, the Colts are the only team in the league that scored 20 or more points per game. So how about that? The AFC South, very interesting. The Texans, very much in the mix.
The Titans are an interesting one to me. I don't know. I don't know if they know what they want to be. Because you got Vrabel that can always, kind of piece together a good team, but you can't be average, and you have to go take a step back in order to take a step forward. They don't know what how much more they're going to get out of Derrick Henry. They seem to be at least kicking the tires on a rebuild. I think they're as confused as anyone. Like, okay, how are we going to do this? What are we going to do next? And if they lose a couple more games, then I think it's on. Then the deadline is next week, right?
Yeah.
So Derrick Henry is going to be a tough call right there. Somebody would take him.
Baltimore.
Absolutely.
Baltimore.
Yeah, somebody would take him. For this year?
Yeah, Baltimore.
Yeah. God, that would be scary.
Yeah, Baltimore.
Whew. That would be scary.
Ravens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think they really are sure yet, even though they got Byard on the move.
No, they don't know. They're in kind of a weird spot. Astros get, let's just call it what it is. It was an assing yesterday at the ballpark. The Rangers topped the Astros 11-4. Christian Javier, he lasted 1/3 of an inning, 3 runs, 4 hits, a walk in that third of an inning. In his previous 4 postseason starts, Christian Javier, 22 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 11 walks, 26 Ks. He allowed 1 less hit yesterday in a third of an inning than he had in 22 innings. He allowed more earned runs than he had in the previous 22 innings. And he just completely lost himself. Teams are now 3-9 in the postseason when the starting pitcher goes less than an inning in a winner-take-all game.
When did you think it ain't going to happen? The Rangers got this.
Garcia's first bomb.
That would be when they made it 4-2?
Yeah, Garcia's first bomb, or Garcia's 2 RBI double when it was 8-2.
Yes, that one.
When it was 8-2, yeah, the double.
That was the one
I'm
for
sorry,
me, too.
I can't keep up with the extra base hits. He had one where he's showing off and he gets a single.
Yeah, he was staring down that single.
He stayed at the plate the whole time until the ball hit the ground.
Yeah.
He was enjoying that single.
Man.
Yeah.
But the funny thing about it?
I would say that double was where it was like, this is it.
But the thing about that single, he said, I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm going to go ahead and steal second base.
Yeah.
Yeah, so immediately just
he stole second base.
All things even now.
Dude, the guy, then he hits another bomb to make it 11-3. And it's just kind of like, you're just mean now.
8-2 was when I was like, normally you think, okay, these are the Astros.
No, because I was looking, but the problem with it was you're telling yourself, well, this many runs isn't going to be enough, but then you're looking on the left side and saying, well, are they going to be able to hold them to this?
Yeah.
Like with the Astros. So it's just kind of, but yeah, I would say that dub. And by the way, for all the talk about Martin Maldonado, me and Figgy were talking about this before the show in the lab. Mm-hmm. For all the talk about when Martin Maldonado after Game 5 said, well, they woke up the Astros, I feel like Garcia kind of woke up too.
I
feel like he might play better when he's mad.
He woke him up.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he woke up a little bit.
My thought on that was a little different. I feel like Maldonado saying that woke up.
Yeah, that's what
Adolis.
we're talking about. Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like it woke him up too because they lost. I think Maldonado taking that jab is what woke up Adolis.
I kind of cringed when he said that, man. I'm like, no.
And by the way,
14 RBI in the series.
God almighty. He's 1 away from the postseason record, right? Tying it?
Yes. and he seems like a good guy.
He does.
I know that's not popular to say here, and trust me, I watched that whole podium thing because I was waiting for him to be a jackass to where I could come on here and run my mouth. He seems like a pretty classy, good dude.
Yeah. Side note, have you ever been thankful that someone asked you to help move furniture? Because I was yesterday. My son and my son-in-law traded couches, basically. So I had to help them move one couch to storage. If I hadn't done that, I would have been at that game last night. I had the tickets in my folder.
I was going to go too.
It was only $180 a ticket for level.
My section was $88. My section went down to $88.
I was right down the right field line for $180 a ticket, which I know that's money, but still, I would have gone. But they go, hey, can you help us move this couch to storage? I was like, yeah, I guess.
My spot went down to 88, and I was like, man,
never been more glad to help somebody move furniture.
Man, I was watching Monday Night Football after like the third or fourth inning, man.
He's Rose Arena's godfather to his kid or something like that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Garcia. So, I don't know. Very interesting. Bruce Bochy, by the way, has never lost a Game 7. Dusty Baker has never won a Game 7. We'll get to Dusty in a sec. First, let's hear from the best Astro in franchise history and a guy who provided us with some more good memories this postseason, Jose Altuve. Here's Jose on the loss.
Yeah, it feels bad, That's it. Yeah.
What was it about these last 2 days? What was the difference?
Baseball, sometimes you're going to win, sometimes not. I think that's what happened.
It's baseball.
They play better than us.
It's baseball.
It's baseball.
I don't blame him.
It's Altuve, though.
I don't blame him.
Altuve.
I did like that little walk away. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hit a home run before I get out of here.
He did get him a bomb, didn't he?
He got a bomb at the end. Like,
but what were you thinking when that happened?
I didn't really go there. I didn't really go like...
No. Not there, obviously.
Yeah, I didn't go there.
But what were you thinking?
I don't know. Nice for him to get that home run as a walk away.
That's not what I was thinking.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking, damn, if only it would have been a 2-run game in Game 6 against Leclerc instead of this situation, then maybe something interesting could have happened.
Well, the butterfly effect is real, man.
Yep, he put in Montero.
Yeah, the butterfly effect is real on these things. We talked about it yesterday. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake.
Well, Abreu ended up being available, so Dusty kind of paid off.
You win when you can win, man.
Bruce Bochy, he had Madison Bumgarner do it for him with the Giants, and then he has Montgomery come in, and Montgomery ends up getting the dub.
Yeah.
God, man. He just had him on standby.
And he was ready. They were outmanaged, man, from yesterday afternoon.
There's no shame in getting outmanaged by Bruce Bochy.
Better prepared.
Right?
They seem to just have and maybe it's easy to say now, but they just seem to have a hungrier look, from the get-go. They just
wanted it more.
I don't know if I want to say that, but I mean, they just seem like okay, they're here.
By the way, there's going to be fights next year between Astros and Rangers. Make no mistake about it. Chas McCormick taking that 104 off the thigh.
Yeah,
that's not going to be forgotten.
Yeah, and then also, I texted you guys. When they hit. Who did the Astros hit?
Garcia.
Garner.
Oh.
Garver.
Garver.
Okay.
Yeah, I texted you guys. I was like, all right, it's a blowout game. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit one of the Astros in this game.
He hit him at 104.
He did hit him.
Like right there.
That was
thigh.
brutal, man. He can't be walking well today.
Did you see he's walking like Bruce Bochy, probably.
God, that's brutal.
Did you see Bruce Bochy in the clubhouse?
I don't think so. I saw some of it.
OG he is.
What was he doing?
Dude, so he's an OG because Budweiser sponsors the
all the posts.
So they always have Budweiser and Bud Light.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy walks in. Someone hands him a Miller Lite, so I guess that's his beer of choice.
My guy.
So he already had.
That's my guy.
That's my favorite beer.
Yeah.
So they hand him a Miller Lite. Bruce just opens it.
Yeah.
And he takes a nice little wrist up for like 8-second pull of it. Takes another one, and then he walks over and he gives the speech. But you can tell he had the beer that he wanted.
That's a guy with job security.
Took him a nice little pull and went over there and like. Talk to the clubhouse about it.
Yeah, y'all can have that, bud. I'm drinking my life.
I could do what I want to do. Bring my stuff in.
Yeah, he just had his
I don't care about all that sponsorship.
Sitting right there. Man, champagne celebrations look so dumb now.
They were just spraying everything.
The Rangers won when
goggles.
I don't know what, like they weren't drinking.
Yeah.
They were like, at one point, someone came in there, one of these guys on the Rangers, and he poured a whole hard bucket of ice on top of someone's head, and it looked like he was hurt. I was like, what a jackass.
That would be interesting.
He poured a full ice on him, and he's hurt. But they were just sitting there like pouring beers and pouring champagne.
It was pretty bizarre.
Whack.
Yeah,
absolutely whack. Dusty Baker has expressed to multiple people inside and outside the organization that 2023 will be his final season as manager. That's what Chandler Rome is reporting at The Athletic. We can get more into that as the show goes on. Another goodbye, Michael Brantley. Michael F. from Brantley looks like he may not return to the Astros, may not play ball. This was Michael Brantley after the game catching up with the media types.
We fought hard to get to this point. We accomplished a lot this year. There's nothing to hang our hat on, but at the same time, it's not what our ultimate goal was. We fell a little bit short, but great group of guys in this locker room that competed all the way to the end.
Michael, if this is it for you, what are you going to remember about this place?
Everything. My teammates, the organization as a whole, the fans. I can't thank them enough for all the support. It was an honor to play here. It's been an amazing run.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's it, right? Baseball-wise for him.
This had to have been a stressful process, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of injuries, a lot of rehab.
But, I mean, if you're giving someone $12 million to
But it was, I mean, it's a done deal now. He's a free agent, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about if someone else wants to.
Yeah. Maybe. Boy.
I mean, his face looked like someone who knew it was over.
It did. So did Dusty's.
Yeah.
And good for Dusty. Walk away. Go play with your grandkids. Go pet your dogs. Make that wine. Go hunting.
What the hell's your problem?
Good for him. I'm happy
Good
for
for
him.
Dusty. Get out of here now.
Itinerary?
Thank you very much.
Here's your flight.
See you later.
Peace.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate what you did.
Dude,
Peace.
He has earned it. He has earned it the right. He doesn't need. He said he hadn't been home since February.
Yeah, he said he's got 2 hunting dogs that are one that wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah. Go home, man. What are you doing?
Trying to win a World Series, John.
Okay, he did. It didn't work out. He's
trying to win a World Series.
Doesn't need money.
He's trying to be a champion.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he will not be a champion. One-time champion. Shout out to Dusty Baker, the Astros, for all of the memories. The hits are lit. Coming up, 2 things. There are 2 events for the Houston Texans, really 3. There's 3 events for the Houston Texans that could significantly close the gap and soothe the pain of Astros fans. Plus, is the biggest nightmare for Astros fans and for the Astros the Rangers winning the whole damn thing? We'll discuss.
free Odyssey app.
Thank you for the economic impact, Dusty Baker. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. This was Dusty after the game. I did not. I was kind of sitting there like, Dusty, what are we doing here? Astros fall to the Rangers 11-4. Season over. Rangers advance to the World Series. How much of a nightmare would it be for the Rangers to win the World Series? We'll discuss that in a sec. But first, let's give thanks to the economic savior, Dusty Baker.
How about that?
We overcame a lot of stuff. I overcame a lot of stuff. We overcame a lot of stuff. People wondering why we weren't where we were. It doesn't matter who we were suiting up. It didn't matter, we had injured. Personally, got a whole bunch of undue criticism for whatever. You wear it, you hold your head up high, and you think about what you've accomplished versus what you've lost. I mean, this city is proud of this team. We've made, over the last 4 years since I've been here, and the 3 before I got here, I mean, we brought a lot of enjoyment, created a lot of fans that weren't fans. I mean, not to mention, every time I go down the street, the hotels are full, the bars are full, the restaurants are full. I mean, we've helped this place out economically big time, but sometimes goes unnoticed because, see, these streets would have been empty them last 2 weeks.
You seen those streets?
Instead, I saw a whole bunch of people out, having a good time.
Dude.
It was great.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like, there is obviously an economic impact in sports. Like, I get it, but I was going to be there with or without you, sir.
I mean,
and it wasn't undue criticism. Now, I think some of it was extreme. I think the either or, Dusty sucks, all that. I think that's unfair, but I think that kind of comes with the territory. But I don't think there was any, undue criticism.
Yeah, I think today is a day when we really have to remind ourselves to thank Dusty Baker for an incredible job for 4 years. 2023 was a different story. We always talk about both things can be true. Dusty Baker deserves, a world of thanks, a world of praise. It's unfathomable what this organization was going through in 2019. We lived it. It was devastating. And Dusty Baker comes in and does what Dusty Baker does. He's a leader of men. Yesterday, Bruce Bochy's a better manager in the games, but he's a leader of men. Cannot downplay that. But 2023, if you're talking about the economy, man, I mean, have you seen Lil Woodrow's on game day? I mean, and the way that he handled this season was not undue criticism. It was very due. And it ultimately, I said this before the show, and I don't mean it as just a total shot at him, but all the things that bit this team in the ass in the regular season ended their season. Like, let's think about some of the things that really, kind of were hot button issues. Well, we know Martin Maldonado. That bit him in the end in this series.
Man, I cannot believe he hit yesterday, by the way.
In the fifth? Was it the fifth?
It was a 6-run game in the fourth.
Fourth. Yeah. What are you doing? I mean, so that bit him. The weight and the ongoing Michael Brantley saga. He was very good for a while, but in this series, it bit him. His love-hate relationship with Chas McCormick kind of, was back and forth as well. Chas had a really bad break on a very important ball hit yesterday. So maybe Dusty was right in that. But like all the things that we talk about, the loyalty to players, all of a sudden Dusty didn't have it when it came to Urquidy in a key situation yesterday. So thank you, Dusty. Incredible job. I don't think the city can really give you your due. But 2023 was not his best work. And certainly in the postseason, in this series in particular, it cost him.
Yeah, and you were almost able to win despite it.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is that just because you win despite something doesn't mean that's the reason why it happened, and it doesn't justify the mistake.
Exactly.
Like it doesn't justify the mistake. That's like I don't know, like that's like doing something that you shouldn't do, but the result, like you don't just base it on result. It's not really that simple. I don't think Dusty did an excellent job managing this year. I don't think he did a terrible job, but the catching thing was too much. I mean, oh, by the way, I guess they wanted to keep Maldonado in yesterday in that 6-run game because he was calling such a damn good game.
It was
you can't take that defense out of the lineup. Like I
mean, he only gave up 3 stolen bases in the first inning. That's all. I mean, we haven't talked about. There's 2 things that we haven't talked about the game itself. They were just going. I remember I said they had a look. They kind of the Rangers. They got on base, and they said, we're taking second base. You see that base over there? We're taking 3 times. You can say that it was Javier's move to – it was probably a combination. Javier's wind up to or slide step to home plate or whatever. But it was 3 stolen bases, man, right off the top. And then there's this that we haven't mentioned at all. Why the hell did Dusty decide to pitch to Adolis Garcia in the 4th? That was mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
Maybe they just, I don't know.
I mean, that was, the guy is just crushing you.
I don't know. The Urquidy thing was confusing to me.
Yeah.
Because if he's going to be available, just put him in there right when Javier struggles, we can get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Although I have no problem. You can let Maton come in and get you out of it, and then put Urquidy in. Like, not Hunter Brown and JP France. Because if you were going to start, if you had to start someone in, let's say that there was a game today, it's Urquidy.
Absolutely.
So you should have had him on standby. Now, would they have won the game had they done that? No. I think the catching thing is the worst. I do want to ask this, though. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. How much of a nightmare is it for the Rangers to potentially win a World Series? Because John McClain says he's rooting for him. I can't bring myself to do that.
Well, there's someone else rooting for him.
Who, you?
It's going to be in my confession. No. Someone we all know.
I know you're watching the same film I watch. Come on now.
And I was like,
What did he say?
He got jumped on like a trampoline, too,
What did he say?
I got it right here. It was in. I was going to save it for confessions, but we can talk about it right here. Our guy tweeted, yes. Did he get jumped on, Figgy?
Yeah, a lot of people's like, man, I like you, Clint, but nah, I don't,
When my squad is eliminated, I fan by 2 lines of thinking. Number 1, I pull for the team that knocked my squad out, or number 2, I pull for the team from Texas. Call me crazy, but I'm pulling for the Rangers 100% in the World Series.
Hell no.
Can't do it.
No, hell no. Well, first of all, I think that it kind of takes away from the Astros, just from a sense that you would have a team in the division that would say, we have 1, you have 2, you cheated to win that one.
Yeah.
There's that. Second of all, I think that there's a certain element of once you reach that ultimate goal and you reach that ultimate success, like there's just a switch that you can flip. I don't know if it's like a mental thing. I don't know if it's just like a physical thing or something like that, but to where you can just find your way back. Like you see it like that to me, like it would be much better for the Rangers to go lose this World Series than win it.
Me
so
too.
Absolutely effing not. As a matter of fact, there's not a team that I would least rather win the World Series than the Rangers at this point, quite honestly.
I'd rather go with the D-backs, man.
I would rather go with the Yankees. I would rather go with the Red Sox. I don't care because they're the Yankees and Red Sox at the end of the day. The Rangers are the last team from an Astros point of view that I want to win a World Series. So there is zero chance that I'm rooting for them to win a World Series. Zero
chance.
I like a lot of those players and stuff, but screw them.
I think the whole Dallas-Houston thing it doesn't bother me. I mean, I think I kind of do an old eye roll with all the Dallas people and all the casual fans, but everybody does that. The reason I don't want the Rangers to win is what you said in terms of like the Astros, how it affects the Astros and the division and all that. But also, I don't need to hear all that stuff. You know what I mean, Figgy? It's like, you know what Dallas people are going to do, and I'm like, I don't want to mess it up.
It's always an unnecessary competition.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear all that crap.
My sister was texting me last night. She lives in the Metroplex. She's like, shouldn't they have a 10-run rule in Major League Baseball? Ha, ha, ha. I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I texted her back, yeah, they should because I'm getting sleepy.
And this is the one reason I didn't want against the Rangers.
Yes.
Like, I'd rather them lose against the Twins.
The 832 says, let the Rangers win on the text line. Let the Rangers win so they can make the division more interesting. The division's not more interesting after they sing your ass home at your yard?
It's pretty dang interesting.
Shoot, if you don't think that's more interesting, I don't know what to tell you. I don't need to see them popping bottles. I definitely do not.
Is it wrong that I'm cheering for Bryce Harper?
What's wrong with that? What would be wrong with that?
Because Phillies, people hate Phillies, the whole Mattress Mac.
He seemed like a cool dude, though, man.
Who cares about the Mattress Mac?
Well, I'm saying the whole thing last year, and I'm kind of cheering for Bryce Harper.
Yeah, he plays ball hard. He's Vegas guy.
The chosen one, yeah.
Vegas guy, man.
I didn't know that.
From Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bryce Harper. So there's 3 grudge matches for the Texans because I think one of the things that the Astros have provided the city of Houston with is like sports emotion and healthy sports hate, healthy sports rivalries. A lot of times you see vindication for the Astros. They beat the Yankees after they talk all that crap. More times than not, they come out on top. Texans got a few opportunities there to provide sports fans with that type of feeling. The first one is you beat the Titans in the Oilers uniforms because they're going to wear the Oilers uniforms against you. If you can win that game, I think that could add some emotion. Second one is Deshaun Watson on Christmas Eve. He's coming to town. So you have that opportunity. And then the third one is this weekend, C.J. Stroud beating out Bryce Young.
Yes.
I think that is really, really big. Those are three opportunities, not necessarily fill the emotion because obviously there's different layers to it. But those are three games right there that the Texans can use to kind of capitalize on where they're at.
You mentioned this week, and I think it's huge in that building, in the Texans building. We all know it's not going to be that meaningful long term. Things could change. We know that that's a team that you're not even going to play that often in Carolina, but it is meaningful for you to get that public validation. We got the right guy, you didn't, and so I think this weekend, for that reason alone, doesn't matter what the record is over there, I think it's going to be big for the Texans and everybody from the top down, from management down.
Yeah, and I think it's big for Carolina too. I mean, this is like, I don't want to call it like a Super Bowl type of thing, but they're not playing for anything.
Yeah.
They don't benefit from losing.
But they want that validation.
Oh, they want validation. They want to at least see they want a visual of Bryce Young playing in the same level that C.J. Stroud's played to this year. So I think it's really, really big, really, really big opportunity for the Texans as the Astros season concludes. Has there ever been a example of someone getting romanticized, glorified, fed the cheese, the rat poison, as Nick Saban calls it, than Jeremy Pena? I mean, a year ago, we're talking about one of the biggest heroes in the history of this city. We're talking about an ALCS MVP and a World Series MVP. And now here we are. We're talking about a guy who got pinch hit by Singleton. Let's be serious about this. Jeremy Pena, I don't know if he just was himself. I don't know if this is a natural regression that comes with being in the league for a second year, but this was an astonishing drop-off from him.
You know who else would get pinch hit in the postseason? Adam Everett. I mean, it's uncanny how Jeremy Pena has fallen off, and he's basically that guy now. Unbelievable defense. Like ridiculous defense. Just like Adam Everett. Batting average, postseason clutch after last season, not so much. You talk about early storylines that you're going to be watching next year. It's going to be Jeremy Pena with a new manager after, finally getting humbled a little bit. It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge for him going into the season because he wasn't the same guy. I mean, just flat out. Wasn't all year long.
No, and I don't know if this is is that as good as it gets for Jeremy Pena? Is that as good as it gets? Let's hear from him. Here's Jeremy Pena in the clubhouse after the Astros lost. Here's what Jeremy Pena had to say.
It is what it is at this point. Tough to lose these 2 games at home, but it is what it is.
Play at home really kind of hurts you guys. Just how much more frustrating is it that you couldn't win home games and get it done here?
We love playing in front of our fans. We love playing at our stadium. It's just bummer the way it turned out.
The expectations and standards here are so high. Is this season a success based on those standards that are in this organization?
I wouldn't consider it a success. A fought year for sure. A lot of ups, a lot of downs. But go back to the drawing board and go from there.
You didn't experience this last year. What was this clubhouse like after the loss?
I mean, what can I say? We lost. It wasn't. It is what it is.
Okay. It is what it is.
What it is. It had to eat at him, man, because he was on top of the world. Just on top of the world. And now his numbers.
How you going to be at that Houston Sports Awards?
Are not. Oh, man, he got more, as you were pointing out yesterday, Landry, he got more applause than anybody.
It's going to be this
biggest star there.
Next one.
Yeah.
Might not go. How about the Messiah, Alex Bregman? This was awkward, man. This was awkward. He almost looked a little bit relieved. I mean, there's a lot of emotion that goes on. When I say relief, it's just like, I can finally relax a little bit. Here was Alex Bregman after the game. This one got a little bit awkward.
You like playing in front of these fans, losing 2 like you guys did. How does that hit?
It was not well. We got outplayed here in the last 2 days, and yeah.
Standards here are so high. That means that is this season a success?
No. I think winning the World Series is a success.
He's never played a full season in his career that he didn't get to an LCS. That it's probably eating at him more than anybody. Because he came up in 16, but that was just at the end of the season.
Kind of did his thing yesterday, too, under the radar.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He really did.
He was ready to go.
He was the one that was kind of keeping it, all right,
He's ready to go.
Early on anyway. He was kind of keeping it interesting for a while until it wasn't.
Poured out, man.
Poured out.
Poured out. Shout out to Dusty Baker. Appreciate you, my friend. Do your thing. John Lopez has your itinerary if you need it. He's already got plans for you.
For what?
For Dusty Baker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it all
Get
laid
out of here. Go play with the dogs.
Here you go. Here's the list of activities.
Eat some pudding.
Get out of here.
Raisins.
Thank you very much. Go get your. Where does he go? House of Pies? Get the banana pie from McCormick, or
he likes House of Pies.
Was it House of Pies?
I don't know.
Remember, he's always bringing like pie or
banana pudding
or something.
Pudding.
Yeah, wherever he gets.
That was
it.
in New York.
No, it's here. No, because I saw Channel 13 or somebody did a little feature on the guy.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Did you watch the Fox 26 pregame?
The local one? Yeah. No, I was watching MLB.
Dude, I love those local ones, man. They're just all posted up out there.
Yeah, they're all wearing that.
We just ran into some Ranger fans, and then they're doing like all the goofy skits. Yeah. I watched all
people
2 hours
yelling
of that.
in the background. Go
yes.
Astros!
Watched all 2 hours of that yesterday.
Yeah, Debbie the Texan even had all her Astros gear on.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Okay. She was ready to go. Hashtag We Are Astros.
Yeah, I don't think it's on her today. I think she's probably going back to Texans gear now.
Back to the Texans. Well, a lot of people are.
Yeah.
It's kind of their time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it?
I think it is.
TBD.
Yeah.
Lunchtime confessions coming up next. The most disgraceful display maybe in the history of this historic run.
Payne and Pendergast.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sin to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't blame a single person for leaving early yesterday. Not one.
You didn't want to stay and give them a standing O?
Yeah, see, there's a lot of that out there. I get it. If that's what you want to do it. There's also a lot of this is the Astros. They could come back. It was practically empty in the 6th inning. I don't blame
a lot of Ranger fans.
There were a lot, but you could hear them better too.
That celebration.
Yeah, you could hear them better too because the Astros really. I don't blame you. I mean, it's not. You're not less of a fan. It was a tough night. You didn't want
Game 7.
You did. It was game. Again, that's why I'm saying this confession. Maybe people do blame them. Maybe you do, and Figgy does. I don't. I get it was Game 7. It was not something I wanted to watch and stay there if I'm an Astros fan. I don't blame them. Do you? Would you have stayed?
I would have left after the Garcia dub.
Yeah.
8-3. A lot of traffic out there too. We're being honest.
Man, I almost bought tickets. I was really close.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I cannot believe that Tom Verducci in the 8th inning chimed in by saying, I told a couple of buddies that this was going to be a blowout for the Rangers, and this is no surprise. What is the point of this? Like, even if you did that, what is the point of this? What are you adding to the broadcast here? And I say this about someone who was elite at covering this thing the entire time. So I'm not trying to attack Tom Verducci, but what in the hell was that? That was one of the weirdest. I felt like I was in a weird dream. Because he has all these dynamite chime-ins. He has all these good backstories.
Proven. He's legendary.
Awesome. He's great. And then he comes in and says, I was telling a few people this was going to be a blow. Where the hell was that at?
Well, see,
before it was 11-3.
My thing
in the 8th.
I agree, but my thing also was I was blown away. Like, you're Tom Verducci. You don't need to chase any. It reminded me of like maybe some people we see out at Texans practice. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I could have told you that. In fact, I told my friends, that it was going to be an 11-4 blowout or whatever. And you're like, sure you did. Well, why is Tom Verducci doing that?
But what is it even like? Even if he did say it, like, what does it add? Oh, good job.
Yeah. Boy, aren't you smart?
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. The hell was that?
I was blown away.
I told my boy he's going to score 81.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Little disappointed in our guy, Clint Stoerner. Little disappointed.
Why?
He's cheering for the Rangers, quote, 100% in the World Series. I can't do it, man. I mean, you fan the way you want to fan. No. It's his thing.
Absolutely
He says when his squad is eliminated, he has two trains of thought. One of them is that the team that knocked his squad out, he cheers for them, or the team from Texas. Can't do it. Can't do it. I mean, that's Clint. That's what he wants to do. That's what he's going to do. And I always say you never know how you're going to feel about a series until you just sit down and start watching it or a game. Can't do it. A little disappointed. Our boy. Rangers fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was unpleasantly surprised that Garcia didn't talk any on that stage.
I was expecting it.
I was waiting for like some reason to dislike the guy, and I'll be damned, it didn't happen. Garcia goes up there, classy, didn't even use the translator, just said all the right things, and I was just like, man, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I was waiting for like the real smart. Dusty Baker said he was going to give the speech for the World Series. Well, I guess we'll never know. Something like that along those lines. But you know what? Credit to them and credit to the Astros, because I think the telltale sign that they realized we got beat by a better squad is they were just like, we got beat by a better squad. There wasn't any bitterness or, what ifs, or they were, even from Dusty to the players, they were like, yeah, no, they took care of our business on that. Dusty even said, I hate to do it. I hate to tip the cap. but you got to tip the cap.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I just mentioned the old Adam Everett and
Carlos Pena
and Jeremy Pena
Jeremy
thing.
Pena, excuse me, what did I say, Carlos?
So my confession is I just looked up the numbers. Would you care to hear them?
No.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Figgy, would you care to hear them?
No, man.
Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Adam Everett's first 2 full seasons as an Astro.
Okay.
265 average, 319 on-base percentage, 701 OPS.
Okay.
Jeremy Pena's first 2 full seasons as an Astro. 250 average, 307 on-base percentage, 710 OPS. They're the same player, at least for the first,
Numbers are
at
hot.
least for the first 2 seasons. Isn't that wild for an ALCS and World Series MVP?
As a rookie.
As a rookie.
Yeah, as a rookie.
He's the same player statistically as Adam Everett. Now, he has more home runs, if we're being fair. But OPS, OBP, Adam Everett has the average and the edge in average and on-base percentage, and Pena's 9 points higher in OPS. That blows me away from what we thought he was going to be just a year ago. Blows me away.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I allowed my mind to wander here. And in order to do so, I dug up a Ken Rosenthal tweet that was credited to Mark Berman.
Yeah.
And this was back in 2019 when the Astros were looking for someone to replace A.J. Hinch. One of the names that was mentioned who actually withdrew from consideration, Bruce Bochy.
Isn't that something?
Bruce Bochy. I don't know that Bruce could have handled the cheating fire as well as Dusty, but once the dust settled, for lack of a better term, I do wonder what having Bruce Bochy managing this ball club, like in certain situations, would have looked like. I know Dusty. It's hard to do much better than what Dusty did in 4 years. He won the World Series.
Yeah.
Went to 2, but we're talking about, and this is the thing. Like when we say Bruce Bochy outmanaged Dusty, I mean, geez, it's first of all there's tangible proof as to what happened in the games, and we're talking about one of the best to do it. It's not a slight. I found myself wondering, like, man, what would it have looked like if Bruce Bochy had managed this squad?
I hear you. I think I'm with you though. Like Dusty's just calming influence. Not to say that Bruce Bochy doesn't have that.
Oh yeah, especially in 2020, 100%. Yeah, I don't think you can duplicate that.
It was special, and that's why he deserves a lot of credit. Didn't have a good year, but it deserves a lot of credit.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm having some problems at home, but not those kind of problems. Well, maybe they'll develop into that. Figgy, I'm having some problems at home.
What's going on? Tell us what's going on.
This is confessions, right? I'm the only person left in the family group text that doesn't have an iPhone.
Yeah.
I'm catching it now from my wife.
Well, because sometimes it doesn't go through when you're in group chats.
I've missed some pictures here and there.
Yeah, the pictures don't go through and the messages don't go through, and you're just doing it to be weird.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I prefer the better phone.
You're doing it now.
We've had this
you're
discussion.
You're just being weird now.
But come on, man. Leave me alone.
I'm just, okay. I mean, I'm just telling you, like, that's...
Hey, you need to listen to your wife.
Well, she told
Get you
me.
an iPhone,
That's
man.
just you being weird.
No, it's not. She told me.
You want to be different.
Don't you want to face? That's why she changed. Because she wants to FaceTime with our granddaughter and our next granddaughter.
Yeah, it's rewarding.
That's why I kept my iPhone.
And I said,
I like
well,
the FaceTime.
You've got it. I can FaceTime on your phone.
Yeah, it's not... It's weird now. I mean, it was funny at first. You're just being weird now.
It's not funny.
You're just being weird.
I prefer this phone.
You're just being weird.
You're going to be the last man on earth. Look at the Android, man.
I'm feeling a lot. I mean, everybody's text. They created a group text that doesn't include me so they can see videos and pictures.
It's so much better.
I'm like, why are you not including me? Because you got an Android. Dude, that's not right.
Dude, just get an iPhone.
That's not right, man.
Just get an iPhone, man. Keep your Android and get another phone. Get an iPhone.
He's in the bit.
But
he's locked in.
No, they're
king of the hill right here, man.
They're excluding me in family group text.
They're not excluding you. You're excluding yourself.
No.
Yeah, that's not them excluding you. You're excluding you with your decisions.
I love this phone, man.
You're excluding you with your decisions, sir.
I'm going to get, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get my granddaughter and my future granddaughter an Android so I can FaceTime with them.
Wait, you can FaceTime on Android?
Yeah, it just has to be Android to Android.
That phone gonna be in the drawer somewhere, man.
Nah, I'm gonna get her one. So hey, Grandpa's calling. Got to FaceTime with him.
Man, just get the iPhone, man. keep your Android. Just get another phone. Just get an iPhone for them. Do it for the grandbabies.
Well, that's what everybody's telling me at home. But the last straw for me was like they're actually excluding. They've created a whole new thread without me, so they can see pictures and videos.
They should.
That's old, man.
They should.
I found, and then, plus they weren't even going to tell me. I just found out. Oh, that's the one, so we could see the video. Oh, well, thank you.
Good job, guys. Starve this man out.
They're starving me.
Yeah, squeeze him out. It's
cut him off.
Yeah.
At this point, it's your decision, dude. Whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna get my.
That's what happens when you have the best phone.
Yeah, I do have the best phone. So I'm gonna get my.
So stop complaining.
I'm gonna get my granddaughter's the best phone too. Exclude everybody else in the family. How are they gonna like that? It's just gonna be me and the girls.
Coming up, the craziest stuff from last night. How in the heck did this guy do what he did? The best, most impressive performance that an Astros player put on yesterday.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I don't know how Chas McCormick did what he did, but I thought it was the most admirable display for what was going on there in that game, where he's at the plate. Somehow he gets hit on the inner thigh. I mean, gosh, man.
I don't know how he didn't go down.
Yeah,
Like
turn your back or something.
He got shot.
104 miles an hour from Aroldis Chapman right off the leg. He gets up, uniform dirty, dusts himself off, doesn't even look over at the mound, doesn't make a scene, and trots to first base. Salute to Chas.
It would have taken.
I do wonder what he's feeling like right now, though.
Crap. I mean, no. Can you imagine what that bruise looks like? Because seriously, it's not even purple. It's black and blue and purple, and it's extending all the way all across his inner thigh. You know, it's one of those. We've all had one of those at some point where it's just like, ew. Just like disgusting.
Got the baseball seams on
Oh,
there.
it probably has seams on it. It would have taken a team of doctors to get me to feel better after getting hit like that.
Now, the question I do have is that there are a lot of ways to go out, especially when you're playing at this high of a level. There's always a real inevitable. You're either inevitably going to be at the highest of highs, or you're going to be at the lowest of lows, because it hurts that much more when you're on that level. But when you kind of get used to it, I'm not saying this like some sort of brag or something, but when you get used to a team 7 straight times going to the ALCS, and sometimes the season ends, there's some ways that are more admirable than others. Did you find yourself, like, with this Astro squad, with everything that was going on, did you find yourself like saying, that was an admirable effort, and I'm proud of these guys, or did you feel a different type of way?
No, exactly that. I felt like it was house money. Considering all the ebbs and flows, over the course of the season. I mean, they did lose a couple of big-time pitchers, too, that we tend to forget about, with Garcia and McCullers, or potentially, anyway, big-time pitchers. And then everything else that happened. I thought it was house money the whole time, from the division series on.
See, I would say that, but I just don't know that, there's too many other teams that were, like, able to come take the torch from them. I do think that, I didn't feel like this was a World Series caliber squad.
Right.
Like, if they would have won, I would have been, wow, that's really impressive. But I didn't feel like it was like a World Series caliber squad. But the longer you watched them play, the more it was like, okay, well, Minnesota, don't know about them. Rangers, it seems like they've given everything they got. And then you go out there and you fall flat on your face. I don't know how the Rangers even – they're rolling on fumes right now.
And then pitching, hitting, all of it.
That lineup, though.
See, that's the thing. That was the difference. And maybe that's why – we're talking about, we're even saying, they beat us. They were the better team, because they were thriving, and they got hot coming back to Houston and went. They weren't hitting the ball at all at home, and then they got hot again. And I said this when we started the show. I feel like the Astros overachieved. That sounds weird to even say, given how awesome they've been and what a run that this has been. But I feel like this was like more than I expected, to be honest.
You were feeling them though early in the series, right? Like it was just kind of an up and down thing.
Coming into the series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just kind of an up and down thing.
Yeah. Well, it ebbed and flowed 4 times? Here, 2, you're down 2-0. Then there, you go back up, tie it. Then you take the lead on Altuve's. Then you come back. I mean, it was ebbing and flowing like crazy.
Now, I don't want to act like I'm familiar with like what the Rangers front office does and all this. I know they were they stockpiled the farm system, and then they obviously bought Seager and Simeon for damn near $500 million or whatever it was. But man, the fact that they signed Nathan Eovaldi for 2 years, $34 million before the season, that if they don't make that move, we're talking about the Astros in the World Series.
Yes.
Most likely.
Yes.
And the Astros, they gave Abreu they gave Abreu 18.5 and Montero 11 and Brantley 12. $17 million a year they got Nathan Eovaldi, who's probably going to start game 1 of the World Series for him. So that's one of those moves. And the Astros moves like that this next year, because I don't think you can rely, like I keep hearing, well, if Lance McCullers got, okay. If that's what you're relying on, you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
Yes. But, I mean, yeah, you're just going to have to hope for the best with him. But there's going to be significant turnovers. That's the reason I say, I don't mean it as a slight, that I think that the run is ending. Because whether you think these guys are easily replaceable, it's still going to be new faces, new turnover in some key spots on the roster. Whether you think, that Dusty was awesome or average, it's still going to be a new face in that role, a new philosophy. There's going to be a new manager. There is a lot of turnover going on. They can make another run. As you mentioned, I would not be surprised if a year from today we're talking about them making another run in the ALCS or maybe the World Series. But it's going to have to overcome a lot of stuff that they've never dealt with before. They've never dealt with, we got nothing in the farm system. They've never dealt with, wow, we're going to have like 9 new players on the roster next year, with all the turnover from Brantley and Maldonado and Standing, no matter what you think of them, and Maton, no matter what you think, it's turnover. It's a new list of faces. They're going to have a new manager. Hadn't done that since 2019. So that's what is going to be the issue that they have to overcome. It's just like it's going to be all new, and not all new. It's going to be a lot of new things going on.
And it's going to be all Dana Brown, right?
I think Dana Brown and Jim Crane.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said that was just
not Jeff Bagwell. He was sitting front and center last night. Did you see that?
Oh, he wanted this one bad.
Bad.
He wanted this one worse than he ever has.
Yeah, he was right front and center behind the home plate.
Yeah, he wanted this dub.
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he got some redemption. He absolutely did.
No, he did. How?
With Abreu?
No, I mean,
Abreu was awesome.
Decent little run.
Yeah.
I mean,
postseason.
Yeah, well, September.
Yeah, September and postseason.
September to postseason.
Yeah.
He did his thing. But yeah, I don't look at Jeff Bagwell as like getting redemption. I think it was a bad year for old Jeff Bagwell. And the Astros go home. Dusty Baker looks like he is going to be retiring. We will not hear from Dusty. All-time winningest manager in postseason history for the Houston Astros, Dusty Baker. How about that?
Well earned, and kudos. Enjoy your retirement. 100%. I'm being honest. I'll be disappointed if he comes back. He deserves to just go enjoy life, man. He's done it all. I think he was in the league when Reggie Jackson got to the league. Like, he's been around forever.
He wants to be in baseball in some way, apparently.
That's fine. Do it from, California. Doesn't he have a house in California? That's where his wine thing is?
Yeah.
Work from home.
You want him to get out of baseball.
Zoom.
Man. Maybe he could do a front office type of little gig.
I feel like you're more frustrated in the managerial job by Dusty Baker.
I want this guy to just enjoy life. He's done it all. What he's done in Houston.
So you're just looking out for him?
I'm looking out for Dusty.
I want him to get the hell out of here.
No, I'm not.
Get out of Houston.
I do want him to leave.
Get out of my city.
I do want him to leave. No, that's true. I do want him to leave for his own good. And I mean, it's kind of like, you got nothing else, man. And this the run is ending. Go do something else. Go have fun.
This don't sound like he's looking out for him.
What if this is fun for him?
He didn't sound like he was having fun. If you heard him last night, he was talking like a guy that was missing a lot of things in life. He talked about his 1.5-year-old grandkid. I need to see him. He hadn't seen his dog since February. Hadn't been home since February. He was not sound. That's why, Figgy, I'm like, okay, don't talk yourself into another season. Just go, man. Just enjoy it. I mean, you heard him. He didn't sound like a guy that's like, yeah, still got that itch to scratch, No, just enjoy it. I'm not running him out of town. I hope he does leave, though.
I mean, you're not.
I'm not. Yeah.
You're packing his bags for him, John.
Well, if he wants me to, I will, but...
He sounds like a guy that just want to be around baseball all of his life.
Zoom.
You want to be around baseball? Zoom.
You got all the knowledge in your head. You got all the connections.
Zoom.
Why is this so funny to y'all?
Because you're trying to make it sound sincere, but you pushing the man out.
It's both.
You made a list of activities for him like he's in a damn home.
Go play with your dogs. Play with your grandkids or something.
What is
Get
this?
the hell out of here.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What is this?
I'm looking out for a guy that did a lot for this city. I mean, even the
Get
economy.
the hell out of my city.
I did not say that. Carpetbagger.
So even the. So what if Dusty comes back next year?
I'd be disappointed. I would. Not just for the team, because I don't know, who knows what's going to happen with the team, and we're still going to be able to get it done. I think he would, but there would be issues.
What if they make Maldi the manager?
I actually wouldn't have a problem with that. Like maybe bench coach for the next guy.
Yeah, I could see that. I would think that would be perfect.
It'd be great.
I think that's what he should have been this year. I think he should have been a guy who caught a guy or two and bench coach.
Yeah, he probably
I thought
should
that
have
would have
been.
been perfect.
Yeah, he probably should have been. That's where his strength is, allegedly, according to everybody in that clubhouse. I don't think it's going to be Espada. I don't think that's how Jim Crane does things. So whomever it is, I'd be good. I'd be cool with Maldonado as the bench coach. Absolutely. He still has that respect. And it'd be kind of a nice little, I guess, connection from this team to next year's team. You know, having Maldonado doing that.
I mean, that's his future, right? I mean, that seems kind of where he's heading.
It's got to be. Wasn't a big fan of that orange hair either.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might have to change up the hair if you want to be a manager.
That was a bit much, man. Never playoffs. That was bright. It didn't fit him either. Like some people, it's like somebody trying to pull off something that they just can't pull off.
Yeah.
He can't pull off the bright hair. Like some people can. But that's neither here nor there.
Astros fall to the Rangers. Rangers advance 7 games. World Series begins on Friday. Go whoever wins Game 7 of the National League tonight. I am not rooting for the Rangers. That is just not going to happen for me.
I think I'm pulling for Philadelphia tonight, and in the World Series, just for Bryce Harper. Why not? Go get you one. You know, the chosen one. Somebody said from the 281, just admit it, you don't like Dusty. I've twice today said what this guy did needs to be better appreciated. Like what he inherited and what he did for this club and this city, as much as this year was not his best work, you have to appreciate Dusty Baker as someone who did something special for a team that was in complete disarray and in a shambles. So I love what Dusty has done. But it wasn't his best work.
Get the hell out of here.
It wasn't his best work this year. And, send us a postcard. It's true.
Do people send postcards?
I haven't gotten one in years, man. Right? That used to be cool to get a postcard.
Some people still think it's cool.
I sent them to my kids.
Do you have time?
I used to send
People
them
still send Christmas cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, ain't that the same same as a postcard?
People take the Christmas card thing real serious.
Oh, man. Well, those are about to come in a couple of months here. I used to send my kids postcards from wherever I traveled. It was fun. They still have them, I think.
Coming up, the headline showdown. Your boy's on a win streak. I've been dominant lately.
I got something I need to mention about that, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get to it next.
The Astros
Sport through 7. 13 teams are above 500. 4 teams are at 500. Texans are one of those. And 15 teams below 500.
It's the way it should be. Absolutely. And it's uncanny. Over the course of 3 or 4 weeks, maybe longer, you've been doing this? Pretty much the time.
Do you want to hear what Nick Caserio had to say about the Astros?
Oh, Caserio was weighed in on the Astros.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You sure?
Yeah.
Positive?
No.
It was a long one.
Really?
It was a long one.
Caserio on the Astros?
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Positive.
Now I am.
Okay.
Just going back to this weekend, I probably watched more baseball than I did football because at night, by the time the kids go to bed, the baseball's on. So I was able to watch, really both series here over the course of the weekend. I think you have an appreciation for the level of baseball that's being played. And then when you just look at what the Astros have done, I mean, frankly, it's nothing but respect and admiration and appreciation. I think as fans, we all get caught up in when you lose, it's all right, what happened? What do they need to do next? And sometimes you don't really take a look back and appreciate the level of consistency and performance that it takes to get to, I would say, that stage 7 consecutive years. It's not easy. Professional sports is very demanding. It's very taxing. But when you can perform at that level for an extended period of time, you certainly have to tip your hat to the people that are involved in that. I know there's been some degree of change with the Astros, from players to coaches to managers to a certain extent, even on the front office. But there's also some players that have been there for long stretches. I think what Altuve has done, I mean, you got to take a step back when you look and they show a stat that he's second in the postseason in the history of Major League home runs. I mean, it's mind-numbing. So it just speaks to the level of, I would say, a performance, professionalism, and skill that you have to take to get to that level. Okay. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion today on your shows, the next shows here about the Astros, what are they going to do next. But I think sometimes you just need to take a step back and just really tip your cap and understand what they've done. Show. I mean, it's not easy. We were very fortunate. I was very fortunate and blessed to be a part of teams. I think what you do is when you're going through it, you don't really take time to understand, I would say, the gravity of what's taking place. It's really more the off season, but I think what you have to do is you reflect, and you
got
appreciate
about a minute 30.
what you've been a part of, what you've been through, and also understand that you have to put together the team for the next year. So I think what it speaks to, I would say specifically in our situation, going back to New England, is the ability to just turn the page from one year to the next, and I think that starts at the top. And I think that was
one of Bill's
many strengths was his ability to take inventory of where the team is and then focus on what's ahead. But by the same token, when you look back in the rearview mirror, I'd say you're going to be hard-pressed, probably Major League Baseball, to find another team that goes on a stretch for that period of time. So I think we should all, as Houstonians and fans of sport and baseball, just appreciate what they've done. A credit to the players. A credit to Dusty, a credit to the front office. Like I said, I know they've had James to Dana,
43 seconds.
Going back to Jeff, but still to be able to have a program over that extended period of time, it's unprecedented, and it's cool to see, and I'm sure for the people that have been a part of it, that live in Houston, to be a part of it, you walk around with your head held high, and you should do that, even though, you ended up on the short end of the stick last night. But you're talking about, 7-game series, and I think what the Rangers have done, they've done a great job kind of building their program. And we'll see what happens here at the end of the week, once the National League is determined with the Phillies and the Diamondbacks.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Whew. I mean, that's a good breakdown, right?
No, it's not.
What do you mean?
I thought I was in English lit. Like, the Caserio, awesome, good content there.
What is up with you today?
But he's talking about the gravity of what you're doing. Gravity? This is good times. This is celebrate. This is cool in the gang. This is, like the gravity of the situation. Take us down. Look, I like this guy, but good Lord. I thought I was hearing a lecture on Beowulf or some old English literature class. I mean,
Beowulf.
Did you ever read Beowulf? I read like 20 pages, and then
was Cliff Notes.
I didn't even get that close.
And then
That
it
was
was
Cliff Notes for me.
And
homie.
then it was Cliff Notes after that. Dude, we're talking about like the greatest run in Astros history, and like you take a step back and say thank you, and in the gravity of what you're experiencing. I was like, love you, pal, but man, it's like English lit. I had flashbacks.
Let's get to the headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You okay?
I have something to say.
Okay.
About the headline showdown.
Okay.
You know, one of my big flaws is I'm often too nice. That was very much intended.
That sounds like every 50-year-old single lady.
What do you say your flaws are? I'm just
I
too
care
nice.
too much.
I'm just too nice.
I just care too much. I love too hard.
But I am too nice. Because this whole 2 years, going on 2 years now of doing the headline showdown, I don't even blink when you say, you go first. You go first. Whether I win or not.
Yeah.
The winner should go second. Because the person batting second on the headline showdown always has an advantage. Always.
This is low for even you.
No.
We've done this for 2 years, and now you have a losing streak.
Because I've been too nice.
Well,
I've
because you're
just
the
been like,
best.
sure,
Because
whatever.
you're the best one, you're supposed to go first.
I understand I'm the best, but
even though you've lost 3 straight.
but I have lost 3, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be as nice as I am. He goes, no, you go first. All right. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go first.
Oh, God.
And I'm going to kick your ass is what I'm going to do.
Then what was the point of that?
Just letting you know that it's not lost on me what you've been doing for 2 years. No, you go first. What
do you mean? It's not
But
like
you
I'm
won the
countering. We're not playing
You won
checkers.
then you won the last 2 years.
He's been dominant.
Yes.
Well, you know
Man.
he's in the bag.
Yeah, this is like
he's in the bag.
Hey, this is like Steve Kerr complaining.
Goodness gracious.
Steve Kerr.
Damn.
I just want to let you know.
Okay.
I know what you've been doing.
All right, headline showdown.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jacksonville falls to the Saints 31-24. Trevor Lawrence.
No, the Saints fall.
Yeah, Jacksonville tops the Saints 31-24.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence with the injury, but he ends up playing, puts the brace on it.
Another happy ending. He had a good game. Another one.
Yeah, he did.
Another happy ending.
Brace on knee, Creole victory.
I'm going to have to go with Landry on this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought happy ending was good.
Browns top the Colts 39-38.
Deshaun would rather have a PJ than play.
A PJ? What is a PJ?
Well, think about it.
I'm trying. Trying to figure out what a PJ would even be.
Deshaun would rather have a PJ than play. PJ Walker?
I get. Just trying to figure out what a PJ would be.
Yeah, think about it.
Wasting money, but winning funny.
Winning funny?
Goofy way to win games. Yeah, wasting money.
I'm going to have to go with Landry on this one again.
Oh, brother.
PJ. Like, what is a PJ? Like, are you just supposed to automatically
play on initials?
Yeah, but you're just supposed to. You're just supposed to.
I read all about private jet. Like,
Yeah,
he'd rather be on a private
PJ
jet.
Walker.
Oh, you're trying to be perverted?
Well, maybe. It's up to you to decide.
Bears top the Raiders 30-12.
Firing Josh, best odds in Vegas.
What? Was that? Oh, that was it?
Firing Josh is the best odds. Oh, here you go again. Here you go again.
No, I misheard you. I did not know that was it. Firing Josh, best odds in Vegas. Okay.
Yeah.
I put kid from Texas City over coach that's bleepy.
I'm going to have to go with the OG on this one.
Patriots 29, Bills 25.
Better Belichick yourself before you wreck yourself, Buffalo.
I put our Bill over your Bills. Bill O'Brien.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
Either way you want to go.
Let me hear that one again, Lopez.
Better Belichick yourself before you wreck yourself, Buffalo.
I got to give it to John on this one. You put a lot into that one.
New York Giants 14, Washington Commanders 7.
Slamming your giant to rot on the table. Tyrod Taylor.
Did you just decide to be a pervert today?
Slamming your Giants. Slamming your giant to rot on the table. He plays for the Giants. It's Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, my God. Taylor made more effective than overpaid. Tyrod Taylor over Daniel Jones. Get it?
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Brother.
Your giant.
That's awesome. You have to admit.
It's just stupid.
That's awesome. That's an awesome headline.
Falcons 16, Bucks 13. A lot of drama over Bijan Robinson's injury.
Okay. Bleep sandwich offense could have used a little Bijan.
They won.
But the offense sucked.
Oh, okay. Injury report fake out and Baker takeout.
I'm going to have to go with Landry on this one.
Fixes in.
Giant to rot.
They slammed their giant to rot on the table.
Lions fall to the Ravens 38-6.
Sean wanted a PJ.
That's right. He wanted a PJ. See, y'all know how great these headlines are. You're just in cahoots.
They're so
You're just in cahoots. It's all right.
Lions fall to the Ravens 38-6.
Here, kitty, kitty. Lamar's the real cat.
Lions eat cheese. Ravens show them D's.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Right now it is 4-3. Good guys.
No, I'm losing.
Bills 24, Rams 17.
So Matt Canada had a good game finally. Good final second half.
Did he?
Yeah. Oh, Canada. Now you done complicated things.
4-2. Who the hell knew?
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Tied up.
Okay.
Cardinals 10, Seahawks 20.
Don't go sleepless on Seattle. They're 5-2? 4-2? What are they?
Bird turds. It's my headline, bird turds. Crappy game.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Packers 17, Broncos 19.
Kareem doesn't rise to the top. Kareem doesn't rise to the top. He's getting fined, ejected, all that stuff.
But they won, so it kind of did, right?
Yeah, but people talking about getting him out, get him off the team. Kareem doesn't rise to the top.
Russ wins Battle of Cheese.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one. Mm-hmm. That was clever.
Tied. Chiefs 31, Chargers 17.
All right, there's going to be a shout-out to you-know-who in the suite. Ass whooping, parenthesis, Chiefs version.
What does that mean?
You don't see, because she always does Taylor's version. Like of a song, like she has a song, and then it says Taylor's version. Like when they renamed NRG, Taylor's.
They did?
Yeah.
I did not know
when she was
this.
in concert.
Yeah.
Ass whooping, parentheses, Chiefs version. You got to be kind of with the young crowd to get that.
Yeah, I'm not. I am not. I do not claim
Yeah, she actually had a whole nother album called Taylor's Version.
Yeah, Taylor's Version.
Because I guess whoever produced that album, she redid it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just ask me if you need any pop culture
I will.
references. Yeah.
Hollywood Trav sticks foot in the Chargers' eye.
I might have to go with the OG on this one.
Yeah, that was too clever, man.
Was it?
It was.
Eagles 31, Dolphins 17.
You'll always be my backup, Tua. Remember the whole, he came in for Hurts. Tua did.
Yeah.
Two Alabama quarterbacks, former Alabama quarterbacks.
Yeah, but Hurts was the backup.
No, but it said you'll always be my backup, Tua.
Oh, is it like revenge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tush Push takes down Coach Cush.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
All right, this is for all the marbles, and we're at 6.
Oh, this is a lock.
All right, 49ers fall to the Vikings 22-17.
Let's get it.
Here we go. You ready? Vikings take a ride on Addison Avenue. You like that?
Oh, I don't know what that.
Jordan Addison had those two big plays.
I know, but you said it like I'm supposed to know what that means. What is
Madison Avenue, where you get all your fame, the PR capital. Vikings take a ride on Addison Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, just if you need any updates on pop culture, just let me know.
Purdy crowned too soon. Cousins primetime goon.
This is, man.
It's not that hard.
I'm gonna have to give it to the OG on this one.
Oh wow,
man!
It wasn't that.
It was closer than you thought, man. That was close.
All right, so Lopez losing streak has ended. Other news around the NFL as we go around the league: the Dolphins have been selected as this year's in-season Hard Knocks.
Love
team.
it, right?
Yeah, it's going to be good. Very entertaining. Tyreek Hill's going to love it. Mike McDaniel will love it. There'll be a lot of love there. I will say it's kind of interesting, though, because Tua did not want to be in that quarterback series, and now all of a sudden he's going to have the Hard Knock stuff
Yeah,
going
he doesn't
on,
have a choice.
Isn't the same, though. Kareem Jackson, you mentioned him earlier. He's suspended 4 games due to multiple unnecessary roughness violations. 4 games for playing too rough. How about that?
It's a lot of discussion that, it's more Kareem Jackson realizing he's lost a step and he's not as good as he once was, and he's just becoming kind of like an enforcer back there. He's like, as you mentioned earlier, though.
He used to lay the wood.
He used to be pretty well known for that.
He could lay the wood for sure. He was, he was definitely a guy who could lay some licks for sure. NFL is now asking injury report compliance questions to the Atlanta Falcons when they knew Bijan Robinson wasn't physically well and why it was not reported as per league policy. It's standard practice for the league to question teams about a player if he is not included on the weekly injury report and then is either unavailable for the game or plays far less than what typically occurs. Violations have been met with fines.
Yeah, this is something where the NFL really doesn't play because of fantasy football and because of gambling. I fully expect some sort of, like, major. I can't define major for you, but like major fine or some sort of something happening with the Falcons, depending on when they finally find out. I mean, maybe he just woke up sick.
There are a lot of people upset about this.
About this?
Yes.
No, this is
the
where
internet was breaking.
The NFL doesn't play when it comes to injury reports. That is the one thing that you have to get it right. Because of all the gambling, it's millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, and they used to ignore it but still do it. And now they embrace it, and they've got sponsors that are gambling websites. No, this is going to be a pretty significant penalty, I think.
Well, what if they didn't know when?
Like I said, unless he woke up, with a stomach virus or something, then they'll find that out. But if they didn't, if they knew the day before, or even before that, it's going to be a major penalty.
Coming up, the Astros are getting mentioned with a college football scandal, an epic rant, and you won't believe what one of the richest athletes in America has in his home. Internet going.
The Drive.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Jonathan Allen, Washington Commanders. Been there for a while. He's kind of sick and tired of being sick and tired. This was him. This kind of started out as just like a normal TV interview that you would see on NBC in Washington, and then it turned into something that you would see if you were at a movie.
They whooped our ass, plain and simple. Got to be better.
Anything they did that surprised you guys early on?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think it's just a lack of focus on our part, a lack of attention to detail, not starting fast, and creating holes that are too big for us to overcome in the second half.
Does it get frustrating when that team...
Yes, it does. I'm f***ing tired of this f***ing tired of this bull. Been 7 years of the same tired of this.
What can you do now going forward to get it turned around?
Get our minds right and get ready to play in Philadelphia.
That's the epitome of that escalated quickly. He's like, one of these things, and then blah, 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 blah. It just started really. I feel bad. 7 years, man. That's tough. And something just triggered him all of a sudden.
I got the internet going nuts.
I know you and I both have this one, so we can kind of combo it. But this Michigan cheating scandal is pretty dang interesting. And I have a question here. So in case you haven't seen it, a staffer just casually went to 30 games and videotaped.
He bought tickets for more than 30 games at 11 Big Ten schools over the past 3 years. Also, there's video evidence of sideline taping that is expected to be sent to the NCAA this week, caught by stadium surveillance this year per ESPN.
Yes, and they have the Wolverines cold here, right? I mean, that is pretty, just what you said. And then there was also reports of that they were going to bring some more evidence that they had. Like, they got Michigan cold. Absolutely, positively using electronic surveillance devices, whatever you call it, to cheat. Here's the question that I have. What's the penalty going to be? Because it's truly unprecedented in college football.
I don't think there would be one.
You don't think there'll be one?
No, I don't think the NCAA has as much pull anymore.
No, I agree with you on that.
I don't think it's going to be like some huge thing. Astros getting brought up, like the sign stealing scandal. I've seen that a little bit.
There will. I would bet you. I'm so confident. There's gonna be some
probably gonna take some scholarships
penalties,
away.
but that's why I go back.
Fine.
To what's it going to be? Because on the one hand,
Suspension.
You're right. Yeah, the NCAA is weak. It's almost a non-entity anymore.
Yeah.
But on the other, you can't let this slide. Just can't do it. Organized surveillance to cheat and steal signals.
For some reason, I was watching that game. I don't know why. I don't know if I had a half bet or something. But for some reason, I was watching that Rutgers Michigan game, and I don't remember. And Schiano was getting interviewed, and I was like, "What the hell?"
He said, like, there's things going on.
Yeah, here it is, right here. This is Greg Schiano at halftime of the Rutgers Michigan game, and this is where I was like, yeah. And then I just went back about my day because I was like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
4 penalties for your team in the first half. Some that cost you. How do you clean that up in the second half?
Well, there's some stuff going on out there, so we just got to slow it down a little bit. There's some things going on that aren't right as well, so we'll talk about how to handle it.
I don't remember when that happened.
I was sitting there, I was sitting in my couch, and I was just like, what is that?
Yeah.
What is he saying?
You just can't let we're going to take away 2 scholarships.
Well, you think Harbaugh leaves for the Bears? Because that's what all the Bears fans are saying now. They want Harbaugh to just leave for the NFL.
Yeah, and he may well stay ahead of the posse.
But I think that's what Urban did with Ohio State.
Yes.
Like there's a lot of times where coaches just kind of ease their way out before
they
hits the
they
fan.
feel
Pete
the
Carroll, USC, all that.
Yep, they know the posse's coming, but because otherwise. Hell, I'll start videotaping for A&M. I mean, if they don't do anything, hey, man, I'll go, where do you want me to go? I'll cheat my ass off for you if they're not going to do anything. You got to
I just wonder how Schiano found out.
Yeah.
Like, how did he know? Like,
because in the moment he knew.
Yeah, because, I mean, he immediately knew.
Yeah.
We're going to do something. That's like, play that again. Like, he's just like.
4 penalties for your team in the first half. Some that cost you. How do you clean that up in the second half?
Well, there's some stuff going on out there, so we just got to slow it down a little bit. There's some things going on that aren't right as well, so we'll talk about how to handle it.
Some things
going on. I know they cheat because I ain't say this to nobody.
That was wild.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, New Heights, Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce's podcast. I used to watch it before it got popular. Call me a hipster. They were talking about something that we've talked about, and the ice cream of the future that's been the ice cream of the future for 3 decades, Dippin' Dots. We've talked about this. Apparently, Patrick's a big fan at an extreme level. Here was Jason and Travis Kelce talking about the ice cream of the future.
The best thing about any amusement park is not the rides, it's the Dippin' Dots. It's the ice cream of the future that has been the ice cream of the future now for 40 years. It's never made it outside of amusement parks, but somehow it is still delicious every time you go.
Dude, those and the elephant ears, man.
But those are at every carnival.
Yeah.
There's something weird with Dippin' Dots that it's only at amusement parks. Like, where have you ever seen Dippin' Dots? I mean, I guess sporting events, I've seen some Dippin' Dots.
I've seen him at Pat Mahomes' garage.
Shut up.
He's got a freezer of Dippin' Dots.
Pat Mahomes has a freezer of Dippin' Dots? What is he, Richie Rich?
Pat Mahomes.
He's just got like random, does he have a roller coaster in his backyard too?
No, he's got a par 3.
No, just a par 3.
What are elephant ears?
I don't know either.
I'm looking it up. It looks kind of funnel cakey. I can't say that I've ever come across this.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a funnel cake.
Okay.
But a bigger version.
Is this like an Ohio thing?
I guess it is. I guess I never realized that.
Oh, I know what a funnel cake is.
Yeah, I guess I never realized that.
Are you a Dippin' Dots guy? Like,
the thing is, I'm not like a Dippin' Dots guy, but every time I have them, I'm like, these are awesome. This is awesome.
You like it better than just traditional ice cream?
I'm not a big ice cream guy in general. I think I've said that on here before.
7-Eleven sells Dippin' Dots now.
They do?
Mm-hmm. They come in like a little, like pouch type thing.
Yeah.
I do wonder how they never got to the freezer, though.
Yeah, why they're not in grocery stores or something like that, right?
Yeah. I don't get that. I don't get how that never happened. It's just hard to store.
I guess, because like you go to the mall, that's where I've always seen them, right? In the mall.
Dippin' Dots, Auntie Annie's.
Don't get me started on Auntie Annie's. Another one of my big downfalls. But
you're an Auntie Annie's fan.
That's the only reason I'll ever step into a mall. The pretzels? Good Lord, those are awesome. Well, you know me with breads and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. It's not a Mexican pastry, which is overrated. But
no,
yeah, like Auntie Annie's, I can understand. Like, you're going to get you that pretzel dog, the pretzel itself. You dip mustard or you just cheese?
I don't like it. I like it just with the butter and salt.
No cheese?
Yeah. No, occasionally, but mostly just the butter and the salt. Just pure pretzel. God, those Auntie Annie's. I'm going to have to go and get one.
I got the internet going nuts.
Chase Young. I'd do it.
I would do it for next year, not even this year. Look, next year, as far as trading for Chase Young, some people say, well, he's a rental. Well, I would sign him.
Yeah.
He's 24 years old. McClain's already, pronouncing him dead. He's 24.
Yeah.
A player of his caliber with his talent, he doesn't often hit the market. You're kind of getting it at a bargain. You already have Will Anderson Jr. You are probably going to have to say goodbye to Jerry Hughes last year. Jonathan Grenard's going to be a free agent. I think Chase Young would be good. You can also spend more money because you do have CJ on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
I don't know what they think of him. I don't know if they think that he still has some stuff left, but
But for those who don't know, he has been kind of rumored, I guess.
The Ohio State Buckeye / Washington Commander Chase Young. He'd be great. I like Chase Young.
I'm with you on everything you said, and my other point is I'm just glad that the Texans and us as fans and doing what we do are in a place that we can actually have these discussions.
Why is McClain acting like he sucks? He has 5 sacks.
No, he doesn't suck.
No, but the way McClain was talking about him, it's like, oh yeah, he's been a disappointment. Dude, he's got 5 sacks.
Yeah.
I mean, he also said the same thing about Trent Williams.
That's true.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
That's true. But I'd be all over
he was hurt. He's been hurt before. He was hurt, but he's back now, and he has 5 sacks.
I'd be all over that. And again, I'm just glad that the Texans are in a position where we can actually have this conversation. Chase Young, how about that? Yeah.
Dude's on pace for nearly 15 sacks.
That's
and
not
McClain's
bad.
talking about him like he's washed.
That would lead this team by about 6 or 7 sacks.
I like hearing Chase Young. I watched him on the shop, and he was talking about NIL and how he doesn't know if a lot of his teammates could have handled it and been what they were. And he's just talking about how much he likes ball and stuff like that. He seems like the type. I don't know how he fits into D'Amico's scheme. I would think okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would think okay.
I think they could find a place for him.
Yeah, you figure it out.
I think you could find a place.
Yeah, and again, it's a chess move because you're going to lose Hughes and you're going to lose.
Yeah, Jerry Hughes
Grenard.
already is.
You might not lose Grenard. You might bring him back.
Well, no, but he's already rotating with Jerry Hughes a lot.
Yeah.
You
bring Chase Young in. Sign me up for that.
I'd be all about
Another Buckeye leader.
Yeah.
There you go.
Another Buckeye, Figgy.
Another one.
OH.
Bring it.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the lost yesterday, and there was a celebration in the Rangers clubhouse, which happens to be the obviously the Astros clubhouse. Why are these guys pouring beers on each other? When did this?
I get the champagne.
Thing? When did this become a thing? I get that you're pouring the champagne.
Nasty, man.
That's awful.
But these guys are taking Budweisers and pouring them on each other, and it's like, brother, those are to drink. Okay? Nobody wants to pour beer on another person. So if you want to do it with the champagne, okay. When did we start just pouring beers? What is that?
I don't get that.
What is that? And it's Budweiser, too.
It would kind of bother me. If somebody, even if I was happy.
I don't even like spilling beer on my hands.
Yes, it gets sticky and but look, I get in a celebration. Who cares what you smell like?
Yeah, but why are you pouring beers?
But champagne is the tradition, and beers are just nastier. No, I agree.
Yeah, I don't understand. Mm-hmm. What are we doing here? Honestly.
I got the internet going nuts.
That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the future. What does the future hold for Dusty Baker? What does it hold for the Astros? And what does it hold for the Houston Texans, who now have everyone's attention? Putting a bow on
JOY.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Astro season over. Dusty Baker, though. Need to thank him for that economic impact. This was Dusty Baker after the game, talking about the highs and lows during his 4 years as Astros manager.
We overcame a lot of stuff. I overcame a lot of stuff. We overcame a lot of stuff. People wondering why we weren't where we were. It doesn't matter who we were suiting up. It didn't matter, who we had injured. Personally, got a whole bunch of undue criticism for whatever. You wear it, you hold your head up high, and you think about what you've accomplished versus what you've lost. I mean, this city is proud of this team. We've made, over the last 4 years since I've been here, and the 3 before I got here, we brought a lot of enjoyment, created a lot of fans that weren't fans. Not to mention, every time I go down the street, the hotels are full, the bars are full, the restaurants are full. We've helped this place out economically big time, but sometimes goes unnoticed because, these streets would have been empty in the last 2 weeks. Instead, I saw a whole bunch of people out, having a good time.
I agree with the overall economic impact of the Astros, but don't hang your hat on that, man, because you would have. It would have been here no matter what,
Maybe
with or without you.
Maybe he's planning a political career. Look what I did. Look what the Astros did with me in charge.
That was weird.
No, Dusty, 2024.
I get my vote.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing. That's
might have a shot.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing. That's for sure.
For sure. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Kyle Tucker, I think he's worn out. Listen to him after the game. We kind of had some fun with his tone leading up to the game. Let's hear old Big Tuck after.
It's tough. You're in this game to win, and we weren't able to do that. But the Rangers played a really good series. They have a really good ball club. So wish them all the best in the World Series. And our mindset's always get to the World Series and win. So I don't expect that to change. I'm sure we might have a little different look as a team, but our goal is always the same: to get back to the World Series and win.
This is a very intriguing sort of, instance, whatever it is with Kyle Tucker, because we can all live with a guy slumping.
Yeah, it happens every year.
It's
happened literally every year.
Jose Altuve slumped last season. We can all live with that. It just looks like it's beyond that. Well, no, it is beyond that. It's pretty apparent.
But isn't he always kind of a mopey dude, and it just magnifies maybe?
He's always kind of like a casual sort of, almost unfeeling, kind of just laid back. But this was like...
But do you think it just magnifies when he's struggling, where it's just kind of like...
Well, yes, it magnifies anyway. But 4, 5 defensive plays that should be automatic with him, or
I don't know about automatic.
Damn near automatic? Like the one yesterday, he catches that ball 90% of the time. And then compound that with the other plays that he was missing. I just feel like it went beyond just, all right, I got to get out of this. I got to shake, I got to shake out of this slump. It was just weird. It was something going on between his ears, and he just couldn't shake it. Even the single that he finally got yesterday, his bat just shattered.
For me, it comes down to Framber Valdez. And I know that there's a lot of things that we can point to. But if Framber Valdez is what we logically thought that he was, based on what we'd seen and based on his performance, then they're not in this position. They're in the World Series. If Framber Valdez looks anything close to an ace, to where even the discussion's being had, is he an ace or is he not an ace, then they're in the World Series. And the problem with that is that's a this year thing. Next year, he might be an ace caliber pitcher and everything else can change. But in this situation, this opportunity, Framber Valdez is what I look at as the main non-common, a.k.a. player struggling, realistic expectation that I can point to and say that's not why they're here. I hear, well, Lance McCullers got hurt. Okay, it would be if McCullers didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty much the only thing he's really done consistently the last few years. I mean, let's just be honest about it. The Luis Garcia thing, like Luis Garcia wasn't pitching awesome. He was kind of finding his groove. We don't know how much of a difference would Garcia made. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But Framber Valdez being what we thought Framber Valdez could be was the most realistic thing that I can point to and say, okay, well, that's it.
Yeah, unfortunately, and we all fall into this at some point, whenever things don't go your way for your team, you're looking for like someone to blame. Like a goat, like a bad goat, not the good goat. And it's kind of hard in this case, unless you're talking about what you expected from starting pitching in Framber. You got more than what you expected when Verlander got back. You know, obviously Javier and Urquidy stepped it up yesterday, not including yesterday for Javier in the postseason. You got clutch hits from Altuve. Didn't bat necessarily the way he wanted to at the start of the series, but nevertheless, Bregman, pretty dang consistent. Jordan was MVP-like. Jeremy Pena's defense was ridiculous. Like everything was like they were just a better team, except what or at least you got everything you expected to get, except from Framber. And that's what you're talking about. And here's the question. You say maybe he can be an ace next year.
I'm saying even if he is, that doesn't assure you that you get to where you get. With where the opportunity was, if he could just have performed close to that level, I don't know that these teams were ready to, because the biggest, the Rangers got Montgomery and they got Eovaldi.
Mm-hmm.
So the Rangers had two pitchers that had multiple good performances. That was really all it came down to. And that was it. That was what it was. And Montgomery went out there in Game 7 too. That was it. They had two pitchers who pitched like top end caliber pitchers during the series. The Astros didn't. It's that easy. And it used to be, and this is where you start to talk about, why you win a World Series and why you just get to an ALCS. And there's been times where they haven't won a World Series, but it used to be where you're talking about the Astros and you're talking about their number 3 starter. Lance McCullers is a freaking all-star in 2017. Charlie F. Morton. You trade for Zach Greinke. Like, you had, that number 3 guy. The Rangers, their pitching is very thin. Like, it's hanging by a thread, but they had multiple guys who perform like top-end guys in a series, and that's why we're talking about this. And it's just kind of a damn shame that Framber Valdez, based on all this talk about, should they extend him? Martin Maldonado just knows how to handle things. That a guy just completely breaks down like that on Martin Maldonado's watch.
Yeah.
And on a team that really just needed it really, really bad from him.
Yeah, and you talk about the Rangers, even though, I wouldn't necessarily bank on any of their starting pitchers, they won it out of the top end of their rotation, and the Astros didn't. Verlander was fine. Sometimes better than fine. But Framber, that's where the series really turned. Because yesterday was just, the Rangers were not going to be denied yesterday. They were going to crush the ball. They were, from the very first. They looked like the better prepared team, better adjustments, all that jazz.
And that was one of the conversation points it's actually pretty weird when you've been used to watching the lineup that we've had the luxury, the privilege, the honor to watch lineups from 2017 to now, and the opposing lineups better.
Oh no, for sure.
Or at least just as good. Seager and Alvarez are in the same kind of tier, and then their other guys were just hitting a lot better. It's 4 won't be enough is what I kept hearing early on. It's I don't think they're going to stop at 4.
That's right.
Because I sat there after that one inning. I was actually pretty relieved that they only allowed 3 or 4.
Oh, there was more meat on the bone.
Inning. Yeah, there was
in
a lot.
That first inning.
Yeah, Phil Maton deserves a lot of credit for coming in first and third and getting out of there unscathed. He deserves a hell of a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I'm finding myself, and I'm kind of chasing my tail because I'm saying, okay, now you got to fill 8 innings with this rotation and this bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
So how many runs are you going to allow? And then you kind of have to chase runs and figure some stuff out. And next thing you know, Scherzer's out there. He looks like he might be kind of struggling. Altuve immediately hits it all.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, it's go time.
Payne.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Dented it. And then Montgomery's coming in. It's like he was on standby the whole damn time.
Yeah,
no
they were ready to bring him in. He talked about it in the post game, how that was his regular throwing day, just skipped his throwing day because he knew he was ready to go. And what did he go, 2 innings, 2+ innings, something like that?
Got the dub.
And got the win. They got much more out of their top guys than you expected, than you did if you're the Astros. And then the difference was one of the things we talked about yesterday. The top of their lineup all of a sudden came through, starting with Seager, and then even Lowe and others just started. I mean, they just mashed, man. I mean, they
smashed.
They just mashed.
They put the Astros to sleep. Now the Texans got an opportunity. You got Bryce Young this week. You improved to 4-3. After that, you got Tampa Bay. You can get some momentum. And you got the opportunity. You got all the attention. You're not going to be competing with the World Series. You're just competing with the Carolina Panthers, and that's really pretty much it when it comes to, high-end entertainment around here.
Man, we talked about it. If you were listening earlier, this is a terrific opportunity right now for the Texans, man, to seize a chance to get a little piece of that. I mean, they are always going to be king. Football's always going to be king here, but the relationship that the Astros had with this city, the Texans have never had.
Well, the thing that I think that the Texans, why they have an opportunity is because I think a lot of times you mentioned it as like capturing the hearts of the city. A lot of times that's based on emotion. And if you look at on top of having the quarterback, that makes you feel emotionally good. You're going to have 2 Texans, including one in which they're wearing Oilers uniforms. You're going to have a couple of division games. You're going to have the big Jacksonville game, and you're going to get to face Indianapolis again. You start off with Bryce Young and all that debate, the C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young thing, and Deshaun Watson's coming here on Christmas, I think. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, the thing about the Astros is they have certainly the last.
I mean, coming here to the top.
Certainly the last 7 years, but even beyond that a little bit, the Astros have always been relatable to this city. I mean, just very relatable. Like generations have grown up because they've been here since 1960. What was it, 62? The Texans have never been relatable. And there's an opportunity now that they've got a quarterback that is very relatable. They've got a head coach that is very relatable. They've got rid of some poxes on the entire organization, namely Jack Easterby. Their ownership now seems more sort of relatable as well, but connected was the word I was looking for. And they've got young talent coming up. I mean, this is an opportunity to finally fill that void that the Texans have never been able to fill.
Yeah, you ain't got to compete with that World Series. So we'll see what happens. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here, presented by D&M Auto Leasing. Clint, Lopez is upset with you.
Yeah, you disappointed me today, man.
What'd I do, man?
Yeah, you disappointed me. You know how much I love you.
Oh, I never doubt it.
You never doubt how much I love you.
So you can be honest.
I already know. We're going to talk about this, too.
Rangers?
Yeah, man.
Come on.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. If we can't have it, I want our neighbors up north to enjoy it, man. Experience it. We can't have it. It's gonna make that rivalry next year, even that you're in the division. Yeah, man.
That's like if the Royals can't have it, we sure do want the Cardinals.
Hey, man. Look, I'm just here. I don't. I ain't got a problem with
my
Mizzou.
That's right.
Look,
you're pulling. Since y'all lost, you're pulling for the horns, ain't you?
Let's go. Hook 'em.
Yeah.
That didn't even feel good. That didn't even sound right.
Where I'm at. I mean, let me guess. You guys would like your rival, whoever that may be, to just be the armpit of the league.
No,
consistently.
My thing is, I don't
see that's. I mean, that's awful. Like I love Arkansas, and I love all the teams here, obviously. But it would be like if the Cowboys were awful and the Texans were great and it was just a skull dragging every time they face each other, it would take away from my entertainment.
I get the rivalry aspect.
Yeah.
No, I love what's happening between the Rangers and the Astros. It's the best thing that's ever happened to baseball in this state. But I can't cheer for them to win the World Series.
Oh, yeah. Over the Phillies and the Diamondbacks? Oh, hell yes,
I'm pulling for Bryce Harper.
Why?
Because he's the chosen one, man, and he needs it.
I mean, you just watched a dude that was I mean, doubted in a major way be the MVP versus the Astros. What does Bryce Harper bring that guy bring?
Again, I always say this. I never know if, like, on a given college football, let's say Arkansas is playing Mississippi State, I don't know what team I'm going to be cheering for until I sit down in front of the TV. And then it just kind of happens organically. And organically, I'm like, you know what? It'd be cool to get Bryce Harper one.
I want Missouri to lose in every single thing they compete in. skiing.
Go Tigers.
I can get in there locked in on a volleyball game and hope they look. I want them to
Equestrian.
Yeah, I ain't got that in me, man. I want everybody to win, and then when we play you, I want it to mean something, and I want it when we do beat you, I want to beat a good team. I don't want to beat just an old rag doll.
No, I agree with that part.
The Missouri Tigers go 0-35. They lose every one of the games.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Damn it, man.
Because you said at the end of it, who's with me?
Yeah.
Who's coming?
Yep.
Sean, what was that Sean put it? Is he the one that put the crickets? Somebody put the crickets. Sean Pendergast. All right.
I ain't got no problem with it. I'll stand behind it, baby.
All right. Now, I know you will, and I know you believe it. Clint was serious about me rooting for Arkansas after they kicked us out of the tournament. And I couldn't.
Yeah, there you have it.
I couldn't do
if you're going to lose to the best, man. Don't lose
I
to
love
some,
Arkansas.
That's right, baby. Don't lose to some ragtag, man.
Clint was on cloud 9 when UConn won after they beat
yes, I was. I could have given a rip less had they not been the team that knocked Arkansas out. You are damn right. Yep. We lost. We won the national titles, not the national the champion.
Yeah, we lost to the champs, baby. Lost it. Yeah. All right. It is. It's a tough day in Houston, and we'll chop this thing up, and we'll talk about it. We'll hear from you as well, the people. You can always join us on the text line 713-572-4610. I just want to start here as the Drive is live. I think Tyler's probably anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500 lighter. Just
every bit of it.
And
he was $1,200 to $1,500 light before he walked in the door.
That's factual.
And $1,200 to $1,500 lighter. And he's what inning you leave? I know you didn't stay for that. I know you didn't stay. Because when I heard the "Let's Go Rangers" chant starting to brewing, I knew Tyler had gotten out of there.
Yeah, I think we headed out. It was either the home half of the 6th or 7th. I said, if we don't score at least one run here, let's get the hell out of here.
I want to hear what was your experience last night? I just and really first thing I wanted, because I was hearing this from people, Clint, and Tyler was there, and that's why it's good to have his crack reporting here. A few people told me it appeared that, like, the Astros the difference between the Rangers and the Astros in terms of juice and like, really ready to roll, like it's a Game 7, was a clear difference. It seemed like, there were people who told me it seemed like the Astros from the jump just didn't have any juice. Just didn't feel like they were playing like a Game 7, the way the Rangers were excited. It just didn't feel like, someone said it seemed like the Astros looked tired even before the Seager homer, even before that happened. I'm just curious, because you were there, Tyler. Did you get a sense of that? Did you get a feel that the Astros seemed, because the building seemed hot before the start of the game?
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that at all. I thought the vibes were right. Team, crowd, otherwise. I mean, place was juiced. Juice box was bumping. We were in our seats, ready to go.
And they look and everybody,
expensive seats.
Yeah, they were expensive.
Yeah, then the first inning happened.
In the post game, I don't remember which one it was, but one of the on-field reporters, they made him come clean, and he said that before the game.
Yeah, that's Verducci's.
Was that who? Was it Verducci?
Yeah, he decided I've heard Sean Pendergast and others talk about it, and I agree. He had been great the whole ALCS with his reporting for FS1. I don't know what the hell he was doing there. He decided to let everybody know that he had predicted before the game the Rangers were just going to smoke them, as the score was already, into double digits for Arlington. Just tremendous stuff from Verducci there. Really glad he shared that with us.
Let it out, man.
Clown.
He did. For the record, he did. Verducci did have, and I don't know who this guy was either. They were all talking and going back and forth, and I'm not familiar with any of them, but one of them did pull it out of him, and one of them apparently heard him say it. He said it to this other reporter before the game started. Something to do with Garcia, him crossing paths with Garcia, having a little quick interaction with Garcia before the game. He just felt like it was going to be a blowout Rangers over the Astros before the game started. And according to their story, he did have someone that could vouch for it being said before the game.
And the text line saying it, the team looked flat. I mean, they looked flat when Corey Singer hit the ball out.
Yeah.
Like the building seemed like the energy seemed to be completely sucked out when Seager hit the ball out. It happened so quick, Clint. I don't even know if there was they were flat. They were.
Yeah, I think to me this is exactly what what scared me about the Rangers is they have the ability to jump on you so quick you don't know what the hell happened, and then you look up. It's like with the Astros with Javier getting knocked off the bump, and you bring RBF in and he gets you out of the inning, and then what was it, Hunter Brown after that, and then you look up and Scherzer, I think he was off the bump quick, got ran pretty quick, but then they put Montgomery back up there. And you look up at that point in time, and they appear to have all the momentum. Montgomery appears to have enough left in the tank and still have a little something on these Stros. That's when I felt defeated. That's when I felt we're gonna have a hard time. We're gonna have a hard time catching these boys because now we're rolling through a bunch of dudes that wouldn't even be in the big leagues if it wasn't for injuries with the Astros. And these dudes are hot at the plate, and they got Montgomery on the bump. We're gonna have a hard time.
And everybody's getting hit.
Yes. Everybody's swinging it well.
Dusty ran 8 pitchers out there yesterday. 5 of them gave up earned runs.
Yeah. Well, and I tell you, I mean, them dudes had 3 stolen bases in the first damn inning.
Yep.
And to your point, you made. I think it was you made it a couple of weeks ago. It was like. We get white boy Chaz or Altuve on, and we just stand on first base and wait for a base hit to move us a second. Instead of, I'm thinking, damn, if they can steal like that, surely we can. But yeah,
it was for me when Maton or what you call RBF, when Maton gets out of that inning and it's just 3, I'm like, all right, this is why I don't agree with the flat thing. Tyler is they came out rolling like. Altuve comes up and gets a double off the wall, and then Bregman gets out. But then they're like, "Well, the hell with it. It's 2-0 to Jordan. Let's put him on. Let's get out of that." And then Abreu comes back, and here you go. He gets the RBI single. It's 1st and 3rd. That was the critical one right there.
Agreed.
It's 1st and 3rd, and you just say to yourself, "Oh my!" If Michael Brantley, who maybe there's not another person up. That can handle the bat. If you just say, "Hey man, we need to get a run in," it's going to give you a good at bat. And I mean, was it the first pitch? If it wasn't the first, it was the second. Immediately grounds, and you think to yourself, if you come out of there 3-2 after everything that happened, you're right. Like, okay, all right, Hunter. Like, all right, let's go. We're in it. We came right, and we're going to get to Max, and we're going to get to guys. But he grounded that damn double play. And it happened twice. It happened twice at 4-2. After the home run for Bregman, and Alvarez hits the triple off the wall. He's standing at third 2 times in the first 4 innings. He's standing at third base with less than 2 outs, and they cannot get him in. And both times would have made it a 1-run game. That's when they didn't get those 2 opportunities. And to be honest, I was feeling about the Rangers' offense against the Astros bullpen, knowing who they were going to have to start to use, the way that I kept feeling about the Astros bats against the Rangers bullpen when they didn't have to face anybody. Because it was like, they don't seem like they're going to stop. It didn't seem like they were going to be able to be held at 4. I mean, hell, did Neris come in the 4th?
Yeah.
Neris is in the 4th. Abreu's into the 6th. By the way, he got beat up again. 3 out of the 4, his 4 last outings, he gave up earned runs. Hit up a 2-run homer yesterday. I mean,
maybe he was a little rusty.
I mean, they couldn't find a pitcher to save their lives without giving up runs. I do want to get this because I want to get from you 2 guys. We got a couple of Astro buddies. I don't know if Tyler was one. I never do.
I don't know if they were still around when Tyler was young.
Still around.
He's probably a little too cool for Astro buddies.
Yeah, not when you're.
I think you got to be from the South Side.
You're in a yellow Hummer. You're not an Astro buddy.
Yeah, you're driving yellow Hummers at 16. You're probably not an Astro buddy material.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. I want to hear what's your feeling today. Because I'm really intrigued to hear you 2. Because I think you guys are 2 different type of fans, both Astros fans, but 2 different type of fans. What's your feeling today? You angry? You're upset? You're surprised, shocked, embarrassed, hurt? What is your What is your feeling right now as an Astros fan after last night's loss to the Rangers in Game 7? 713-572-4610. What's your feeling?
I'm content, Ron.
You know what? I've talked to people that are Astros fans that felt like that. Content, like, all right.
Well, look, I hate to look back and say, well, look at all the injuries and look at all this and look at all that, because you got there. You were still the favorite going into this thing. When the Final Four hit, you were the favorite to win it all. So obviously you had as good a chance at that point in time as anybody in the league. And so I hate to look back and talk about the injuries as much as anything. But when I look at this, man, this is a different series if Framber Valdez is the Framber Valdez that everybody expected to get re-upped and get a market-setting deal or a top-end pitcher deal. If Kyle Tucker is the guy that went out there and played big in these big moments in a contract year, there's just, you didn't have anybody like Jeremy Pena last year jump up and all of a sudden even be in the contention for the MVP in the ALCS. That kind of thing. Like, I feel like our stars didn't come through, and on top of those injuries, they just couldn't weather the storm. You know what I mean? If you're going to weather the storm of no Luis Garcia, no Lance McCullers, all that jive, no Verlander at one point, obviously with the Mets. I mean, if you're going to weather that storm, you just expect them the superstars to be the reason why, and it just ultimately wasn't. The superstars weren't good enough to carry you.
No, and then the Ranger stars were huge. Seager and Garcia just went off, and their pitching, their top two starters were better overall than your top two starters. At times. All right, so you're content. I see some people
I'm good. I'm good with it, man.
Disappointed, coming through, angry. I'm pissed. I'm pissed because the manager blew this. Angry, disappointed, and happy that they got to the LCS with this team. Tyler, what is your feeling? That's what I'm trying to get to. What's your feeling? 713-572-4610. Today, as you've had some time to roll through it, what is your feeling right now?
Missed opportunity, man. Feels like a gigantic missed opportunity. It feels like another trip to the World Series was right there for you. That's why you won the West. You won the West as the Rangers choked it away in September so that you would have home field advantage, and you couldn't win one game. You couldn't win one game at home, and it's the second time I've had to watch that crap. Of course, the Nationals in the World Series a few years ago. But that's just, it's a gigantic, humongous missed opportunity for the franchise that is the Houston Astros.
Yeah. Text line ready, relieved, and ready to focus on the Texans.
Yeah, I'm ready for football, man. Let's go.
Glad it's over. I was too stoned to care, someone texted in. Can I edit this? I am disappointed, and I'm not disappointed that they lost. I'm disappointed how they lost. Listen, the Rangers, it was their night, right? And their guys, they couldn't stop it. But the Astros are a champion. Right? And there's a bunch of guys that are champions. And Clint, to me, my thought is, hey, they're like, you got to drag out the champ. You may beat them, but they're going to keep coming at you. They're going to keep, the boxing analogy, they're going to keep throwing punches at you. You may win. They're going to keep throwing punches at you to the very end. You got to kill the champ. They didn't have to be killed last night. That was just over. That was just over quick. I'm not saying all the guys weren't fighting, but it was 11-4, and it was never coming back. It was never coming. They just got their asses kicked yesterday in a Game 7, and at times, and I know we've talked about Kyle Tucker, he looked like he was ready to go at times, and I think just out of pure frustration. Multiple guys. They didn't go down like champs last night. They just got their ass kicked, man. And it never, I bet there's pretty early where you're like, yeah, they're not going to win this thing.
Well, I didn't think we couldn't stop the bleeding. Once Javier went out, I was like, man, we ain't going to stop the bleeding.
Yeah,
that's the biggest part that just took the wind out of my sails, man. It's not even going to be a game because we can't stop the bleeding. I feel like if we could have stopped the bleeding and kept it in reach, maybe we would have had a shot. But nah, man.
Yeah, that was just that. I was surprised that it would. Like, I'm not surprised they lost. I'm surprised they got blown out at home.
Yeah,
like that's the thing for me. I can't believe that, and they had their opportunities and chances.
Yeah,
I'll say this: you said their stars didn't step up. What? Did not include Yordan Alvarez. That dude is ridiculous, man.
Special.
I mean, I can't. Like, they're trying not to give him anything to hit.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do it alone. We talked about it earlier in the series. He couldn't drag it alone. That dude, and that's the thing is, he wasn't even just hot. That was just him. Like, that wasn't, like, there's some guys that just, boy, that man, they are getting hot. That was just him.
Yeah.
I mean, it was insane. But if he could,
again, I mean, it was on full display of him hitting the ball he hits off the Crawford box fence last night. That wall. I mean, that was, I don't know, most people can't even get a barrel on that. I mean, he somehow lunged out there and damn near hit it out of the park. I mean, it was on full display. I mean, 2 or 3 singles that he hit over the second baseman's head. I mean, those were balls that he completely missed.
Yeah, didn't get the barrel. Yeah,
I mean, he's handling those things out over second base and getting RBI. I mean, he's just a freak, and that I think. I don't at all to say that he's the best hitter in baseball. Now, I know there's some guys, again.
Not at all.
Well, look, I know there's some guys, again, hell, Seager's one of them, and Garcia's one of them. Those guys are, I mean, they did a tremendous job, but every ball they hit out was almost like, yeah, you hit a mistake. Like you hit a mistake out of the park. They left something hanging across the letters, or they threw something up when they wanted it down, or they threw a fastball when it was obvious. It was third time in a row that Garcia had seen that fastball on the outside edge of the plate from Hunter Brown, and they just mistakes they make you pay, and it was nasty.
Or stuff they were flat looking for.
Yeah. The difference is with Alvarez is, I mean, he's clearly looking fastball and into his swing, into his action early because it's an off speed, and then he lunges out there and still hits it out of the park.
He had a 2-strike triple.
Yeah.
The other way, and ran and got.
And the commentator said that's an unhittable pitch, and he hit it to left center.
He almost hit it out. Yeah. You guys shocked that Javier looked like that yesterday? That it got that?
I'm not shocked that he looked like that yesterday, but I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked that the Javier that we got this season as a whole overall was as bad as he was. I expected Javier to be a surefire top 3 starter in the Astros rotation. And if you like right now, you look at it. I mean, Verlander's about the best thing you got going into next year, and Framber Valdez, I don't know who the hell he is or what he's going to do. Christian Javier, I don't. I mean, he's still got a lot to do just to earn his way into the rotation. I mean, I just expected him to be a lot better than he is overall.
Yeah. All right, coming up. Oh, many of you are hurting, but many of you will celebrate potentially. Dusty Baker talked about his future. There have been rumors that he has told people within the organization and outside of the organization that this may be his last year. We'll let you hear what Dusty had to say himself after the game.
In the Loop.
I'm not even that obsessed with where the Browns draft this year. If it's a top 5 pick, great. If it's a top 16, 18 pick, I'll take it. If they pick 18, I'm good with it because we have C.J. Stroud.
They get destroyed at home. There's not a lot of drama in this game.
Now just say it. They crapped the bed, dude.
Just I know it, man. Just not a lot of drama in this game. It just it got away from them early, and they had chances, but they just never could return and recover. And the Rangers were better last night. Robert Ory will join us coming up in the 4:00 hour as the Rockets. They'll get started tomorrow in Orlando, so that'll be good to hear from him before the season starts about the Rockets and so much more to go. I think a lot of things start to move towards what happened in the game and then what's next. And I think maybe the number one thing of what's next is the manager situation, and that's Dusty Baker. This was Dusty yesterday after the game talking about his future as the Astros manager.
I don't know. I haven't had time to evaluate or think about my future because, I'm down the list as far as, like I'm not that kind of dude. I don't want to steal a spotlight or anything from these guys. You got to savor what we did. You got to think about how we can get better. And then I'll evaluate my situation in my life. And so, we'll see. I'll talk to my daughter. I got 2 grandsons, a year and a half. I've really sort of cheated them for my quest for another ring. I got 2 dogs, hunting dogs, a year old. They wouldn't even know me when I walk in the house because I haven't been home since February the 10th.
What are the top hunting dogs?
I don't know.
Is it labs?
Labs, German short-haired pointers.
Most of the time when somebody says dog, they got
Tyler
some.
comes right out the gates with 2. Labs, short hair.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if they were labs though, unless Dusty don't know what the hell he's talking about. That strikes.
I think I've heard labs.
Oh yeah, well labs are just. That's the best overall dog, and they do hunt. Yes, but that sounds like that's something specialized. Like that sounds a lot, right, Tyler? That sounds like a lot more money spent than a lab for Dusty.
Yeah, it's probably a German short-hair pointer.
Dusty's got some kind of exotic that's literally.
Said he got 2 of them.
Yeah, I would think. But then again, Dusty, if he could be full of bull, and Dusty does strike me as a guy that would just have two good old big-hearted labs that just lay around and obey commands and really know how to be your best friend.
But he just calls hunting.
Yeah, he just calls them hunting dogs because somebody told him at labs. He probably spent a little extra on them because they came from good stock.
The guy told him it's a good hunting dog.
Boy, these dogs right here come from good stock, Dusty. All right, give me 2 of them. I got plenty of money.
It could be an English Springer Spaniel.
Okay, Tyler.
There's probably 40 different types of hunting dogs out there.
Yeah, beagle.
I doubt it's a beagle.
Yeah, Dusty don't seem like a beagle.
What's wrong with beagles? I got a beagle.
I'm just saying, Dusty don't seem like a beagle fella. All right.
Which one of yours is a beagle?
Nala.
What else she got in her?
Lab.
What else she got in her?
She's beagle and lab primarily. Maybe a few other things sprinkled in there.
Maybe a couple other things.
Next line coming in, definitely a pointer of some sort. They work in pairs. Someone text in.
Oh,
I bet you it's a German.
I bet it is too. That's what I was thinking.
Beautiful dogs.
When he first said it, it's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, you could probably Google it. Dusty's got 2 puppies at home he hadn't even seen. They wouldn't even know his name.
Tyler don't do.
They're less than a year old, or they're a year old, so they're not as big one. I think I've seen a picture of Dusty in a lab. I think I have, but they're not. They wasn't less than a year old.
Is Dusty done here? Oh yeah, he's done.
Well,
I don't know. I think Dusty when everything's said, I think Dusty's tired of the crap. But that's part of just what you have to deal with in 2023 as a manager or a head coach. You're just going to deal with that. College, pro, you're going to deal with it. But I don't think this team's window is in any way, shape, or form closing.
I don't either.
And so it's going to be really hard if you're Dusty, especially now that you've been here long enough to get close to these guys. It's going to be really hard if you're Dusty to say, yeah, I'm gonna call it up. When you feel like, one, you love these dudes, you love the locker room, the clubhouse, you love the chemistry, and you feel like you feel like you should go back to another World Series and win another one. It's going to be hard for that guy to walk away.
You think it's his choice? You think he's got a choice in this?
Yeah,
Like, you don't think this is a deal where they're just like, yeah, this is like because I think last year, the last couple of years, it was, hey, Dusty, if you want it, we'll go 1-year deals. If you want it, it's yours. You still think they're in that space with Dana Brown and all that? Because I don't.
It seems like there's a little bit of a rift between him and Dana. It seems like there's, him as old as he is right now. I mean, I could see where they'd want to get younger. But I've always said this, man. Like I think moving on from a guy before you got your next guy pegged is dangerous. And so I need to know more about what the Astros options are before. Like I think Dusty's squarely in the mix. Like I don't think everybody over there right now is like, nah, we're done with Dusty. Get the hell out of here. I don't think
vibe. Jim Crane is. Yeah. Jim is the one who hired him. Now I don't know. I don't know. I think Dusty. I think what you said is what you said right off the jump. He's tired of the crap.
Yeah.
Dusty's 74 years old. Despite what Clint says, he's 74 years old, probably pushing to 75 soon. And for me, I personally, I hope he leaves, because and many people have listened, and my feelings about the way that Dusty is treated, one, from the fan base, and two, to the point, I think more importantly, to the front office, where and at times it seems like a general manager is kowtowing to some of the fans and working against him at times, which is a weird thing. And for somebody that's accomplished what he's accomplished here and before here, and what he has done, like, man, he don't need to deal with that. Like, that's like he don't need to what he's done here. He don't need to deal with that. And I hope he leaves.
Yeah, I agree with you from the front office stuff. Like, if I were Dusty, like, the fan bases are going to, if people aren't complaining about your decisions, then they're not really a passionate fan base. If they're not complaining about, I mean, you got to throw 9 dudes out there, and then you got to deal with the pitching staff. If they're not complaining about 1 or 2 of the moves you're making and 1 or 2 of the players you continue to play, then they're not. You really don't have a fan base that's invested in what the hell you're doing. To me, it's and I think you said it, like that the front office dynamic appears to be really strange. Of, if I were Dusty, the petty stuff of the general manager talking to the media and 100% contradicting what I've said or the moves that I've made. I look at it, I don't care who's right or wrong. I really don't give a. I'm not saying that Dusty should have or shouldn't have done made some of the decisions that he made. But the general manager going to the media and saying some of the things, that's Bush League. That's big time Bush League.
The front office stuff is a bigger thing. That's a bigger thing.
Well, that to me, Ron, that splinters the clubhouse. There ain't nothing you or I can say about Dusty that's going to splinter the clubhouse. Like, the splintering the clubhouse is the guys that feel like Diaz or White Boy Chaz or whoever it may be feels like, and they should feel that way. They should be competitive and want to play more. Diaz should be pissed off that he didn't get more run. That you should be. If he wasn't, you'd want to. I would question Diaz's love for the game and and the competitor in him. All that. But the manager says, "Oh yeah, I hope Dusty plays the best. Puts the best lineup out there." We all know what he's talking about when he's talking about lineup. You're talking about Diaz plays the best catch, like that. Now all of a sudden, Diaz has got something to latch on to and go, "Yeah, I should be playing more. To hell with this," because that starts to splinter the clubhouse, and that's the most powerful thing that the Astros have had is the chemistry in the clubhouse and the togetherness. So I think it's just 100% Bush League. Some of the things that were said, at least the way they appeared to us. I don't have I'm not privy to all the information, but the way that it was communicated to the public, to the fan base, and to the media, it sure seemed Bush League.
It does. I'm telling you, if I'm him, I don't want to have done what I've done to be walking around here and people talking about me like I'm Bill O'Brien. That's the feel that I get. I get from the front office, but I've accomplished way too much to be walking around here like I'm Bill O'Brien. No, to hell with that, man. I'm out. I go home to California with my hunting dogs.
2 dogs.
My hunting dogs and my wine business.
2
All right.
2 grandkids.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he got his grandkids. He wasn't talking about them grandkids last year, was he? Talking about let's get number 2. Let's win another. All right, coming up, Seth Payne. We always talk to him each and every Tuesday. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans as they're off the bye week, and And what's this team going to look like? Drew Scruggs still may not be back as other things building with the Texans. We'll talk to him coming up next right here on The Drive.
Just so you know, I'm not looking at your breasts at all because I respect you as a person, even though with my peripheral vision I can see that they're pretty big.
The Astros postseason is over.
It hurts, but we're still winners. We still, but it just doesn't feel good, obviously. But we know we'll be back.
Thanks for a hell of a ride, guys. We'll see you next season.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Star of Hope Mission.org. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado. That stall has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Star of Hope serves more than 6,000 meals a week to their residents. You can provide them with a meal for just $2.80, the cost of a fancy cup of coffee. How many meals will you provide? To donate, visit sohmission.org.
The thing about accidents is they don't really happen on schedule. That's why when you call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222, they'll answer the phone 24 really weak schedule for the most part. So if they are genuinely a bona fide competitive team, I don't think it should be a must-win other than the whole Bryce Young dynamic, because this is a city that did have to, watch Vince Young, who, a lot of people would have wanted drafted instead of Mario Williams at that time. They had to watch Vince Young come into Houston and trash them in Vince Young's Offensive Rookie of the Year performance. Obviously didn't work out long-term for Vince, but that's just nobody wants to relive that type of experience, even though it would be in Carolina.
Seth, a lot of people obviously have bought into the Texans at this point in time, even nationally have bought into the Texans at this point in time. What Vegas is pushed the I don't remember what the number was, what the over-under is. You may know, working with Sean every morning. You may know the over-under of wins now, where that line's at. But obviously the Texans, a lot of folks are buying in. Where's Seth Payne at with the Texans? What do you think they can get to, man?
I think they can definitely have a winning record, and part of that's just because Tennessee might be extreme sellers at the deadline by if they're letting go of the veteran players who are going to cost money next year. That all of a sudden opens up Derrick Henry and other guys. Now that Tennessee has done what they needed to do, which was they secured public funding for their stadium. So you might think that that's something that only a dodgy scoundrel might do, fooling the populace like that, just propping up your team. But maybe that's what the Adams Strunk family is all about. As far as the Titans football team, they could be even weaker as the season goes on, especially if they start playing the rookie quarterbacks. And, I think Gardner Minshew can obviously do some good things, but the Colts have their own flaws. So, yeah, they've got a credible defense, and they've got a very competitive passing game. It's really just the rushing attack on offense is the biggest question mark right now. And even in the modern NFL, in this offense, I think they really, really need to be able to run the ball.
Seth Payne here with us as he joins us each and every Tuesday. You brought up – I like how you brought that part up about Bryce Young. This can't be the week that Bryce Young busts out. And Clint brought it up yesterday. Like, there's almost an expectation that D'Amico and this defense with a full week extra to prepare. Like, you think it's likely or even a chance could have a breakout week against what you've seen from this defense thus far?
I guess the biggest question is who had as their quarterback coach Josh McCown, who I was told was like the most brilliant and wonderful person to walk the earth in maybe the past 2020 years or so. I'm surprised that he wasn't made the offensive coordinator and play caller. Instead, Thomas Brown was, who came over from the Rams. And, Thomas Brown he doesn't have experience as an NFL play caller, was not the offensive coordinator with the Rams, but did spend 3 years with Sean McVay side by side. They made him their assistant head coach. So I don't know how much of his influence has already been there on offense, and whether they're running a lot of the stuff that the Rams would versus what Frank Reich would like to do. I think if anything, it's like that's a panic move. You're an offensive-minded coach, and you're ceding play calling duties 6 weeks into the season. They're in a rough spot right now, which doesn't you shouldn't get cocky about that. But I really, really would like to see D'Amico Ryans just put it on a rookie play caller. Whatever element of surprise there is there, just have his head spinning by midway through the first quarter.
Seth, I think it should be a huge advantage, man. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, just his identity and what he believes in is tough on young quarterbacks that don't process as quickly as veterans do and may not have the offense like veterans do. I think this could be another game where you look at it and you go, boy, this is exactly who you hoped you'd get when you hired D'Amico Ryans at the very least. You mentioned the offensive staff. I'm a bit surprised, not a bit. I'm very surprised that when the little bit I've watched Bryce Young, Seth, he seems unbelievably overwhelmed, and I thought at the very least with that offensive staff, those offensive minds, those former quarterbacks, that they would avoid that being the case. It seems like he's overwhelmed every time I turn the TV on the Panthers. Are you surprised to see that from that group?
Yeah, I think especially because that was supposed to be his calling card. That was supposed to be the thing that set him apart from C.J. Stroud. That whatever he lacked in the physical measurables, it was just how freakish his anticipation skills were, how intelligent he was on the field. And you see some of these bad throws that he makes, and it's like they're bad on Madden. You know, they're bad in high school football. They're just bad reads, which happens when you hate to reduce it down to something like size, but if you are a short quarterback in the NFL, you better have something exceptional compensating for it. Kyler Murray has exceptional athleticism that can help him in a lot of ways. And other guys might have exceptional accuracy and anticipation, but you've got to really marry it to a timing-based offense, you know, Drew Brees. And he just maybe doesn't have that. I think that's probably the hardest thing to scout. Like take Drew Brees, for instance. If Drew Brees were coming out today in the draft, you know, things are different because everybody's running a spread now. It was more unique back when he was running it in college. But some of his super skills, you know, his anticipation, his accuracy, his timing, those kinds of things, it's really hard to figure out whether those are going to transfer to the NFL. So I don't know if given 20 years of experience and having watched Drew Brees, if scouts today were scouting like a young carbon copy of Drew Brees, if they would expect greatness out of him. And I think maybe there's a chance with Bryce Young that it was just he's the opposite of Drew Brees. Whatever you hoped for and all of those harder to quantify skills that maybe they just don't translate to the NFL. And it's also there's 6 games into the NFL season his rookie year, so there's plenty of time.
All right, that's Seth Payne as he joins us each and every Tuesday, and we'll see if they get this one. As you said, man, to me, with everything going around, you're 3-3. You got to beat the winless teams. Like you got a chance for the playoffs. You got to win a game like this. We hope we're talking about a W and then moving on to face Tampa. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Seth Payne. I'm telling you, that's my thought this week, fellas. This is a must-win. Can't lose this game, man. I'm just saying, we're not in a point anymore where we're talking about growth. Like, it's just growth. It's just growth. You can't lose to the Panthers. Not with a week off. Not with a week to prepare. You gotta beat these teams. There are a couple of teams, like, to me, they can't lose to the Broncos. They can't lose to the Panthers. I think there's another team on there that's a team that's clearly, I think, below them. They got to win these games to make sure they get to the playoffs.
Well, look, there's no doubt. On paper, it looks like a game that they should win. But
I'm not saying they can't.
I'm at a point where with the Texans where I think the most difficult thing for them to do moving forward is to ultimately duplicate what they've done the last 4 ball games over 11 more. You know what I mean? Like that, to me, that's can you do it? Can you do it for them? It'll be 15 ball games because it started out slow. Can they do what they've done? Keep trending in the right direction. Keep not turning the football over. Keep getting better on defense and playing playing complementary football. Getting production from your special teams and you get these guys back healthy. Can you just put Tank Dell right back in there and he picks up where he left off? Can you find a way to get the running back situation worked out and over 11 ball games continue to put – and I'm not even talking about the opponent. Forget the opponent. 11 more times continue to put your product, offense, defense, and special teams out there. I'm not convinced that this team can do that. And that, look, again, only because we're so young in this. The hardest thing for them to do is not to show up one day and be lights out, right? The hardest thing for them to do is going to be able to show up and be above board for 11 straight weeks. The consistency is what I think is the jury's still out on.
I don't care if they beat them 6-5. They just can't lose. They can't lose.
This is it, huh?
The Panthers right now. They got to have these. All right, we'll continue to discuss here Game 7. Your thoughts. How are you feeling? What is the feeling that you have now as an Astros fan as we are hours after that game ended? We'll discuss that coming up next. But, fellas, as you are hopefully taking your health very serious, We hope you're also having conversations not just about your health, but in particular your testosterone, because we want you to be able to do your homework and find a provider that you can trust. Clint and I would recommend Low T Center.
Well, let me help you with your homework a little bit, man. Low T Center, you can damn sure trust. There's no doubt about it. Been with them in 2 different states, 4 different offices for 6 years. Low T Center is where it's at. Fellas, here's the meat and potatoes of it. When you get 30, 40, 50 years old, things start changing. And as a man, you should know your testosterone number. Very, very simple. Schedule an appointment at Low T Center immediately. It's quick. It's easy. Hell, it's only $25. You walk in, take a simple blood test. You get the results back in about 25 minutes, and boom, you know exactly what you need to do to get to living your best life. There's no excuse, fellas. Be proactive, and Low T Center is where it's at.
Great part about them, and Low T Center is not like typical doctor's offices. They don't have the long wait. They're perfect for guys that generally don't want to wait. Low T Center is a concierge medicine exclusive. So go to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment online today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Payne and Pendergast.
The defense is playing way above its pay grade. They're a little bit boom or bust right now, but you look at it at the end of the day, they're limiting scoring, they're creating turnovers. Potentially, they could finish as a top 3rd defense, and I didn't think they were going to be capable of that this year.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Star of Hope Mission.org. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado. That stall has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Star of Hope serves more than 6,000 meals a week to their residents. You can provide them with a meal for just $2.80, the cost of a fancy cup of coffee. How many meals will you provide? To donate, visit sohmission.org.
This is a Texans timeout. Here's Mark Vandermeer.
Heading into bye week, the Texans had won 3 of their last 4 games. Now they play an 0-6 Carolina team as they embark on the final 11 games of their schedule. It's up to players like Captain Jimmy Ward to keep everybody on task as they head to Charlotte this weekend.
I kind of say what's needed at the time. You know, if I feel like guys looking, down the line at this team, however, you gotta make sure you can't take no team for granted, because each week is an NFL team with NFL coaches, and everybody's it's a small margin of error. It's just like that's each week. That depends on if you're gonna win or lose the game.
And that was made evident by, among other things, a 1-win New England team knocking off Buffalo and a 1-win Chicago team beating the Raiders. Sunday's game kicks off at noon. I'm Mark Vandermeer, and this is a Texans timeout.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute.
Pieces, and they love talking watches. So head on into Zadok and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
I asked Tyler before the segment, hey, man, you bumping in with anything?
Nope.
He just stared me down and just said, nope.
You in a bad place right now, T?
I'm in a bad place.
I
don't want to relive anything from last night
I was gonna
ever
say,
again.
Tyler, how are you dealing with this? I feel like at some point we need to just give Tyler about 30 to 39 seconds to just really let it out. Obviously, this is not going to be the time.
Look, I mean,
but I think at some point, man.
One day between now and say Thursday, I mean, you just need to go out and blow it out.
I usually need a solid 24 to 48 hours.
But you need to get busted up.
Are you?
You need to go out and get just completely busted to where you feel so bad you take your mind off the Astros.
You need to just take some shots. just get it going.
Some butter and nipples.
Hey, seriously. Seriously.
I don't know why, but white boy wasted just came to my mind.
Oh yeah, 21st birthday.
I'm looking at Tyler and you. I mean, you need to just get you one of them good
21 shots. Line them up.
I mean, just bangers, man.
I got to 19 on my 21st.
I did not even think about it. Oof. 19 shots? I mean, that'll kill you.
That sounds miserable.
I was stuck at Katie's house just throwing up.
Oh, I mean, why did you do that?
I was trying to get to 21.
Oh,
felt like a good idea.
No. I hope you started. Did you at least start early?
Yeah, I started like 4.
No, you got to start at brunch or something, man.
At brunch.
I mean, you don't kill yourself, man.
Yeah, it was a Wednesday. Yeah, Stampedes. Where we ended up.
Stampedes.
That night. Wednesday night. But Tyler, seriously, how shocked are you right now? Like how surprised are you right now that they didn't win that game?
I'm floored.
Because Tyler's, it's not a front, as Bill is texting in and some others. This is Tyler's fault. Tyler repeatedly guaranteed they would win. If I remember right, Bill said Tyler also talked about repeatedly how the Rangers were dead over and over again.
Yeah.
That they were.
He did, folks.
I've got to believe you are getting railed by Rangers fans, friends, because you talk.
Oh, yeah.
You talk. And listen, for what the Astros have been, it is justifiable for you to talk the trash that you talk. All right? So you talk it. And I know you have to be almost delusional right now that they actually lost that game.
I can't believe they lost. It floored me. I cannot believe that the Astros pissed that away. And you are right, the Rangers fans, if you were to look at my mentions right now on Twitter, I wouldn't want my mama reading them. But the Rangers fans are letting me have it.
I bet they are.
As they should. I can handle it.
I'm shocked in how it went down.
Yeah.
I'm not. It doesn't surprise me that they lost, as we've mentioned many a time before. You get to a AFC or NFC championship game, or you get to the ALCS or NLCS. I mean, it's going to come down to splitting hairs on who wins that thing, unless you get to a Game 7, which it was back and forth at that point in time, and you just get drugged like that. That's the part that surprised the hell out of me. I was surprised that Javier got knocked out of the game so early. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised that we didn't have – because Dusty tried everybody. I'm surprised that none of the guys that he brought in really lasted without getting beat around the park.
It was almost everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that Kyle Tucker never came out of it. I'm surprised in how many opportunities the Astros had. Maybe not score 11, but definitely to keep this thing a little bit more interesting. They didn't do it. I'm surprised in how it all went down in Game 7. I'm not surprised that they lost.
To the point that you're making, because, of course, from a good group of people, of course, the first thing is the different things that Dusty could have done differently. And in my opinion, and I don't know that there is anything that could have been done. There isn't a move that couldn't have been done. Everybody got lit up. I remember saying, why would he bring in J.P. France instead of Urquidy? Then Urquidy came in and got his ass lit up. Right? Like, it was just everybody got lit up. Like, they couldn't.
That's a lot of hits.
Pitch. There wasn't nobody. Like, listen, I don't think Dusty had the greatest evening, but when Dusty started his issues or things that you may look at, hell, it was, what was it, 5-1, 4-5-1? Like, it was like, I remember Tyler texted us, damn, should have walked Garcia there. Sure, there's an argument there. The two of the next three guys reached. And it's just like, there was nothing to be done to change the outcome of that game.
We just lost.
All right, they could have brought Diaz in. Hell, they could have brought Craig Biggio in to catch. There is nothing. All right, Diaz came in and he continued his 1-for-14 performance in the postseason. There was nothing to be done in that game. That first inning, when they couldn't get Alvarez home to make it 3-2, do it again later to make it 4-3, and then the floodgates up. There was nothing.
That's a bad situation.
Yeah, and look, in hindsight, and how they continued to just bleed the Astros, you are correct. There's nothing that could have been done. Now, in the moment, again, I think as a manager and as a superstar player, and I think moves, especially when you're emptying the clip the way Dusty had to with the whole starting rotation. Everybody that was available, I think, pitched. And everybody that was available, I think, at some point, other than Gray Kessinger, ended up hitting. And so those moves are going to get questioned. Should Maldonado have hit that time in the fifth inning or fourth, whatever the hell it was?
Fair question.
Should he have pitched to this guy or that guy? In hindsight, hell yeah, they should have been. But, in the moment, that's part of being a manager. It's part of being a superstar player. You're going to get criticized. Folks are going to question your moves. But in reality, to your point, in hindsight, the Rangers were going to bleed you anyway. You had every pitch. Yeah. There was not a pitcher you could turn to that you were like, he's got it tonight. Yeah, and it was really their entire lineup too. It wasn't just like I know Garcia and Seager were the two that really just drove it home. But really, all of their guys were making noise up and down the lineup. So it wasn't like you could get somebody in there to pitch to the lesser hitters. And it was just. Look, it just wasn't the Astros' night. They just got absolutely drugged. I'm shocked that they got drugged the way that they did. And as I said, I'm shocked that Christian Javier got pushed off the bump so early, and several other the hell out of me. Almost Almost cussed there. But the loss, no. I mean, it's Game 7, baby. I mean, them two teams are both really, really, really good baseball teams.
Yeah. We knew they could lose. Early on, it was weird.
The first inning took every bit of the wind out of the sails of it would like the Astros did in Arlington.
Yes.
I mean,
that's what Smoke said. It was just what happened on that fly ball? That
got me beat.
Could have grabbed an out between Chaz and Michael Brantley in that first inning.
It was hard to see because I was so close to the infield,
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It was clearly hard for the both of them to see.
Yeah, they must not have saw it either.
They just stood there. You play at your home park. You play.
Look scared or something. Like they were like, I don't know, man.
Like when I saw that, I was like, damn, man. Where are they? Where are their heads? Like a part of me, like where are their heads? Like, man, it was. And you go to the other side, boy, Brantley just. I mean, he came up there and hit into that double play that was crucial when the game was still in doubt. Brian and Jose Abreu bounced the one place he could only hit it in the infield. They had the infield back. They were going to concede the run.
Yep.
And they couldn't. And they just, oh my God, to me, it was like when you watched it, the Rangers, who I say this, I got to give them credit. They got off the mat from Game 5. Appeared to be the team that's been through it all. Like when you watch it there, like it's Game 7. The Astros are making mistakes in the field in the first inning. There is these guys, the Astros, when they got down, and when the Seager home run was hit, it almost felt like they were like, oh my God, we're not gonna. And the Rangers, they just kept coming. I mean, I got to give them. The
Astros missed the opportunity in Game 6. Is again clearly in hindsight, but you talk about Altuve snatching their soul in Game 5. Boy, you had once they won Game 6 in your ballpark. Now Game 5 is water under the bridge. It's long gone. We ain't even worried about that right there. Now you done let us breathe a little bit of life back into this thing. And now in Game 6 at the end of it, I feel like you let the bats wake up a little bit right there with Montero and Stanek and all those guys. And man, Game 7 was hard to watch. Yeah, that's the bad thing was like I'm sitting on the couch and my wife ain't even sat down yet. She put the baby to bed and she comes in there. She put the dishes in the dishwasher or something. Came in there and sat down. She's like, "Damn, what the hell happened?" I mean, I didn't even get to enjoy an inning, bro.
There was nothing to enjoy as an Astros fan. Nothing at all.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the NFL last night, it's been upsets the last couple of weeks and upsets for the 49ers as they lose last night to the Minnesota Vikings 22-17. They've lost back-to-back games. And I'd say, yes, they were road games, but games you would think that the 49ers should win. They lost to P.J. Walker and the Cleveland Browns on the road, and then they lost to Kirk Cousins without Justin Jefferson and the Vikings and in Minnesota. I don't know, man. After they beat down Dallas, they look a lot more beatable, and Brock Purdy looks like he's come down a little bit from earth. He has 2 interceptions last night. This will be interesting because it is forever changed. With that NFC, it felt like it was the Niners and the Eagles kind of establishing themselves away from everybody else. I think maybe you now have to look at this differently with the way the 49ers played the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you drop a couple suspect games. Your all-world quarterback that everybody's ranting and raving about that is an early season MVP candidate, and he starts struggling. Hell yeah, they're going to look at you a tad bit different. You look at what's gone on with the San Francisco 49ers, and I don't know I obviously don't follow them and study them week in, week out, but I know Christian McCaffrey was a game time decision. I know when you look Dabo Samuel, not Dabo Sweeney, he doesn't play for the 49ers, but Debo Samuel, he did not play. When you get to that caliber of a team, and that loses, whether it be a superstar quarterback or your running back's half go or your receiver / running back, your weapon that really makes things go. When he's out, boy, that team becomes a 500 team. And I'm just not 500 on the season. Just they become a very average football team in the NFL when their superstars are down. Their quarterback's job gets significantly more difficult. Which, again, it was an opportunity for Brock Purdy to
no Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel.
But Ron, I mean, let's be honest though. That's when. I like Brock Purdy. Look, I think Brock Purdy's doing a lot of really good things. But when you look at the guys like that are in that MVP conversation, the ones that get there and stay there are the guys that, well, you don't have a down game when your studs aren't there.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's a lot of football left to be played. Brock could climb back into that thing, but I mean the Pat Mahomes of the world are in that thing consistently, whether they got their entire supporting cast or not.
It's just with their defense and the dudes, you think they'd be able to get out of Cleveland and Minnesota with wins?
You would think so.
Like that.
Yeah.
That is the thing there.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, this is one to watch, Clint. As this weekend, it was here actually in Houston, Texas. They were able to get through a tight one against the Houston Cougars, but they do lose their quarterback, Heisman Trophy candidate Quinn Ewers. He is going to miss some time with an AC joint sprain. And the thought is, do you think this Texas team is going to be good enough to hold through? Because they still got a chance, right? Their only losses to Oklahoma, and the way that Alabama's playing and getting better, that road win, they still have a chance, if they don't lose any more games, to try to get in to the college football playoff. Do you think this is going to be a potentially season-changing injury, or can they hold on until he's able to get back?
Oh, I think they can hold on. I mean, again, you're talking about. I just believe that Texas is one of those teams that has dudes that allow you to weather the storm of a quarterback developing, a young quarterback developing, or in this case, an injury. Now, I know they haven't necessarily the last couple of weeks played up to it, but I just believe that they have the dudes to allow them to weather the storm of an injured quarterback. I think they've got the play caller in Steve Sarkisian to Malik Murphy, this quarterback that's going to get the run. I mean, he is a different breed. He is a different skill set than Quinn Ewers. I don't believe that Steve Sarkisian is going to plug him in and ask him to be Quinn. I think they're going to put some wrinkles in their offense that are going to allow Malik to be Malik. And now you may see the Manning kid some as well in terms of given the 2-minute situations or however the game goes on, if he's the better passer of the football. But this Malik Murphy kid has got a chance to really arrive and establish himself as a Longhorn quarterback. And we'll see. I think they got the dudes to weather this storm, and I think they got the play caller to make it all make sense. We'll see how they rebound from obviously a tough loss a couple of weeks ago, and then U of H and what coulda, shoulda, woulda been. Had that referee got that call right. We'll see how they rebound. But I think they got the dudes, Ron, to weather this storm.
They got 2 home games coming up against BYU, which could be iffy with a good defense, and then home against K-State before they go on the road to TCU. So they can see if they can hold that together. Then, all right, who's with Clint? Clint had something to say.
Everybody, of course.
Clint had something to say after that Astros-Rangers game. I cannot wait to hear the response from the people.
Yeah.
Texas Rangers, as the Rangers will host Game 1 of the World Series on Friday against either the Phillies or the Diamondbacks, who play tonight. By the way, who are you going for?
Well, I need the Phillies to win me some of my money back.
Okay, so you're going for the Phillies.
Yeah. Phillies -1.5, baby.
I'm going to go with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Rangers Diamondbacks just doing nothing for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Diamond. I got just simply because I got some friends that have worked in an organization and live out there, and I'd like for them their squad and the people that they know to experience a World Series, man.
No, I mean, you have a personal investment,
and maybe yeah, that's fair. And if there's a game out there, I may ease out there and go to catch a game with them. My bride's about 8-9 months pregnant, so maybe a bad idea, but it's still it could be on the table.
Usually 9 months is about how long they go, huh?
7 more than that.
It's 10.
It's 10, bub. Things
Didn't
you
know
learn.
that.
I did not either until my wife explained
40
it.
weeks, baby.
It's 40 weeks.
We're all about education on this show.
Yep.
Trey was 41.
Liv made it to 36, and I don't know if this one's going to make it that far.
No, Lauren was 36.
I was a preemie.
Girls, yeah, had to go in and get her.
Jack in the Box almost took me out, man.
Mama had an appointment this morning, man. Everything's good.
That's good. That's
beautiful.
Saw her little face, man. Profile view.
We're getting close here.
We're getting close. Hell, I can see. I can't see. You know how like when they get right before when they push their foot or their hand into the stomach, you can actually see the hand or the foot.
Ooh.
Like I can't see the hand or the foot, but I can see the push. You know what I mean? Like you can literally see that area sticking out, but you can't see the outline of the hand or foot yet.
I didn't know that was a real thing.
I got a video I'll show you from Lowe, the first baby. Yeah,
because that was a little bit more expensive, isn't it?
What?
What did you say? You got the?
I'm
you
sure
get the digital joint.
I'm sure my wife didn't even look at the price tag.
Yeah, I just got the regular ones.
Wait, you can actually see the baby like pushing out at certain points?
Yes,
I
bro.
thought pictures I've seen like that were just like remote, like
digital. Nah, I didn't do that.
No, I'm not talking about digital. I'm talking about like just sitting here looking at her.
Oh,
me
you're
looking at her.
I got you. I got you.
My,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
is.
Oh, yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, when it's a video, when I saw it, I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" I didn't know you could either.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, when it's yours, it's pretty cool.
I'm not saying, yeah.
I mean, for you, you'd see 4 legs sticking out there. I guess you'd see puppies sticking out of the belly.
What
I
is
guess.
she?
There's
What
the
is
paw.
it? What is it? What is
Look,
it?
those are both paws. She's already got nails.
There it is. Oh, what is that? A collie? Yeah.
Megan does joke around that she birthed all our pups.
Those legs are really short. She must have some dachshund in her.
That's an interesting idea, Megan. Yeah. The ears on that sucker. All right.
Looks like a little German Shepherd.
I wonder, are people with Clint? Are you with Clint? 713-572-4610. Because I saw this tweet come out, and I saw Clint make this tweet, and he said, "When my squad's eliminated, I fan by 2 lines of thinking. I pull for the team that knocked my squad out, or I pull for the team from Texas." Wow, so that's crazy. So that's both for you.
Yep.
In this
Check
situation.
2 boxes.
Yep, there you go. Call me crazy, but I'm pulling for the Rangers 100% in the World Series. Who's with me?
Question mark.
Yep. Who's with me? Right
Man,
there.
bro, I love you, man.
Yeah, that feels perfect right there. Who's also pulling for the Rangers? 713-572-4610. Tyler, you with them?
No. You're crazy.
He said, call me crazy. So
I mean, that's fair. I mean,
thought about it.
To each their own. Look, I just
I don't even ask if you're
no.
serious. I know you are.
I'm dead ass.
I know you are.
Hell no.
I mean, on several fronts, guys. On several fronts.
Oh, no. Hell no.
Easy, Sly. On several fronts here. I mean, it's one, I want to feel as good as I can possibly feel about my team. And the only way that I'm going to do that, now that they're out and they're not going to play anymore, they don't have control of it, is the team that took them to 7 and knocked them out, is if that team then, to be honest with you, goes and skull drags whoever comes out of whoever represents National League in the World Series. Then I feel pretty damn good about my Stros. Number 2, I'm Texas through and through, baby. I want the state of Texas to thrive in any way, shape, or form.
God bless Texas.
And if my group is out of the mix, if my squad is out of the mix, and we can't represent the state the way that we need to on the big stage, then damn it, whoever is representing our state, I want them to do it proudly, and I want them to do it in a big way. Period. Man, it's just it's as simple as that. And I don't wish bad on the other teams in Texas because my team missed the bed. Like the Texans have stunk the last 4 years, 3 years, whatever it's been. I don't watch the Cowboys and go, boy, I wish y'all stunk too. I want both teams to be really, really good, and I want them to meet, and I want the game to mean something. And when you beat them, I want you to beat a team that's competent.
Even if you're like arch rival.
Yes,
your arch rival.
And you know what I've had around here.
Is that what the Rangers are now?
It's definitely starting to get there. If it hadn't, but like I have a lot of people throw the Aggie Longhorn thing at me, and at first they got me. I was like, maybe that's an exception. But the more I've thought about it, it's not. Like if I were an Aggie, I mean, I get the hate. I get the hate. I get the dislike. And if I were a Longhorn, I get the hate. I get the dislike. From a distance, as an outsider, I love it. But if I were in the middle of it, now I wouldn't go around with if I were a Longhorn, I wouldn't go around with maroon and white pom-poms cheering for them. But I would want the Aggies to represent the state in a big way. And when I jump into the SEC, I want the Aggies to be relevant so that it's a football game and we beat somebody other than just the team down the street. Yeah, so I've thought about it. And even if I were an Aggie or Longhorn, I would want that. If I didn't have any say-so in the mix, if I were eliminated, I want my man across the street to thrive and do big things.
Clearly, you are a different type of sports fan. There are some people who agree with you. I'm 100% with you. Clint Ocho is who is riding with you. You're a different kind of sports fan. That the rival, like I don't think, like Alabama Auburn, I don't think that they can root for each other. I don't think there's many of them that could root for each other, or just like stuff like that. Like for me, I said earlier, hell, my wife went to Missouri. As a Kansas fan, I hope they lose every single thing they play in, every single thing they compete in. One of my goals in life is that any of my children are athletes and they go to the University of Missouri.
Oh, they may go there even though just because they're smart and they get academic scholarships.
They can do that. Yeah, they could do that. Yeah, I mean, but I don't think that means I've got to go root for them and wear clothing.
None of my children will go to Texas. One of my greatest
fears is that any of my kids are good enough to compete and they go, I'm going to follow mom's footsteps. I'm going to go to Missouri.
Can't let that happen.
Well, I mean,
you heard how I couldn't even.
I ain't got to.
I've decided not to wear the Fort Bend Broncos shirt the last 5 weeks.
I ain't got that hate in me. I just don't. I ain't got
you want the Rangers to win?
I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go to Academy Sports and Outdoors up in Dallas and get decked out in Rangers gear and buy tickets to go to games.
But you're pulling for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna. If I sit down and watch the World Series and there's a team from Texas representing in the World Series, deep down in my heart, I'm gonna hope the Rangers win. Yes,
I want to hear this. 713.
Oh my goodness.
Damn it.
Jim would agree with me.
Yeah, if he was still with us.
If he was still with us,
damn it, Jerome. 713-572-4610. I want to hear it. Are you with Clint? Is this just a Texas thing? Like I understand the pride of Texas. Is this the deal? Because it's Dallas. Right, it's that like that's all I've heard. It's the hate there.
South Oklahoma.
Y'all don't even call the city the name.
That's fair.
713-572-4610. Are you with Clint? Tyler's ready to tell you with Clint. Are you now pulling for the team that beat you, even if it is the Texas Rangers? I'll hear from you coming up next. That if you say things that I have thought here is like Texas and people from Texas, the pride of people from Texas in particular is just different, almost different in a way from other places.
God bless
like just like
Texas.
It's not even just your city, it is like the state. That's one thing walking in, I thought that's different. Like, you know, we're proud as hell to be where we're from, but it's not like we're like, hey, baby, Missouri pride, baby. Like it in a way that it is like
we're the best state in the union,
proud state of Texas. You know, I want to get an understanding, and that's what I said. Clint said, if you missed it, he said, when my squad's eliminated, I fan by two lines of thinking. I pull for my team. I pull for the team, that knocked my squad out, and or I pull for the team from Texas. So in this case, the Rangers knocked out his team, the Astros, and they are from the state of Texas. So that's two of them. Call me crazy, but I'm pulling for the Rangers 100% in the World Series. Who is with me? And I've seen a few people. Someone texting, I completely agree with you, Clint. It's a lot of text coming in, so I didn't just damn near lost a thing. But I completely agree with you, Clint. The Rangers, I hope they win. To that extent, there's a couple people have said that. Now, I would say the vast majority have said I am not.
Can't get down with it, huh?
I am not with it. Mavs, Stars, Cowgirls, Rangers, all induce baby vomit in my mouth. Damian.
It's interesting, Damian. Look, I know there are some annoying ass fans that are from the DFW area. I get it on all fronts: Rangers, Mavs, Cowboys.
I bet there's some people in Dallas who find Tyler annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. I would imagine so.
I don't. Losers. I don't.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. That a lot of people responded to me with, "Oh, well, I could never do it." That fan base. Look, it ain't my opinion. My feel ain't got a damn thing to do with Rangers fans in general and how they act on social media, or what a radio or TV host does or says. Like I don't nothing that I feel about the state of Texas and about the team that beat my team is going to be impacted by the fan base around that team. Fans are supposed to be smart asses. Fans are supposed to talk trash. Fans are supposed to do all the things that Tyler does and all the things that the Rangers fans have done that's pissed everybody off. I get it. I totally get it. But for me personally, none of that even enters my frame of mind or my thinking when I decide, hey, I'm going to sit down tonight on that couch, and whenever that World Series starts, who am I going to pull for? The Philadelphia Phillies? For what? Who am I going to pull for? Arizona? Diamondbacks? For what? No, the team that's representing the state of Texas. The team that's got the state of Texas on their chest. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Mm.
It's not even a like
I think there's some people out there who have a photo of Adolis Garcia.
Sure.
And are shooting arrows and bows and arrows and darts at his face because they hate him so bad. So, like,
bows and arrows.
I think that's fair. But those same people let this conversation go to Texas teams versus the rest of Major League Baseball and talking about ALCSs and World Series appearances. Let the Rangers go to a handful of them, and then all of a sudden this turns into, boy, well, the Astros and the Rangers have been to the last 12 ALCSs in a row. The state of Texas is kicking ass in baseball. Those same people would be on board with that conversation. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, we are. Let's beat our chest about Texas. I'm just putting it out there from jump.
Yeah, from the text line, hate is a very strong word, Ron. That's why this country is screwed up. No, the country is screwed up because
that's a pretty serious thing.
Good Lord.
Because of hate, not sports hate. You know what the hell we're talking about. Calm your ass down.
Some could say people being sensitive like you are a problem with this country.
Sports
Good
hate.
God.
I would say that the sports hate, there's a need for more of it. I love sports hate. I want to hear from people. 713-572-4610. Are you with Clint? Are you pulling for the Texas Rangers to win the World Series? Dalton, I'll let you jump on this. Are you with Clint on this?
Absolutely not.
Damn it, Dalton.
Dalton's got the
And I've got a great reason why.
Let's hear it.
In 2017, the Hurricane Harvey came through. The Astros reached out to the Rangers that we used their stay closer to Houston for the families. They denied us that to generate their ticket sales. We had to go to Tampa. So ever since then, screw them strangers.
All right, I appreciate the call, Dalton. I'll tell you this right now. They could have helped the Astros in every single beat, and I don't think that Tyler would change his tune to be rooting for the Rangers.
I tip my cap to Dalton. At least Dalton's got a reason behind it, and not just F everything, not Houston or not Astros, right? I mean, look, if that bothered you to that point, which I've heard different angles of that scenario and that situation.
You've heard it from the other end.
Well, no, I mean, I've just heard discussions about that, and it's not. I don't think Dalton may know more than me. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm high and mighty and have all the answers. But I think there was more to that than just y'all can't use our facility. Now, it may have not have been a reasonable explanation that everybody around here was going to like, but I think there was more to it than just you can't use our facility.
No, man, for me, if I put my place in an Astros fan's mindset, one of the great things is being able to just, do you know how much better we are than you? We don't even think about y'all asses. Y'all are awful. And now that the rivalry has started, there is tension. Like the Astros are throwing and hitting Rangers players. Or Rangers or Astros players. This thing went 7 games, and there was a moment with Altuve, and now the Rangers. If I'm an Astros fan, God, please don't let them win. God, don't let. Y'all got there. Y'all could. How many rings you got? But I mean, how many championships you got? We beat y'all. Okay, no, but how many rings? For me, I just never I'm like getting like the thought of like one time Missouri almost made it to the Final Four, man. I almost lost my mind.
The crazy thing is you're a KU fan. Like you've had all the success, you've got all the memories and all the happiness, and you got so much hate. You got so much hate built up that you can't even wish your wife of all people, your wife, to experience what you've experienced time and time. You're selfish, man.
Yeah, I am.
Selfish as hell.
I'm a sports fan.
Oh, damn. So
no, you're a selfish-ass sports fan is what you are.
I'm a sports fan. And you're a kind sports fan.
I'm a kind-hearted sports fan.
I just think, seriously. See, I think there's another part, like, Arkansas, like, who is you want Tennessee to win it all? Like, when Tennessee beat y'all, you were like, let's get Tennessee.
That ain't got nothing to do with me. Hell no.
They beat y'all. You didn't want Tennessee to beat. Tennessee kind of ended y'all season.
I've got a personal, and They're
You
not.
wasn't
They're
like,
not.
Timmy,
They're not.
come on,
No.
Peerless
But
Price,
no. But to make my point, no, they don't have the Texas tie there. But to make my point, the fact that 25 years later, however long it's been, I can sit there and go, we were 8-0. Tennessee was 8-0. We had them knocked off at their place. They ended up beating us, and then they went on and won a national title. We got our season got derailed by a national title team, not by a team that was just some fluke.
Yeah,
I do.
You feel better about that. You wasn't rooting for the answers.
No, hell no, I wasn't. At the time, my heart was broken, given how I lost. But had I not lost the way that I fumbled the football, I would have had no problem rooting for Tennessee to win that national title. Yeah, I mean, they ripped my heart out of my chest. Yeah. Caused me a year, 25 years worth of having to deal with these jackasses.
3 or 4 people. John, are you with Clint on this one? Are you pulling for the Rangers?
Hell no.
You laughed at your own joke, didn't you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
My man said hell no. No, go ahead.
Well, as a native Houstonian, you are raised and coached, and it's just ingrained that you hate all things Dallas, and the sports is probably the worst. And I will say this, it's probably a little bit of sour grapes because of the Cowboys and their success over the years. But reality is it kind of permeates all sports, and you just can't stand it. So
all right, I appreciate the call, John. Is that really the case? Because there are a lot of Cowboy fans. There are a lot of Cowboy fans that live in Houston.
I was born and raised right here, and I'm not. By the way, I know there are people like that, and so I'm not pushing back on the caller. I'm not doubting the way he was raised. I was born and raised right here, and my dad was a Cowboys fan.
I was going to say, I think there are people like that.
Mom was an Oilers fan, but there was never a moment in my upbringing where I was raised to hate Dallas or anything about Dallas or the sports team in Dallas or anything like that. Nothing. Or maybe I was just oblivious and didn't listen. I'm hard-headed.
I don't know.
So
well, now
with
your dad, I was going to say, I think there are many Cowboys fans in Houston that didn't raise them to hate.
But the thing, like as you can see, like I'm a lot like my dad is. I mean, I'm a Texans fan because this is where I was born and raised, and it's who I'm closest to and it's who I cover. But I'm a Cowboys fan. Like when I watch the Cowboys, I want them to win.
Root for them.
Right? Like I'm not. So, but my dad was a Cowboys fan, but it wasn't like over the top live and die on every Sunday afternoon with what happened with the Cowboys. So maybe that's
but you root for Baylor if they're playing somebody.
Yeah. I want to see. I want to see the like. I mean, as much as I love to see Tyler Squirm in there, I want to see the Aggies win. College football is better when the Aggies win, and right now you could say that from Arkansas's perspective, maybe not from the Aggies' perspective, like the Aggies are probably the most heated real rivalry that we have. Old Southwest Conference foes, the proximity. We feel like we've been in every game with them. They always end up beating us. And so, I mean, there's a rivalry perspective there too. But I want to see them do well. I don't want to see them do well when the Razorbacks cross the field. But otherwise, I want to see them do well.
Let's go Rangers. All right.
No, I'm not doing any chance. I'm not buying any gear now. Everybody relax. Put your toes up. Look at the TV. The Phillies and the Rangers are playing. Who you voting for? You get my price. All right. Ron asked me last week. He said, "What do you expect to see different in the Texans after the bye week?" And I danced around it a little bit, talking X's and O's. Well, I'm going to punch it dead in the mouth this time. There's one thing that absolutely has to change. They've had 2 weeks to work on it. They've got a team that hadn't had a damn win in Carolina. I've got a straightforward answer. I'm going to tell you what that is. We're going to cuss and discuss, and we will do that next.
content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, Ron, you asked me a question last week, man. I think it was last week as the Texans went on this bye, during their bye week. You said, hey, man, what is the top couple things that you hope that the Texans can change, or what do you expect to see different from the Texans the next time we see them on the field?
Yeah, because a bye week is a big time to get better.
Yeah,
get better.
And the low-hanging fruit, obviously, is you hope to see the guys that were unhealthy back, Tank Dell, yada, yada, yada. Defensively, what are they going to do with Jimmy Ward? Do you get Derek Stingley back now? We got some of those answers. Doesn't look like it, or doesn't look like it. There's no chance this week. But the more I thought about it, Ron, there's one thing that I don't care how they get it done. They've got to get it done. There's one thing that is unacceptable through 6 games, 7 weeks of the NFL season. And that is what we know and what we've seen to be the Houston Texans run game. Did you know, fellas, that the Texans right now, with all the changes that have been made, the Texans right now are averaging 2 yards more per game than the Lovie Smith, Dameon Pierce, Rex Burkhead heavy run game of 2022.
Through the first 6 weeks?
2 ball games.
Oh.
No. They averaged 86.8 yards per game last year over the 17 games.
I got you.
The Texans this year are averaging 88.6 or 88.8, something like that this season. Roughly 2 yards better than what we watched last year. Now it's 6 ball games. You got 11 more to play. It obviously can get better. But this is a coaching staff that came in talking about how physical that they wanted to be at the line of scrimmage, how they were going to run the football, they were going to establish the run, they were going to be violent and physical and yada, yada, yada. And we have come to expect whatever DeMeco Ryan says is pretty spot on. It happens, right? Except for the run game. They're not bad. They're awful.
Yeah.
They're not bad. They are awful. Dameon Pierce right now is averaging 2.9 yards per carry. He's got a long run of 15 yards. He's got 90-plus carries.
That's his long.
That's his long. Motor, Devin Singletary.
Big guy.
I still can't get with Motor. But, yes, I'm trying, man. I'm leaning in. 3.9 yards per carry with a long of 17 yards. Now, he's only got, I think, high 30s carries, so roughly about half the carries, a little less than half the carries that Dameon Pierce has seen. Ron, we got 6 ball games. We got 1 rushing touchdown. Again, from a team that and a staff that expects to run the football from jump and be able to establish the run and be the more physical football team. This absolutely has to change. We've got to circle back to this running back situation in Houston. This has got to change in a major way. We've seen a quarterback light this thing up earlier than expected. We've seen 2 receivers who, by some metrics, are rated in the top 5 in the league, Tank Dell and Nico Collins, by the way. We've seen them emerge out of nowhere and be big-time playmakers. We've seen a tight end that they signed to a 1-year prove-it deal.
Starting to come on
and have big-time years. A big-time year. We've seen an offensive line that has played well above their head if you look at how many depth players have played. There is absolutely no excuse for this run game to be in the shape that it's in. I don't care about scheme. I don't care about which running back is a better fit. There's no excuse based on what we've watched for this run game to be this bad. We can have a conversation on the backside about Devin Singletary. Again, I've got some film that breaks down exactly what he does and does better than Dameon Pierce, and they each bring something else to the table. But I feel like I muddy the waters when we start talking about that, because there's no excuse, no matter how you spin this thing, for this running game to be as bad as it's been.
And to me, that's the importance of the bye week right now is, and I just believe this. and I still do, and I'm not going to die with Dameon Pierce.
Dameon Pierce is not the hill you're going to die on.
I'm not going to die on. No.
Okay.
I will not die on the hill. Now, I'm not off it, though. I'm still climbing with him. I'm not
You're
dying.
just not as committed as you once were.
I'm not dying. Now, I won't just stay there, all right? But I still do at this point believe he is the best overall back. Like, for this team and everything he's doing, I think he is the best overall back. I think there was a reason they brought in Motor to be his backup. I think he's
that didn't even sound good.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment. I think, and for me, it's like, I understand you got a system. But one thing about great coaches is, and I think we started to see them start to do this a bit in the last game against the Saints, is at some point, if Dameon Pierce, to me, is the best chance that you can get ever, you got to do things that he can excel at. Yeah. Right? Right? I think you have to be the coach to say, okay, look, man, I just see what this guy did. This kid is extremely talented. He wants to. He's going to run hard. And we started to see that where they kind of stopped doing the outside zone stuff for him and was pulling him and letting him run it behind more power things. I think that's got to be an adjustment of doing things that we know them. And he's got, you said it last week, he's got to work on things. But I still think as a coach, you got to find a way to put him in his best position possible.
Well, the other thing that we discussed last week was this coaching staff's ability to adjust. And the previous two or three, well, really three coaching staffs, from Bill O'Brien all the way on, the inability or the unwillingness to adjust, I think was a major problem for the previous coaching staff. This one appears to make adjustments in a big way immediately and not wait and hope things change down the stretch. The one thing that is left to improve by changing, whether that changes, to your point, run more schematically friendly things to Dameon Pierce, or hell, giving Devin Singletary the bulk of the carries and continuing to do what it is you do up front, and see if it gets better that way. But you got to make some adjustments. We can't just keep beating our head against the wall, and to the tune of being as bad in the run game as the Texans were last year, because that's not going to cut it. Here's the beautiful thing about the conversation right now, Ron, is I believe this is the week that the Texans break out in the run game. I believe this is the week the Texans break out in the run game. The Carolina Panthers. Now, we know they're not a very good football team. We get it. The Carolina Panthers are 31 of 32 in terms of run defense. They're giving up 144 something, but 145 yards rushing per game. This is a game where, as you mentioned, the Texans had a bye week, so you've got 2 weeks to prepare. Both on your end, you get healthy and you get better, but you're also preparing for a team that is yet to win a football game.
Yep.
You've got to show major improvement in this run game. I've said this before. I don't know that the Texans, I don't know that DeMeco Ryans has the right offensive linemen in place to be the 49ers, to be the Tennessee Titans of old with Derrick Henry. I don't know that the Houston Texans have those guys in place and under contract. I'm talking about Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason. You know, I don't know that you have the super physical, violent dogs up front to go just road grade people. But you still got to figure this thing out. You got to have a respectable run game. And this is the week for me. This is the week for me that I believe the Houston Texans figure this thing out. Not just Dameon Pierce. I don't care how they get there. Dameon Pierce, Devin Singletary. I believe somebody rushes for 100 yards. And I believe that they rush for 150 plus this week.
Yeah, I would feel confident that they would have a game plan and more success just based off what we've seen thus far. Now, listen, I ain't going to lie to you, Bobby. You kind of scared me a little bit that first week with some of the decisions that you made and made me wonder, like, oh, my goodness, how did he come to the conclusion of that? But since then, Bobby Slowick has shown time and time and again that he can put together a game plan, and that he is an absolute asset and sometimes a weapon over there as a play caller and putting guys in the best situation. I mean, he got Michael Dieter and Kendrick Green against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and there was rarely any kind of pressure at all on C.J. Stroud. So I've been impressed, and I would think one of the hallmarks or one of the telltale signs, of a great offensive play caller and offensive coordinator is, well, you give him a week. Give him a week to really kind of learn your defense and come up with a game plan.
Yeah.
To get like that, I do have confidence of what we've seen from Bobby Sloak that he'll put something together to be very, very successful with the extra time over a team that he should be able to do that with.
Well, we'll see. Right, I mean that is to me that is the number one storyline going into this ball game. It's not C.J. Stroud versus Bryce Young. It's not Frank Reich versus D'Amico Ryans because they were both guys that could have been hired. This is about the Houston Texans are 3-3 with a real opportunity to compete to win this division. A real opportunity. We just heard Seth Payne say he believes they finish above 500, which, folks, that's 9 wins. Storyline this week for me. If the Texans are going to do that, if they're going to compete for the division, be a fringe playoff team, finish above 500, they're going to have to run the football better than 88 yards per game. And the whole, this is a tough offense to learn. This is a different offense than what Dameon Pierce has been in. Well, we've heard those things. Like, at some point in time, we got to get beyond that. We've seen this staff make adjustments. Damn it, make the right adjustments and get to running the football and start this week because you're playing one of the worst defenses, run defenses in the NFL. So never a better time to get that running game rocking and rolling this week. It's got to get better. I can't continue to sit here and let Dameon Pierce take all the heat about him not fitting this damn system. They got to get this thing right. Red 22. I want to give a couple of minutes here of my football at 4 here back to these Astros.
Damn.
I mean, look, I just got to bring – we haven't talked about this all day. When this game got out of hand, and I said this yesterday, by the way, Ron, I was hoping it would get out of hand in the way of the Astros and then maybe the Rangers would retaliate with nothing to lose. The Rangers – game got out of hand in favor of the Rangers, obviously. And I immediately said somebody is going to wear a Aroldis Chapman fastball.
Well, now, was this after or before Brian Abreu drilled whoever that was in the ribs?
Immediately following.
Oh, my God, man.
Immediately following. You could hear that dude say.
He couldn't move, man.
When that happened, somebody's going to wear 100 plus. And I assumed it was going to come from Chapman because who in their right mind, that damn statue of a man, mountain of a man, who in the hell is going to think about walking out there on him? By the way, he got the look in his eye. I think he may have killed a person or two in his time.
He certainly puts his hands on women.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's got that.
Well, even there, so he may have killed a time or two. But nonetheless, his ass got up there. Correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, but he got up there, and the first batter he faced was Big Jordan.
It was Jordan, Abreu, and then Chad.
He could have threw at Jordan, who physically is as imposing as Chapman.
He's big as hell.
He passed on that. He could have threw at Abreu, who
I guess Brantley was in there too somewhere. Somebody got on. I think. Jordan got a hit. So Brantley was. So then it was Brantley. He went past Brantley and got to Chaz.
Well, he went past Brantley and got to Abreu at some point.
Abreu then Brantley. Yeah.
Well, he could have threw at Abreu, who I'm not sure hadn't killed a person or two in his time either. Sorry, Jose. I'm just going based off the TV copy, bub. But you pass on that, and then, like you said, Uncle Mike, the old veteran, comes in. You pass on that, and you choose to throw the hardest pitch that you've thrown all night long. It's the hardest pitch that you've thrown since in the series, I believe.
Is it 104?
103, high 103s. And you throw it behind White Boy Chaz, and you bat a knee. Can we talk about how soft that is? Of all people, you pass up on Abreu, you pass up on Jordan, and you throw at old Puddin'. You'll come at me about about white boy Chaz.
Banana pudding.
You throw it, my boy Pudding.
I mean, you know how I feel. I think it's all soft.
I bring him banana pudding.
I definitely think he threw
Then
it
you
in
got to
the
think this is 10. Well, I mean, he threw behind him. I mean, he hit him in the back of the leg. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You got an opportunity to throw at some dudes that are your size after they hit your best player, and you go the route of white boy Chaz and pass up on the rest. I thought that was soft as hell. I would have really went off on it, but I didn't want to look like the poor little Astro fan that's looking at anything to complain about. But boy, that had me hot right there.
The Rangers showed some restraint because after Abreu did that again. We got to fight, man.
I'm with you. I'm with you, man.
We got to handle this, man. Hey, you better get it together, man. He's 97. He's drilling folks. All right, Dusty Baker. That's kind of the number one thing after this game. His future. We'll discuss that and let you hear what he had to say himself. But if I could get your ears for a second, Texans fans, NFL season is going. We're just talking about the Texans because this is a real potential playoff team, and Crown Royal to all you Texans fans is giving back to the generous hosts that make game day forever royal. To the fans that open up their doors and celebrate game day with spreads of barbecue and queso and salsa all over their kitchen table glass. For those hosts that kick things Look, you know what them right there are? Tyler went and bought tickets behind the behind the dugout. Clint went. What is that? Ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
Is that python?
That's python right there, baby.
I love the smell of a new pair of boots, man. I'd come in there and sniff on your feet all afternoon.
Hey, you need to go over there to Tecovas, made in Texas, baby. Go get. As soon as you walk in that store, it makes you want to put that leather scent in your car.
Like when you walk into Cavender's.
Yes,
it's the best.
How can I get my man cave to smell like that? You reckon?
Leather air freshener.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like air fresheners
I don't think it's
are
just
a tad
leather,
cheap.
though. Yeah.
Like it's got to be something beyond just like you got to put some real leather in there, or some kind of diffuser that's gonna like stick to the walls.
Yeah, that real cowhide smell. I mean, with a little bit of velvet mixed in.
I guess you want me to throw a couple of the old mirror hangers. The old
throw them out there. The wood ones.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a man cave.
Shaped like an old boot, just throw it hanging on the wall over there.
You can't have some womanly looking candle in there. You need some.
No, I got a diffuser. I wonder if I got a diffuser that
in your she shed.
I think I paid about $250 for it. My wife's got it under the damn counter.
I almost bought one of them old. What is that you talking about? The ones that go around the strings that go in the car?
Yeah,
the trees.
I almost bought one trying to get away from this talker, man. When I went and got my air conditioning fixed, we were waiting to get paid. The guy who was with me, bless his heart, is a great guy, nice guy. He just was a talker, and I was just I almost went and grabbed a couple to get away from him.
Yeah,
was it Blaine?
No, it wasn't Blaine.
Oh, Blaine.
No, man. When I say this guy's a talker, I know his whole Halloween upbringing and Halloween outfits that he used to wear.
Probably a lonely dude.
Have y'all tried to buy like a?
It started off with Burger King's got the best breakfast sandwiches.
And you said, "All right, buckle
and
up."
somehow we got to we were all Girl Scouts cookies. But Girl Scouts for Halloween.
You can't complain. You cannot complain. You cannot complain. What was your response to Burger King's got the best breakfast sandwich?
I said, "Oh yeah, it's been a while since I had them." That's what I said.
I think they're gross.
I'm trying to minimize the. I don't think it's not they're gross. The croissant sandwiches are fantastic.
I'd have bet money you came back. You were right in the croissants, and then it just went. Then it would have just went off the rails.
Because I felt him. I've worked with this fella before too. I felt it. Boy, he came over. He's the guy that's got a whole bunch of jokes. Like he's been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
He's got jokes lined up and ready to get them. And I'm like, man, I'm just trying to get up out of here.
But what do you think about my pythons?
I like them, man. They look good on you.
Would you wear them?
No.
Why?
They do look good.
Is it the cowboy boot or is it?
Yeah, it's just a cowboy. I just don't think that's me.
And before rodeo season, you got to get you one pair.
I don't.
You got to get you just one pair.
I don't, man. It's just
nice pair of Tony.
It looks good though. I like how you put them together with them jeans. It's a good look.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bub.
Glass of whiskey. I just don't think that's me. Might be Dusty. You think Dusty
Hell
him a pair?
yes.
But do you think he wears them, or you think he just has a pair? Because
I bet you Dusty had them on.
He won a championship here.
I bet Dusty had them on with a suit. I bet you Dusty had him on with a suit this year.
We know Dusty. We know Dusty.
Dusty's got some black lizards.
Does he wear them? What,
yes.
California?
Dusty's got black lizards, not wizards.
Black wizards.
Black lizards.
Let's hope he doesn't have any wizards.
Hope he doesn't have any black wizards anywhere.
Hope he's not dealing with wizards.
Man's got some black Harry Potters on.
I hope he doesn't have any black wizards running around anywhere. No, black lizards. No lizard skin boots is what I'm talking about.
May have run into a couple of wizards, but no. Let's jump up. All right, Dusty. This was Dusty. There's no other
October.
Way to transition.
I think that could turn into something.
He did play the South. All right, here is.
There was no black wizard.
Him and Hank Aaron were really close. Here we go, Dusty. This was Dusty after the game, talking about his future with the Astros. Oh, Lord save.
I don't know. I haven't had time to evaluate or think about my future because, I'm down the list as far as, like I'm not that kind of dude. I don't want to steal a spotlight or anything from these guys. You got to savor what we did. You got to think about how we can get better. And then I'll evaluate my situation in my life. And so, we'll see. I'll talk to my daughter. I got 2 grandsons, a year and a half. I've really sort of cheated them for my quest for another ring. I got 2 dogs, hunting dogs, a year old. They wouldn't even know me when I walk in the house because I haven't been home since February the 10th.
All right, now you know in dates, you're putting the in front of the number of the date, like my grandpa used to, February the 10th. And you got your grandkids. You got your. I hope he leaves. I hope he retires,
pups, man.
I hope he does. I hope he play. I hope he retires because one, I personally believe the situation with the front office. I think for him and what he's accomplished and what he's done here and in other places, I just don't. I don't think he needs that at 74, going on 75 years old. And be honest with you. My personal feel from many, I don't think, and Dusty said it. Dusty said it also in the press. Like he said, he feels like he was unjustly criticized for some things. There's some things he should be criticized for. I think he was unjustly on some things. For him, if I'm him, man, I ain't gonna be walking around here like I'm appreciated like Bill O'Brien. So I'm with him. I hope he leaves. I hope he doesn't come back because move on, go on. and living in California, people who may appreciate your ass. All right, so I hope he leaves. I hope he gets done.
I think the one thing you hit there that I think the being doubted, being questioned, being criticized from outside the walls of the building, I think that's just that those voices are louder in 2023 than they've ever been. I think that stuff's just going to happen, and he has to deal with it. But the point about in the building that you started with, Ron, I think is spot on. Like, it's hard enough to be in the spotlight, deal with all the criticism from the outside media, fan base, yada yada yada. But what I don't like, what I think is extremely Bush League, is what was going on or appears to have been going on behind closed doors. And I don't know all the details. I'm not privy to all the information. But there's no doubt about it that Dana Brown, the general manager, making comments about who's in the lineup, who's not in the lineup. And it was 2 or 3 different times where Dana Brown spoke, and it just 100% contradicted what Dusty Baker had said earlier in the day. And whether Dusty is rogue and kind of doing his own thing to protect us, I don't care what the reason is. I just think it's extremely Bush League to have a force from within your own building in any way, shape, or form making waves and creating problems.
Continuing to
for
happen.
you. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
just the one like, all right, let's talk about it after the first time.
Yeah.
We had a mistake. No, it seems like.
And I don't even want to hear, Ron, like, I don't want to hear, oh, it was no big deal. No, it is a big deal. Like, everything inside those walls, like, every little bitty wave is a big deal, and everybody in the building should be rowing the boat and not drilling holes. Everybody in the building should be pulling the same direction and not creating any kind of, like, if you ever show up on the manager's radar in terms of something like, damn, he's got to deal with that, like, your ass is in the wrong. If it's about winning a championship, it's about winning a World Series, like, you need to wait until after the season to address whatever. You need to bite your tongue. You don't need to talk to the media. To me, all of that is Bush League, and I do. Again, from the outside looking in, it's hard to not look at it and go, man, there's some kind of rift. I don't know to what level, but there's some kind of rift behind closed doors, and it's hard to exist like that way, especially if you're Dusty Baker, Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it, World Series winner, 70-some-odd years, got dogs at the crib you ain't seen, grandkids at the crib you ain't seen. It's hard to want to deal with that right there.
Yeah. All right, coming up, the Rockets, they get started tomorrow night in Orlando. Let's hear from Robert Horry, a former Rocket great who won a couple of championships here. Robert Horry will get his thoughts on this upcoming season with the Rockets coming up next on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell y'all about Mokaram Law Firm. I'm talking premier personal injury law firms, and folks, they are right here in our beautiful city of Houston. That's right. They are just like you and just like me, man. Cut from the same cloth, exist in the same communities, root for the same teams, pro and college teams. And bottom line is they're, again, one of the nation's premier personal injury law firms. So if you've been in an accident, any kind of accident, you need to make sure that you call Mokaram Law. Auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work. Hey, how about rideshare accidents? They do happen. Right? And Mokaram Law, they are known as Houston's rideshare attorneys. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk, taking on massive insurance companies for you and making sure that you're comfortable and confident in what's going on. So, again, if you've been in an accident, again, whether it's a big truck accident or it's a rideshare accident or it's an accident at work, any way, you need to make sure that you get the representation that you need and the compensation that you deserve, and you can do that with Mokaram Law. Your consultation is always free. You pay nothing unless
They'll get started back there. You know, I'm recording it. No, I got this today saying, hey, coaches, last week of practice, you guys want to do a little players versus coaches versus kids tonight.
Oh, hell yeah.
A little 7-on-7 coaches.
Well, if you do, what position are you going to play?
I mean, I'm a wide receiver in this thing.
Are you going to spat up?
Yeah. My knees are kind of bothering me right now, man. That's my problem, man.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna hit Trey with some double moves. I'm gonna nail him.
Would you please have Courtney video this?
Remember Courtney's out of town, so
father-in-law, he can do it.
Well, he's not gonna be there. There'll be video. This is 2023.
That's
what Courtney did. She said to one of the other coaches' mom, "Oh God, please video record this." And I just told both of them in the group meet chat, "Hey, why don't y'all both calm down? Like, y'all get a little too much enjoyment for a 39-year-old who's got some troubling needs from leg day yesterday."
You're the one talking about it on radio.
I am. I'm gonna do it.
You're the one talking about how bad you're gonna do your son out there on 7-on-7.
I got a sluggo for him. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. All right, let's do it here. Our guy Robert Horry, you know him, 2-time champ here in Houston. And of course, he's won many others with the Spurs and the Lakers. Robert Horry, he joins us. He is here courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA title, conference, division, and award odds, plus updated win totals and player stats. All right, Rob, man, we appreciate you joining us, man. You ready for this season?
Yes, I am. I am very excited to see what goes on this year.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you what. This is the first year I think a lot of Rockets fans feel like there is a level of excitement. Now, I don't know how high this level of excitement, but it feels different. It feels different from, I don't know what we're going to be. You feel like you got a real coach here who's had great success. They brought in some free agents that feels like there could be a change. What do you expect from this team this year?
I to be honest with you, I expect the same thing as last year.
Oh, stop!
But when you bring in impactful players, you think of guys that can, the all-stars, turn the needle. Dylan Brooks, great defensive player, but he's not pushing the needle anywhere else. And then you look at other guys. I expect, Jeff Green. I love Jeff Green. He's going to bring some veteran leadership to that team. But let's be honest. VanVleet, $40 million a year. That's just unreal to me. And I think you $40 million, you could spend that money on someone else that's going to be more impactful. I like VanVleet, but to me, I just think he's overpaid in the sense of that, and I didn't like that move by the Rockets. The Rockets are dear and to my heart. I want to be a part of this organization. I want to play for it. I play for the organization. I want to be in the front office one day. But that $40 million for VanVleet is just one of the ones I just can't get over.
Rob, but Rob, as a fan, obviously as a former player, you're looking at it through a different lens. As a fan, surely we can expect this year with the Rockets to look may not be any better. But I'm going to tell you, man, I'm an old football head, Rob. I'm an old football head, man. So when I watch basketball, I want to see the finer things, man. I don't want to see a bunch of guys look like they're running around playing basketball in front of a bunch of college coaches or NBA scouts, man. And that's what it's looked like from my perspective with the Rockets. Surely with these new ads, there's going and Ime Udoka, surely there's going to be some semblance of good basketball being played and then moving in the right direction, right?
No. Let's be honest. I'm a straight shooter because you got to think about the guys on this team. 1 year college, 1 year college, no college, and then and it's just this is who they are. They come from systems that are where they don't stay in college enough to learn a system, learn to get the AAU basketball out of them. Because if you go to the G League, it's pretty much still in AAU. So you play 1 year in college, it's still, the AAU in you. And that's what you're going to see. I don't care how good a coach Ime Udoka is or think he is. I just think the West is so freaking good that this team that you have is going to be who they are. And don't get me wrong, I picked Cam Whitmore to be Rookie of the Year for a while until I saw Wembanyama play a couple of games. Like, hold on now, that guy's freaking phenom. But I love Cam Whitmore. I think he's going to be the surprise pick of this draft. You know, I love Jamari Smith Jr. I love the fact that he reminds me of me, on the fact that he just messed up and went to Auburn instead of Alabama. But I just think this team is just, they are. They're going to be who they are, and there's nobody. Like, I tell you, the name your player on that team that will be an all-star this year, you can't tell me one. And you need an all-star on your team to make it to the playoffs.
All right, Robert Ory, who is just being as honest as possible, is here with us, courtesy of Bet Online. All right, let me try this, Rob, because they're 22-60 last year, tied for the worst record in the West, and you feel that they are in that space. We've seen some teams make leaps, and we understand. Like, what do you think would have to happen for them to even get into a position to flirt with a play-in? What would have to happen? Because you seem to feel like they're in the same space. What to you would have to happen for them to get towards 11 or the 12 seed and flirt with a play-in?
I think I always mess his name up. Sengun.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to be the key, because he's going to have to play a role like a Jokic, like a Draymond, where he makes those guys better. Because, we all know this is a little man's game now. These guys want to shoot a lot of threes. So to be up there this big to penetrate and kick and draw, sort of like what Jokic does, like I said, and make the guys around him better. And I need Jabari Smith to step up and be a leader like he tried last year. Even though you only in your second year, make guys play the game the right way. Because we know how they've gotten off kilter where they want to play one-on-one basketball. Make Jalen Green step up and be, a team player. And keep Dylan Brooks, engaged in the game and not try to be this villain or this guy that the way he dresses to get the attention. Come on, just be businesslike, man. Who cares what you look like? Just go on the court and do your job. And, for me, I think that's why you bring in a guy like Jeff Green. You bring in a guy who's won a championship, who wants to just, play and enjoy this moment, because this team is still young. They got a lot of growing up to do, and they got a lot of maturity to go. It's not like when I got to the Rockets where I had like 8 vets, and I was only young here, and then we got Sam, and we just followed their lead. You need someone to lead this team and get them to play the right way, and I don't think a coach can do that. You need a player like a Jeff Green that can get in the ear, because players usually respect players before they respect coaches.
All right, Robert Ory here with us as the Rockets start their season in Orlando tomorrow. I want to get your thoughts around the league a bit, and especially overall as the season gets started tonight. Do you think we're sitting in this is the Denver Nuggets time again and they're running the league, or do you sense that somebody else will actually win this championship and be a team that you feel better about than the Nuggets?
Right now I'm looking at, the Boston Celtics. People forget they added Drew Holiday, which gave them a little bit more tough. I know they had Marcus Smart, but they give them a little bit toughness offensively and defensively, where Marcus Smart was more so just defense. And you added Porzingis, which is kind of an afterthought for everybody. If he's able to stay healthy, he's going to that punch. We already know what Tatum and Brown can do. I think everybody's talking about Denver, but I still think you still got to look at what the firepower that Phoenix just got. If the Lakers can stay healthy, if the Clippers can stay healthy, and then, of course, again, the Dame Freak combination, that's freak time. It's incredible. So basketball is fun right now. I'm excited for the season to start tonight. I'm excited to watch all these games, because this is one of the years that I'm just so intrigued by the NBA because of all the moves, all the free agencies, and all the potential for teams to be great, like the Houston Rockets. I want the Rockets to be great because it's better for the city. I love Houston, and I need them to play well. When they don't play well, it means, the Astros just got bounced. Of course, I need the Rockets to step up to the plate and be good again.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't see Mario Elliott up there struggling in them post games the way he was last year. I hope it improves.
Rob, you talk about bringing something back and something being good again. I need you to go back to your Alabama days, man. I need you to go back to. We got this thing right here called Mad Dog Mondays when these Texans win, And you know which Mad Dog I'm talking about. What back in the day, Bama? You had to go. You were going the Mad Dog route. What flavor are you going?
Just hot.
Room temp.
Exactly.
Hey, my man brought him in here. We had us a pool off at Strawberry Kiwi the other day, Rob. And man, it took me back to Park Street, baby. It took me back to them high in the hanging out in the streets, man.
Hey, it's so funny. You think about all those times and all the good times you had, and you're like, how did I make it to the position I'm in now?
Hey, what you got to do, Rob? Now, wherever you're at, I need just make you a stop on the way home. Next time you get out of the house, make you a stop and grab you a shot at MD 2020. Just get you a little slight pool. You don't have to get a big one. Just get you a little slight pool, and then I want you to tell me where that takes your mind. Man. God, it's good, man.
They're gonna look at you and say, "You sure?"
They be like, well, ain't you dang, Robert Orr fell on hard times.
Rob said they gave Fred $40 million. Hell, I better go get me some damn Mad Dog.
Hey, man, you never know, Rob.
All right, man, we appreciate you joining us, and enjoy the games in the season.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys. Hey, let me just say this, man. I hope the Rockets have a good season. I've been wrong like 3 times in my life. And I so hope I'm wrong about these guys this season, that they can, overcome their youth and bring some wins to the city of Houston.
All right, man. We appreciate it, and hopefully they will do the same. That's Robert Horry, former 7-time NBA champion, joining us courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for updated NBA title, conference, division, and awards odds, plus updated win totals and player stats. All right, what happened last night? What happened to the Astros, and how did this happen? The thing that disappointed you the most in your stat coming up next on the drive. But before we do that, guys, if you are
o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and Old Dilf and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is the Astros season is over. Last night in Game 7, they make it to their 7th consecutive ALCS, but they are unable to make it to the World Series as they lose in Game 7 to the Texas Rangers 11-4. And this one got away from them fairly quickly, Clinton Tyler, as Tyler was in attendance at this thing. And
was he ever.
Yeah, he was. And I'll say this, man, Tyler, I've always been a believer of this, and many of you were able to do this at home. Even better for Tyler. I'd rather get the hell beat out of me. I'd rather lose like that than to lose the way the Rangers lost in Game 5. Especially if I'm in attendance, I'd rather lose that way. Because, like, you got up and got your stuff and left, did you? Yep. Was your section clear?
We were one of the first in our section, I believe.
To get up out of there.
But we were pretty close to the field, so.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't even mean that like that. I just meant like.
Oh, we were pretty close to the field.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I think the stands had emptied out a lot more, up higher because you're not invested as much.
It looked like they were letting some Rangers fans get down there to the bottom, which I know that was difficult. But, yeah, man, I'd rather get beat down. And, Clint, it was early, man. It was early. For me, when Seager hit the homer, I was like, okay, all right. Wasn't a big deal to me, but when they just started hitting him hard, and then it moved to him and Maldonado not being able to throw guys out was ridiculous as well. And then the fly ball that seemed like a normal fly ball that should have been caught, you would think, between Brantley and Chas McCormick fell through. It was like, uh-oh. Because after that led Phil Maton getting up, and I'm like, oh, my God, they've got to get somebody up in the first inning. And it was 3-0, and they actually held it there. But just from the jump, man, after Seager, the guys were getting on, it felt like, boy, this may not be the Astros' night. It turned out to be that.
Yeah, my Daubers started its way down when Brantley hit into the double play.
After the first.
Yeah, and then it really took a tumble when, I don't know what inning that was. I believe it was Hunter Brown and Garcia hit the bomb to right field.
Yeah, to make it 4-1.
Down, 0-2 count, I believe it was. I mean, Hunter had thrown him 2 great pitches, and then for some reason throws in the same pitch again, and he goes with it. For 2 reasons. The Brantley deal was, it's so much of it is about momentum and timing. In the Brantley situation, you had runners on the corners with 1 out, and you just get a deep fly ball, and you get a run out of it.
It happened again. It happened again later. Abreu came up with less than 2 outs after Alvarez got that triple.
Yep.
They couldn't get it in to make it 4-3 at the time.
Yep. But instead, he hits into a double play and the any level of momentum, like you didn't even get the run home. You didn't even get in that on the offensive side of the game really put me in a spot where I was like, man, these guys are just, even when the big bats come through, the other guys just aren't going to be able to get them across the plate. And then the Hunter Brown situation where they'd already ran Christian Javier. As you mentioned, they stole 3 bases in the first inning. RBF comes in and gets you out of the inning, obviously, after Javier gets ran. And then you get Hunter Brown, who's got that electric stuff. You think, okay, this guy, if they're going to be able to shut him down, this is the guy to do it. It's going to be his night. He's got that electric stuff. He's got that 97, 98 in the tank. Can he hold him down for 3 or 4 innings or 2 or 3 innings and give the bats a chance? And boom, before you know it, they're stacking runs on him and are stacking back-to-back hits on him. And Garcia hits a home run.
That's a bad situation.
It was. I didn't even have time in that ball game last night. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even have time in that ball game to get turned on a bit.
No. It's just they didn't take advantage of their opportunities, and the Rangers took full advantage of theirs. I look at the pitching matchup. And we talked about it yesterday. We all three felt like overall the Astros had the pitching advantage. But if I remember, outside of Tyler, if I remember, like we weren't overly confident in it, right? I remember saying I think Max will be better. And my thought with Christian Javier is they struggled so much hitting the fastballs, and it wasn't just them. I think before he gave up the hit in the last game, he had thrown 180 straight fastballs without allowing a hit in that last game before they finally got a hit in Game 3. So I felt like they had the advantage, but my thought was they did just see him. And there's not a real big change of what he's going to do. We know what he's going to do. He's got that fastball that he's going to elevate, and it comes out funny, and people aren't able to pick it up. And he has his breaking stuff. He works off of it. But they knew what was coming, and right off the bat, they were on top of it. Like Corey Seager, who seemingly popped up everything in Game 3, immediately he's right off, and they were clearly waiting for it. And Clint, we've seen them have great success against him this season. The last start that he had against the Rangers in the regular season, he got blown up, and that happened there. So I'm not real surprised that he struggled. Well, I thought he'd get more than one out.
Yeah,
they
did a great job. Was that John Smoltz?
Yeah,
Smoltz did a great job of breaking down just for. I think I heard him mention that essentially Javier's got two pitches, relies heavily on his fastball and the movement on his fastball, and then he went into how the Texas Rangers obviously had worked on knowing Javier was up next. They had worked on getting on top of the ball. Their hitting coach deserves a ton of credit for getting those guys rep that leading into the game, and boy did that plan not get executed flawlessly by the Rangers last night. So, look, I think I'm not – my only problem, and it's a lot of what we're talking about with the way this thing ended, is how the Astros just got at the doors absolutely blown off of them. Yeah. 8 different pitchers. They all got rocked. You look at the lineup, and yeah, of course, Yordan Alvarez and Altuve swung it well. Bregman gets the one bomb, but really the opportunities that were missed throughout, even though you were playing catch up, you had your chances to at least close the gap and play catch up a little more aggressively, and they didn't do it, man. And the only frustrating part for me is how they got booted from the playoffs.
All right, season is over. We'll see what happens moving forward. The Rangers, I told you what happens in the offseason. Moving forward for the Astros, what changes? Of course, we will have that covered right here at Sports Radio 610 on the Drive. But Friday is when the World Series starts, and the Rangers will host it in Arlington, and we'll see who it is that they play, either the Phillies or the Diamondbacks.
5 o'clock fire.
And we don't know who they're going to play yet, because yesterday in Philadelphia, the Diamondbacks hand the Phillies their first loss, and they're in Philly, and they're able to force a Game 7 in a series where those first 2 games happened in Philly, and they lost 10-0, and I think most people just thought the Phillies were going to run through the Arizona Diamondbacks. They got that thing back home. They won the next 2. The Phillies win Game 6. Or Game 5, everyone thought the Phillies would come home very much like the Astros and take care of business. They were unable to. They could not solve old Merrill Kelly. They had Aaron Nola and Merrill Kelly on the as the matchup, and Nola has been lights out till Clint got a hold of him, and then they took that L 5-1. Tonight is Game 7. Who are you wanting to win this game? And get in the World Series, Arizona or the Phillies?
Oh, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Got some friends out in Arizona that have worked closely with the team for many years, and I'd like to see them get a little taste of the World Series, man.
Yeah, I will watch it because I think I'm a sports fan, and there'll probably be some days won't be anything. It'll be a lot easier for me to watch that if it's Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber. That crowd in Philly.
Agreed.
Have you heard Bryson Stott I believe he's the second baseman for the Phillies. Have you heard him go to the plate and that place go crazy? Oh, God.
What is it?
If you watch the game tonight, his walk-up song, the whole stadium sings it as soon as it comes on, and then they continue singing it even after it goes off.
Really?
It's a popular song. It's a thing. It's a thing. Ron Darling, I had to download that song. I've been working out to that song a little bit.
So it's a little like that Mets fella from last year with Timmy the Trumpet.
It's his walk-up song, and the whole place goes off, and it's a sing-along. Like you ever watch wrestling? When they start singing entrance music, like it is a straight-up thing. It's really cool to be honest with you.
Look for that. That is
and watch that tonight.
A-OK by Tay Verdes.
Is that what it is? A-OK? I need to hear it. When you hear it, you'll know the song. And they sing that sucker. I mean, verbatim. It is loud out there. But no, man, I know the league. I know the league wants the Phillies in it. I know the league wants Phillies Rangers. They can handle that thing. And I think that could be a good series with the Phillies. By the way, this is the first time they've ever had Game 7. They've ever had Game 7. They've been playing since the 1800s. They've ever played in a Game 7. The Philadelphia Phillies.
Really? I'll be down.
In their team history. All right, I'm hopefully hit. I need to hear that coming up at some point. Oh yeah, yes. The whole stadium when he comes and walks up to this, the whole stadium sings. I mean, it is loud. It's a hell of a scene. It's a nice little scene. Yeah. Check it out. Listen to the whole stadium. I was like, my goodness. And the broadcast, they just kind of shut up and let it
breathe.
Let it breathe and let it go. So we'll see. I think the Phillies will win tonight, but Rob Manfred's crossing his fingers that the Arizona Diamondbacks don't come and crash this party.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight we just talked to Robert Horry. The NBA season starts, and that means Charles, Kenny, Shaq, and Ernie get back at it tonight. Have y'all seen Charles Barkley, by the way?
No. What's wrong with him?
Charles has slid into soda or something.
Oh, he lost a bunch of weight?
Oh, my God. He was at Auburn was playing somebody on TV, and they were like, oh, my God, you see Charles. And they showed him, and I forgot who the announcer. Oh, it was Brad Nessler, who was on CBS. He said, I'd get my full arms around Charles. So wait till you see Charles.
He done slimmed up,
He done slimmed up. Oh yeah, Shaq ain't gonna be able to say nothing to him tonight.
He must have laid off the churros.
That's right, baby. Lakers tonight, baby. Lakers Nuggets, baby. Here we go.
Oh yay.
The quest to start, baby.
How you feel about it? How you feel about your Lakers, man?
It's gonna be a little process.
How bad is LeBron's hairline gonna look on TV?
As bad as it always does, man.
No, I think it might be worse. Hey, we're another year in.
Everybody has the script. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. The start of the game, you're going to be like, maybe he's got a chance.
By the time he sweats a little bit?
When he's straight up, when he goes to the free throw line and he dribbles down and that camera hits him and he tilts down and you're like,
damn.
That's an Nile River. Damn. Like that is, it's a rough look.
How you feel about your your Lakers, man?
I feel pretty good. I like the moves they made. They're a lot deeper team. Just basic games AD and LeBron going to play.
Yeah. A work in progress. What's a work in progress?
Well, just got some new parts. They got some new parts. You know, they put that team together real late after the trades late, and they've added some new parts. We'll see. We'll see how they compete against the Nuggets. Now, they stomped their asses 4-0 in the Western Conference Finals last year, so hopefully that's better. They lost some parts, and this ought to be interesting because Mike Malone, a.k.a. Paul Wall, has been talking all kinds of trash and doing crazy stuff. So it'll be a good one. Suns Warriors also tonight as well. No Draymond Green tonight as the Suns and the Warriors. Like these are, I think the Suns and the Nuggets probably, in fairness, are the top two teams in the West. I would say right now they're just loaded with teams. They've added Bradley Beal and they got a little bench with the Suns. And we'll see where the Lakers are. But I'm excited to see this.
You're okay with it, huh?
Oh, I'm excited to see this. I think there's going to be some growth.
Should I bet on the Lakers tonight?
Hell no.
I don't know, man.
I need to make some of this up. from yesterday.
No, I don't feel comfortable letting you know on that yet. I mean, Jokic has looked really good in the preseason.
Suns Warriors over.
Yes, I would do that.
All right.
I would do that. The over on that in total points, I would do that.
I'll lock it in.
Season starts tonight, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, LeBron. Get this W, man. Get this thing started off so I can talk a little trash. All right, Clint talked about it a little bit. I want to get this from you all. 713-572-4610. You can text in. Hell, you can call in if you want to. Call from you. What is the particular feeling that you have now? All right, there are hours after the game was over. You've had some time to stew, think. What is the emotion? What is the feeling that you have? What's the word? Is it angry? Is it sad? Is it hurt? Is it what is the emotional feel that you have about the Astros after last night's game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Astros postseason is do the work for you. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Just follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As someone here on the text line said, Ron and Clint, you guys are just torturing Tyler with all this Astros talk. Well, what the hell are we? I mean, come on now.
Tyler's a big boy.
I told y'all I just wanted to talk about football today.
We got one more day, but just got to get through this, man. 30 more minutes, man. Grin and bear it.
You got to get it here, man. It's the biggest story here.
No,
you know,
right.
and we're not torturing him, man. It's just, hey, man, he's a big boy.
Everything can't always be peaches and cream.
How was it for you last night? Because you were live and in attendance, and I'm not
sex
kidding
or
you.
the game?
You didn't have sex. You weren't in the mood.
Nope, wasn't.
No, I can tell. I know that. Or it would have been look out, like, let's not be as aggressive here. I mean, anger bang, but it would have been.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay, Tyler. That was me. That's me. My fault.
Everybody knows a little angry sex goes a long way.
Sometimes when I do that, if you're on Twitch and YouTube, I stick my hand up like a basketball
You're
player.
claiming the mistake?
I knew the foul.
That one's on me.
I walked into that
right
one,
here.
Park. That's me. That's got that. Don't put that.
Don't give that foul.
I love the guys who stand next to the star.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. That was my hand.
That was me. And then they oblige. All right, we'll call it.
Yeah. Some of those guys get paid handsomely.
Good money for that.
Be the fall guy.
The Rockets got a couple of them bad boys over there had raised their hands.
You mean you spent all that damn money on them tickets last night and you slept on the couch?
No, he didn't sleep on the couch.
No, I just.
You can read between the lines. You know what I mean.
He just didn't have it.
I just wasn't in the mood, man.
Damn.
Well, I mean, it's not always about you.
She wasn't in the mood either.
Yeah, she was hurt too.
We have the same bank account, man.
Well, you walking around like a damn whoop pup. I mean, hell, I don't know what would turn her on about that.
Yeah.
Damn. That's tough. That's a tough one. So what was your experience last night? We know you didn't get in the ass, but what was your experience? What was your experience last night, man? Because he left here, Clint. He was just a matter of time.
8.5.
8.4 is what he said.
8.4, my
8.4, and I thought it. We probably should have checked right before he left. I thought it was good. He was so excited. Had his Bregman jersey on. He was ready to go, baby. Taking pictures. He sent out a poor photo to everybody of Kyle Tucker, who had peeked himself out and said, "We need you today," and you didn't get it.
By the way, I don't mean to pile on, but I mean for Game 7 ALCS.
Oh, come on! This is not a time.
What
you gonna talk about? You don't think he had a Game 7 outfit on, do you?
How did you know? I was disappointed.
I know you.
What was wrong with my outfit?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it other than you were going to ALCS. It's Game 7, Astros in Minute Maid.
I mean, I wore a damn jersey.
Second row behind the dugout.
Contrary to popular belief, if you listen in the loop, I don't wear like full uniforms to the game. I feel like a jersey's a strong move for a big game.
I mean, it's not the just general. I wore a jersey. It's the whole. I expected more from you.
Have you thought about maybe stop going to these Game 7s?
I mean, I've been to a Game 7. They've won. Remember the Yankees in the ALCS.
So you're 1-2 now.
I'm 1-2.
You're 1-2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should have gone out and purchased a Kyle Tucker jersey and really got into it. Maybe that would have helped. Bregman hit a homer. Yeah.
I mean, wasn't it a blue jersey?
Yeah, it was like the rainbow one.
It was the Sunday afternoon ones.
Yeah, and then
the Framber jerseys.
Some kind of blue breeches.
Gray pants.
Dark gray.
I don't even think he had a hat.
I did have a hat.
He did. He definitely had a hat.
When do I not wear a hat?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I thought T. Meal was above that.
Maybe it's my fault then. You know what? I'll take it. Whatever.
Yeah, it's all right, man. I felt for you, man. I really did, because I really wanted them to win for you. And hell, let's start with you, man. You paid all that money, so we'll give you some thoughts. What's the emotion? Because I see some people here on the text line rolling through. This gentleman said, I am pissed about it. I am pissed about it. All right. multiple people. I'm sad. I'm angry. I'm disappointed. What is the emotional feeling that you're having? Are you like this guy? I'm pissed off at my best Derek Carr voice.
I mean, I was pissed off. That's for sure.
I'm just pissed off.
But I was more so. It felt like just a gigantic, humongous missed opportunity for this franchise. It felt like everything. The table was set for this golden era to take another leap into another World Series. That's why you won the AL West. That's why the Rangers choked it away, and we won in September, and you come out division champs again was so you could be playing at home for a Game 7 if need be. And it was just, it was over so quick, dude. It was over so quick.
You were still believing. I know you were. I know you said they're down, but they're still in it.
I just can't get over the spot Tyler was in. I mean, I'm trying to emotionally put myself there, Tyler. I mean, you're a nut job fan, first of all, so your emotions are all over the place. Win, lose, or draw. Anyway,
I think we got to stay to the 9th.
What do you mean? Oh, you got to stay to the 9th. But you're all over the place anyway. If you were sitting at home watching for free, you're all over the place.
Yep.
Right. And now we add on to it that you spent a pretty penny before you ever dawned the door of Minute Maid Park. You stroked a check.
So many pennies.
And then to think of how it went. Knowing Tyler,
right,
that ratcheted up the drinks. I would
right. It wasn't even like a good game I can sit there and enjoy for 8 innings and then my heart gets broken or I win. It was just like somebody stuck the knife in the first inning and then just twisted. And then on top of that, on top of that, I know you had some healthy bets on that thing.
Oh.
So whenever you got up and left in that 7th inning, man, when he got up and left in that 7th inning in that poor outfit decision he had on,
I think.
I mean, you had to be in a terrible.
Yeah, guys, it all sucked. It all sucked. I did not have a good time.
Do you want to just let it?
I spent way too much money.
Go ahead, man.
I got way too drunk for nothing.
All I could think about is, what was he thinking when Michael Brantley hit into that double play? I could if
it was 4 letters.
Hey, well, I bet it was, man.
What were you?
Do you need to get something off your chest?
Hey, what about when Christian Javier got pulled in the first inning and he had that 4.5 strikeouts over bet?
Oh my!
That is about the time I chugged the drink in my hand. Literally, true story. Looked at the gal next to me who had been being friendly and said, "Yep, I'm gonna need more liquor tonight." And I took up off the stairs.
All I can compare it to. All I can compare it to, Tyler, is I've bet on my Razorbacks before, and they get beat in the first half. Then I double down and bet, and the game continues the route it was going, and I get beat in the second half. So I'm pissed because my team lost and the bet. I mean, it was just whoo.
Live bet was placed. Trust in that.
Yeah, I'll say I just get mad about the loss. I wouldn't have had additional bets.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he was just in. I mean, the spot my man was in. Like, I don't know that a man that roots for a team and bets and drinks could have been in a worse situation.
One thing.
I mean, you were emotionally vulnerable, Bub.
It's a perfect storm.
Oh, man.
One thing that I don't want you to do, Tyler. Don't blame yourself. Now, you were cocky as hell. And one could say you did a few things that
slightly arrogant.
If people believe in the baseball gods aren't true, I don't believe in the baseball gods. All right.
Nope.
All right. He let David Justice be successful after he put his hands all over the great Halle Berry. So I don't believe in the baseball gods.
That's a great point.
But I mean, you were pretty boastful about Jacob deGrom, and there were people who were coming and saying, Tyler, stop. You were pretty boastful when you got to announce about Max Scherzer appearing to be out for the season. And he started 2 games in this series, including last night. I mean, you were pretty boastful about a lot of things.
I mean, what are we doing here, dude?
They're dead.
I'm down.
This wasn't planned, man.
And I want to get something, and I just want you to know that it wasn't you. Don't, because people have texted, you jinxed, it wasn't you. It wasn't you because no one could throw pitches. No one could get a soul out. No one could come up, not with a big hit, but just a big ass out. Nobody
Tucker.
It wasn't. I just don't want you to feel like it's on you. So you keep your same energy. Don't believe that bull crap. Don't have to be humble about it. Yeah, it wasn't. You didn't jinx anything. They just lost. They all got their ass kicked.
Thank you, I think.
I mean that. I don't want you to put this on
After what you just said made me hurt a little more, but I feel like you were complimenting me.
No, just don't do it. Don't do it.
All right.
Damn, Tyler. All right, coming up. All right, let's Tyler wants to talk about football, so we'll give Tyler a break for a second.
Please.
All right, the one thing that has got to improve, and to be honest with you, you should feel good as a Texan fan that will improve. We'll discuss that coming up next, but before we do,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Damn, Ron, way to kick a man while he's down. I knew me and Tyler had to stop talking last night. He called me a jackass. I just said, hey, man. I'm going to bring it out. Just off a little...
I really wasn't, being that, my tone of that wasn't
he was heated.
Freaking jackass. I wasn't heated.
See, now you know why I don't text back sometimes, because I don't want you to take it the way Ron took your jackass comment.
I said, hey, man, I'm going to let you. I said, man, I know your team's losing, man. I'm going to let you be, dog.
I'm going to let you be.
Just sort of misunderstand. All right. Texans off today. Tomorrow will be a big day as we'll find more about the injury report, injury things, and they'll now to really ramp up for their game against the Panthers as they start their first big practice coming up on Wednesday. And Clint, I know I've been thinking this, and we talked about it a bit last week, and I try to do things, Clint. I try to say, man, I'm just going to accept, man. They're just right now. It's just not a good run team, and they've got to find a way to just be okay with it. And maybe Motor is the guy that they need to run with more and do some things with more because of the running style that he has comparative to the system they want to run with the outside zone. Maybe they just run to kind of help out CJ. And I'm thinking, no, I'm not accepting that, Clint. That's going to be one of the top things that I'm watching, not just in the Carolina game, but for the next couple of weeks. And Tampa's even better at it with that big fella Vita Vea in the middle. But in the next couple of weeks, that's one thing I'm going to watch to see. Coming out of the bye week, I would imagine offensively, Clint, that is something they have an emphasis on what they can improve upon, and that's one thing I'm going to watch because I just can't accept that they say, hey, nah, man, they're just going to be okay. I just think they got better pieces than to just be okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is the one thing that the Texans have to get absolutely better at, and there's no excuses. I mean, we're 7 weeks into this thing. 6 ball games, 7 weeks into the season. You've had 2 weeks to prepare. You've had 2 weeks to adjust, make whatever adjustment that you need to make. The Texans absolutely have to get better running the football, Ron. There's no question about it. Let this sink in for a minute. The 2023 Texans, this year's Houston Texans, through 6 games, they're averaging 88.8 yards per game. Smith, Dameon Pierce, Rex Burkhead, Pep Hamilton combination last year averaged 86.8 yards per game. That's 2-yard difference in last year's group and this year's group. That's unacceptable. You're better coached. You got better personnel. You got a better play caller. You got a better pass game. Everything about this team screams that this run game should be better. And look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they should be running for 150, 160 yards a game, but they got to be better than last year. They got to be significantly better than last year. Right now, Dameon Pierce is averaging 2.9 yards per carry, and he's got a long of 15 yards. Motor, Devin Singletary, 3.9 yards per carry, and he's got a long of 17. This absolutely has to get corrected. I don't know that the Texans have invested money in the right guys to go up there and expect to run the football like the powerhouses in the NFL, the powerhouse run teams in the NFL. I don't know that Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and a rookie center to some degree. I don't know that you have the pieces to go out there and just road grade people. I don't know that you even have the personalities, the mentalities, the approaches to do it. But you damn sure got the investment in the offensive line to go out there and not be damn near the worst in the league. I mean, you're bottom 10 right now, and a couple from the company you're keeping, right? They got to get significantly better, Ron. It's I don't want to hear about Dameon Pierce isn't a great fit I don't want to hear about, well, Devin Singletary needs to get more touch. Whatever the answer is, you've had 2 weeks to change your scheme. You've had 2 weeks to make the decision. We're going to give Devin Singletary more carries. We're going to be more Dameon Pierce friendly. You've had 2 weeks to figure out whatever it is that you do well. And here's the kicker. The Carolina Panthers are allowing 145 yards a game. They are the 31st worst run defense in the NFL right now. And as I said, you've had 2 weeks to prepare for them. This is the week that there's no excuses. The Texans have to go out there and run the football well. And I'm not talking about get well, it was just you were able to establish it and the run game was effective, because I do think they've been effective a couple of times this year. I'm talking about go out there and run the football at will. I'm talking about go out there and be the most physical bunch at the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the football. I'm talking about go out there and have either Devin Singletary, if he's your guy, feed his ass. Go for 100. Dameon Pierce, go for 100. As a group, go for $150, $160. I think this is the week that all the excuses are out the door. The opponent, the box score, you match up the stats. The box scores are the ESPN stats, the most basic stats that are out there. This is a week that says, hey, what I pull from this is the Texans ought to be able to run the football and run it well.
Yeah, to me, the best thing about a coach is you can your system. But also, what can you do with players that you have, and how can you get the best out of players? And to me, they gotta look at everything, and they've had a bye week in time to look at everything, and they've got to find a way to get Dameon Pierce going. He is, and to figure out what it is, what is the blocking scheme, what is he going to be good at? Now, I'm not saying that you just 100% turn to that. And I think they were doing it a little bit against the Saints, where they were changing some things up and not just having him run into that outside zone. I know you and Seth, when we were in the press box, noticed that they were pulling guard and tackles and having him run a more power thing, which he's better at. That guy is maybe he's not a great running back, but he is a guy that was playing in that system behind that group with Rex Burkhead stealing carries throughout multiple points of the year. And when he got injured, he was a top 7-6 rusher in the National Football League as a rookie. And you got better parts now. They got to figure out what it is that he could do. And to me, it's got to be more, Clint, than, hey, he's not real good at the zone blocking schemes, so we're just going to be done with him. Well, no, they got to figure out something. Now, some of he's got to get better too. But you got to use what your players have.
He's got to get better, and there is some truth to, I think Bobby Slowick said it, of, hey, this is a little different system than Damien's used to. All of that can be true, but we're this thing and a training camp. You seem to figure out things with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Tank Dell and a makeshift offensive line full of second and third stringers. You've made all that work and made all those adjustments. And I understand the run game takes all five up front, the tight end, the fullback sometimes. It takes a lot more. There's a lot more moving parts to get the run game going. I get that. But we're 6 weeks into this thing. They've made all the right adjustments everywhere else. I expect them now to make the same adjustments, whatever it may be. I don't know I don't know all the answers. They're the ones that make millions of dollars to scheme and play call. But I expect them to make the changes this week, Ron. And to your point, if that's adjusting more towards what they feel like Dameon Pierce does well, if that's more giving Devin Singletary more carries, so be it. I mean, whatever it is, at this point in time, you're a team that Seth Payne was on here earlier talking about he expects them to get above 500. That's 9 wins. He expects this team to compete for a division title. I take that back. I don't think he said it. I said that. This team's in position to compete for a division title. This is a team that's positioned to be in the playoffs. This is one of those things where we can't go 17 games and still trying to figure out this run game. I mean, you got the pieces. You got a complimentary pass game. It's not like you can't throw it and everybody's just going to flood the line of scrimmage and you're not going to have the opportunity. That may have been a problem once before, but I think C.J. Stroud right now has proven that the defense is geared towards stopping him and slowing him down and doing some things to confuse him more so than just suffocate this offense. So I don't know, man. I just think you've had 2 weeks to prepare. You've got the damn near the worst rush defense in the league that you're up against. If this Texans run game is going to get right, it's going to be this weekend versus Carolina. I'm going. We're going to have a 100-yard rusher. Don't know who it's going to be. One of them guys is going for 100 yards, and the Texans going for 160.
All right, we'll see. That's big. That will be a major change. Texans huddle coming up behind us. They'll talk more about what we can see this week. Indy Kalu, DP Sadu, as well as Andre Ware will be a part of that. So stay tuned right after we get done here on the drive. Yeah, there's a lot rolling here on the drive. All right. And someone texted in, I do agree with this. We're talking about the running game. Like, the line has to block too. Well, they've got to figure out also that connection as well, as you've said a couple of times. I don't know if if this is the best scheme for them as well. They've got to figure out those situation with the offensive line compared and in concert with the running game.
Well, running backs. So it's all of it. You know what the hell we got to do, Ron? Is we've seen the struggles with this run game. And I've watched it on film. You got D linemen that should be getting double teamed, that the guard or the tackle's coming off and going to the next level, and then that lineman's going and penetrating and making the tackle, right? You got tight ends that are supposed to get up at the linebacker level and seal the edge for the run game, and that running back. They're a huge adjustment. I mean, a huge improvement can be made if we just get that initial line of defense blocked. Right? If that guard tackle or center guard, whichever it is, if they're comboing that D tackle, combo that D tackle and eliminate him from the play. And now let the running back decide whether he can make that linebacker miss or not. Or does he need to cut it back off? Right now, you're not getting either one of them. And you're getting immediate penetration to where now the whole scheme is disrupted. So there are adjustments that can be made, again, 6 weeks into this thing versus a lesser opponent. There are adjustments that can be made that should produce a much improved run game against Carolina. And it's not just one. Well, if they can do this, no. There's several things that if you just fix one or two, boy, you're gonna bust this thing open.
Yeah, and I would think that's the number one thing that Bobby Slowick and them have been looking at. And I would say from what he has shown us the first 6 weeks, his adjustments.
Fair to expect it.
Yes. I think you should feel good about what it is that you're seeing.
Agreed.
What he has been able to do. He has shown to make adjustments.
Tyler, go home, man. Lay down, bleed a little bit.
I am. I'm going to go home, eat a calzone, and not move much.
Lick your wounds, man. Lick your wounds, man.
Play your game.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
We'll get up tomorrow. We'll fight again, man.
Binge watch something. You still doing it? Did you finish the Yellow Jackets?
Yes.
Oh, can't do it.
Yellow Jackets. What are y'all talking?
Crazy ass.
Yeah, it is crazy as hell.
Crazy ass show. All right. Thank you.
Watching stuff like that, man.
Can't do it. Thank you for Seth Payne for joining us earlier. If you missed that, he was on at 2:40. Thank you to Robert Ory, 7-time champion. He was on with us to get us ready for the Rockets, who start tomorrow in Orlando. He was there at 4:45. So if you want to hit that, catch that as well. Great job, Clint, and great job, Tyler. Man, it was playing with a heavy heart. Way to step up. And roll. And guys, by the way, Clint's pulling for the Rangers. I'm Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. That was low. We love you, baby.
Seemed impossible to fail.
Wait, you can actually see the baby like pushing out at certain points?
I mean, for you, you'd see 4 legs sticking out there, I guess. You'd see puppy sticking out of the belly.
What is she?
There's the paw.
What is it? What is
Look, those are both paws. She's already got nails.
There it is. Oh, what is that? A collie?
The Astros postseason is over.
It hurts, but we're still winners. We still won the World Series last year, but it just doesn't feel good, obviously. But we know we'll be back.
Thanks for a hell of a ride, guys. We'll see you next season.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, everybody listening, fellas.